Hello, this is a guy who likes fanfiction and is too lazy to read, so here is The Long Night at the End of the World in audio form. Check the description for the links to the author. Chapter 11, Impromptu in Ebony, Part 2. Eve rebooted in an unfamiliar place. Systems flickered to life, first tactile sensors, then audio, then video. Little by little as drivers began running, the audio-visual bitrate increased and the voice faintly drifting over to him from across the room changed from a garbled and distorted mess of fuzzy and watery static to a soft, high-pitched voice. There can be an order of priority only between two determined things, two existents. Being, since it is nothing outside the existent, a theme which Levinas had commented on so well previously, could in no way precede the existent, whether in time, in dignity, etc. Blocky masses of pixels in incoherent earth tones coalesced and sharpened into the image of a softly lit wooden room. 3 walls and the floor were made from planks of wood, 1 wall from the bark-stripped surface of a tree trunk. The roof was made of metal shingles held in place by a wooden and steel lattice. A glowing lamp lit the room. Eve was lying on something soft in one corner of the room. In the opposite corner, a machine sat at a desk with a book in its hand. He lifted his head to get a better look at it. It was a long obsolete model of machine, barrel-chested with spindly limbs and a cylindrical head with 2 large optical sensors. Its brown hull, despite some discoloration, showed surprisingly little signs of wear despite its age. The voice was coming from the machine. It was reading from the book. It was reading to him, even though he didn't understand a word that was being said. Eve felt a twinge of nostalgia and longing so strong it was almost painful. The machine's voice was nothing like Adam's, but if he closed his eyes and fought to ignore that, he could trick himself into feeling as though Adam was reading to him, as he often had. Bro, there. The machine, hearing him stir, stopped reading. Oh. You're awake. I hope I didn't disturb you. Eve shook his head and sat up, still getting his bearings. This machine wasn't part of the network, he could feel it. There was no nebulous sense of connection between him and it. I suppose you must be wondering where you are, the machine said. My name is Pascal. Another machine carried you here to my village and left you on my doorstep. A jumbled sequence of images and sensations ran through his mind. He remembered dragging himself through the forest after his encounter with Adam in the commercial facility. An android had pried into his mind and looked through his memories. One of his machines had picked him up where he'd fallen and carried him deeper into the woods, guarding him as best it could from the sharp-fanged creatures nipping at him from within the underbrush, and had brought him to a part of the forest that was bright and warm. Here. Eve peeled a white adhesive patch off his chest, revealing a row of half-healed puncture wounds under the sticky residue of colorless paste left behind. You should keep that on, Pascal told him. You'll repair yourself faster. Eve grunted and let the patch flutter to the floor. What's your name? Pascal asked, crouching down to pick up the discarded patch and sticking it back over Eve's wound. Eve. Eve. That's a very nice name. He checked a few of the other patches stuck to Eve's skin. The rest of your injuries seem to be almost healed. How do you feel? Eve didn't answer. What did it matter how he felt? What was the point of repairing himself? Adam was everything to him, had been everything to him. But he didn't love Eve anymore. No, he hated him enough to beat him. What had Eve done to deserve that? Had Adam gotten sick of setting aside his books to play with him? Or maybe Adam had gotten sick of how visibly bored Eve was whenever he'd insisted they read instead of go out running or climbing the ruins. Eve would read 100 books, no matter how dry or boring, if it would make Adam forgive him. He'd never thought he'd been selfish. Humans played with each other, and Adam loved learning about humans, so Eve had never felt guilty trying to drag him away from his books. But maybe that's exactly what he'd been. Selfish. A bad brother. No, this was all Dracula's fault. He'd reprogrammed Adam somehow. He'd taken him away. But maybe that, too, had been Eve's fault. If he'd been a better brother, maybe he could have stopped Adam from ending up in the clutches of that monster. Maybe Dracula had forcibly enslaved him. Or maybe Adam had left Eve of his own free will. His eyes started to leak. Pascal hurried to his desk and produced from the drawer a well-worn cloth rag, then hurried back and used the rag to dab at Eve's eyes. Oh dear, I hope I haven't upset you. And no, Every word Eve tried to speak stuck in his throat like glue. It was hard even to breathe. I'm okay, he insisted, sniffling as he pushed Pascal's rag away. That's good, Pascal said, a doubtful tinge to his voice. Nevertheless, you should probably stay put until you're in better shape. You're more than welcome to spend as much time here as you like. Eve mumbled his thanks. But if you're well enough to walk, would you like me to show you around the village? Pascal's optical sensors brightened. I believe it's stopped raining. Eve nodded. He didn't feel like going anywhere, but he didn't feel like disagreeing either. Come along, then, Pascal said, helping him out of bed. This is a wonderful place. I've worked very hard on it for nearly 200 years now. The two of them left the bedroom and stepped down a spiral staircase carved into the hollow of an enormous oak tree to the wooden and metal walkways ringing the trunk. Pascal's village was well lit at every angle, warm lights on poles were spaced along each walkway and bridge at regular intervals and illuminated the ground below. Ramshackle huts protruded from the tree, some stacked on top of each other up to 3 stories high, other little homes were nestled in the boughs of the trees surrounding the central tree or built between its roots. The canopy overhead was sparse in some places, but thick in others. Some parts of the paths leading through the village were almost completely dry in spite of the heavy rainfall. Odd machines were everywhere. Some of them had painted crude approximations of human outfits and human faces on their bodies. None of them carried a single weapon. High-pitched electronic voices squealed in the distance as machines ran around the village for no reason. No one is on the network here, Eve noted. He didn't sense any link between the other machines and himself, just like with Pascal. That's right, Pascal said, leading him further down the trunk of the tree and past a line of kiosks selling hunks of polished metal that seemed to have no use at all. Everyone here has been disconnected. Some, like myself, have been outside the network for centuries, some have only just been disconnected. Why? Eve didn't understand. How could a machine want that? The network was everything outside of it, machines had nothing. Even now, he could still feel the indistinct buzzing of the network in the back of his mind if he wanted to. He could listen to it, discern the chatter, and even see through the eyes of nearby machines or issue commands to them. He couldn't imagine not having that constant presence in his head. It would be like not having Adam anymore. If he lost the network, too, he'd truly be alone. We all had our reasons, Pascal said. Some were forcibly or accidentally disconnected due to programming errors or battle damage and chose not to rejoin. Myself, I became sick of the war. I suppose an android would have trouble understanding. I'm not an android. Pascal cocked his head in surprise. You aren't? But I'm a machine, Eve said. Oh. Are they making machines that look like androids now? That is interesting, Pascal mused. Perhaps if the network continues to develop machines like you, we will better understand androids. One can only hope that then, everybody will realize there is no reason for us to fight. Pascal's ruminations were starting to bore Eve. None of it made sense to him. Machines were built for war. How could they want peace? Adam would have been fanatically curious about the whole thing, to the point that he'd probably dismantle everyone in the village just to see what made them tick. For Eve, though, the mystery just made him feel slightly dizzy. 2 very small machines ran past him, circling around Pascal. Uncle Pascal! Uncle Pascal, they chirped. We're bored. Play with us. Pascal caught one of the small machines and patted it on the head. Not now, little one. I am showing this new guest to our village. Children, say hello to Mr. Eve, please. Hello, Mr. Eve, the children droned in an electronic chorus. Children? As in little humans who weren't fully grown or matured. That didn't make any sense to Eve either. How could machines be children? Even he had never been one. Will you play with us, Mr. Eve? One of the children asked. Pascal laughed. Please, dear, Mr. Eve here was hurt on his way here and needs time to recover. Eve felt an ache in his chest too deep to have been caused by any of his wounds. That machine was pleading with him the same way he'd always asked Adam. He didn't understand peace, but he understood that. Yeah, he answered the tiny machine, his voice hitching. Sure. The machines cheered and started dragging him away in the opposite direction Pascal had been leading him. I suppose we will finish our tour later. Pascal called out, waving as the distance between him and Yves grew. Yves let the machines pull him along. He couldn't help but wonder where Adam was right now. What was he doing? Was he thinking at all about the brother he'd cast aside? After her meeting with Dracula, Carmilla had scarcely settled into her bedroom when somebody started knocking at her door. She considered simply not answering, but the knocking grew louder and more insistent. Finally, she made her way through the door and peered through the keyhole. She could see a white shirt. "May I come in?" Adam asked from behind the door. "If you make it key." There was a flash of light from behind her and the rush of displaced air. Carmilla did an about-face and found Adam standing in the center of her room. "At least you knocked first," she muttered. "Of course. Why wouldn't I?" Adam smiled. "Do you like your living arrangements?" "After Lord Dracula told me about his castle, I was quite eager to apply its design principles to my own work." "You designed this place?" "Down to the last brick." Adam pointed to the wardrobe sitting in the corner of the room and snapped his fingers. The wardrobe's simple rectangular shape morphed into a bubbling, roiling mass of perfect white cubes and settled into a much grander and more ornate design crafted from gleaming, polished white wood. "It's a little bland," Carmilla noted. "Can you only make white things?" "I can do black things, too." Adam noticed the lingering blood stain on the rug, snapped his fingers, and magically erased it. "But is the bed comfortable? Does the fabric of the blankets feel right? Do the floorboards squeak the way they should?" "Why yes, I suppose." "I'm glad to hear it. I will work on the color later." "Is that all you came here for?" "Not quite. I'd like to get to know you," Adam said. "Care for a game of Go?" "I beg your pardon." Adam hid his disappointment well, but not well enough. "Chess, then." Carmilla crossed her arms. She didn't have much else to do, and it would kill some time until something new came up. "That one, I know." "Excellent." Adam snapped his fingers and materialized a table and 2 chairs. A black and white checkerboard with a full complement of chess pieces sat on the table. "I find that games are the best way to understand someone." He took a seat and gestured over to the empty chair. "Since you are a guest, you may play white." "How gracious of you." Carmilla sat down and grabbed one of the white pawns lined up on the board. "Are you sure?" Adam asked. "Once you've touched a piece, you're bound to move it." "Are you certain you want to move that piece?" "I know how to play chess," Carmilla said, already frustrated by Adam's attitude. "I was just reminding you. I had the misfortune of playing your friend Alrox earlier today." Adam sighed, then slid up a black pawn to stand toe-to-toe with Carmilla's. "I think I spent more time explaining the rules to him than playing. And then when I demonstrated en passant he accused me of cheating. Quite the buffoon, isn't he?" "Quite. Still, Lord Dracula must see some use in him. I suppose he does a good job of keeping the beasts in line." Carmilla brought another pawn forward, leaving it as tantalizing bait for one of Adam's pieces. Alrox was a notorious hustler, ever playing the fool, but Carmilla would rather Adam learn that the hard way. "So, Adam, what brought you to Dracula's side?" Adam did not fall for the bait, instead beginning to mobilize his flank. "Curiosity. Humanity greatly intrigues me. When I met Dracula, I realized there was a form of life beyond humanity, beyond anything I'd known, and I had to understand it. I asked him to drink my blood and make me like him. So Dracula turned you." Carmilla couldn't imagine how Dracula could have gone through with that, knowing how horrible these machines' blood tasted. "Of course. Didn't he turn you in Alrox?" She laughed. No. Alrox was born a vampire. I was turned by another vampire long before I made Dracula's acquaintance." "So neither of you are his servants?" "Not in the same sense that you are." "You were once human, then?" Carmilla stiffened, frowned, and took one of Adam's pieces as retaliation. First blood had been drawn. "I meant no disrespect. Obviously, vampires are a superior form of life. One of Adam's pawns avenged its fallen comrade. It's fascinating to hear that you transcended humanity. How did it happen? A lady never tells. Ah. I suppose we don't know each other well enough to reveal such intimate secrets. A wry smile crossed Adam's face. I, however, have a weakness I must confess to you, he said as his finger hovered over his pieces. Carmilla raised an eyebrow, a slight smile crossing her face. There was something refreshing about such naivete. Vampires never bared such private matters to other vampires, even ones ostensibly on the same side. One could never be sure. Oh? Do go on, she said, eager to milk Dracula's newest cohort for all he was worth. Lord Dracula has told me that the thralls I've created are weak, he said, settling on his knight and leaping it over a row of his pawns. Of course, considering how easily they were bested, I'm inclined to agree with him. My question is, should they have been stronger? And how could I make them so? Carmilla moved her bishop to take Adam's rook. Well, tell me about your vampires. How did they die? My first, Adam said, capturing her bishop with a pawn. What a fool she'd been, falling into such an obvious trap, was one of my own machines. My second was an android. Carmilla gagged. Your own machines? Those little tin cans. Adam nodded as he made his next move. Carmilla contemplated her counterattack. Do those things even have blood? Oil. Disgusting. For you, perhaps. Adam watched her slide her king behind her rook. I've never tasted anything better. I suppose that's to be expected for a man whose insides go tick-tock. But I digress. Each of my creations so far, Adam said, sliding his queen into the center of the board, has been destroyed by the same thing, ultraviolet light. I beg your pardon. A range of electromagnetic radiation with a wavelength shorter than violet light, just out of the range of the visible spectrum. ER. Simulated sunlight. Fake sunlight. Carmilla couldn't help but laugh. Your thralls were destroyed by children playing pretend. I suppose, if you wish to put it that way. Adam gave her a disarming grin as he and Carmilla traded pawns, whittling away the defensive walls around their kings. Carmilla returned the smile. This man was so stupid. And it wasn't even an act, like all Roxas' ploys. He was just so earnest about it. Well, unfortunately, there's nothing you can do about that. A naturally weak soul produces naturally weak vampires. Carmilla's queen did battle with Adam's, as they traded turns, captured pieces mounted on the sides of the board. Dracula might not have much use for you for very long if you can't produce good foot soldiers. Machines occupy 80% of this planet's surface. The machine network uses my CPU to process tactical data for half of them. I can reverse the connection and slave 50% of Earth's occupying forces to my command. I have plenty of foot soldiers. Carmilla halted in her tracks. Adam's futuristic babble was insufferable, but she had caught the words slave, 50%, and command. Was it true that this man wielded such power? Was that why Dracula had such interest in him? Why don't you have control over all of them? The other half rests with my brother. Brother? Carmilla raised an eyebrow. Why isn't he with you? When I joined Dracula, I had no further use for him. He was built to protect me, I no longer needed protection. He shrugged. I hoped that our separation would spur him to be more independent. Carmilla silently contemplated how cold-blooded this machine man must be to abandon his own brother. Perhaps he wasn't such an unfit vampire after all. Check, he announced. Shocked, she looked down at the board. The duel between their queens had inadvertently opened a hole in her forces that let Adam place his remaining bishop on a direct path to her king. She hadn't even noticed. If I can get you in checkmate, he asked as she hastily moved her king aside, will you tell me how I can make my vampires stronger? Fair enough. But if you lose this game, Carmilla replied, what can you give me? You think I would lose? Adam traded blows with her over the board. Humans created computers capable of beating their strongest players 10,000 years ago. Those computers, I assure you, are but pocket calculators to even the dullest machine. Check. Adam growled and moved his pieces to protect his king. Carmilla took his queen. What will you give me if I win, Adam? She asked. 25%. Adam slid a pawn to the end of the board and promoted it not to a queen, to Carmela's bemusement, but to a knight. Of what? The machine forces. A full 1/5 of the planet's surface for you to do with as you please. That. Carmela laughed. Wagered in opposition to me simply telling you how to shore up your weaknesses? My, aren't you confident? Then let us sweeten the deal. You will tell me how to make stronger vampires, and regale me with the story of your journey from human to vampire. That's more like it. Pieces vanished from the board at a dizzying rate until Carmela only had her king left, and Adam his king and his knights. She moved her lone king across the board, one tile at a time, leaping out of check again and again and counting the turns, hoping to reach 50 moves and turn a devastating loss into a mere stalemate. Checkmate, Adam said. What? Adam gestured to the board with a mysterious grin on his face. Sure enough, Carmela's king was pinned by his 3 knights. Carmela was dumbfounded. A great player must be capable of looking at least 5 moves ahead at any given time. In such a small world as this chessboard, I, of course, can see much farther into the future. Adam tipped Carmela's king over with a finger. Well, you win, I suppose. Carmela sighed. What would you have done if I'd flipped over the board and declared myself the winner instead of allowing you to mate me? I suppose I'd have flipped over the table myself and declared victory. Now, I believe we had a deal. Very well. First off, a vampire is always lesser than its master. Lesser vampires feed to make even lesser vampires, creating a hierarchy, a pyramid with the master on top and the weakest and most pathetic thralls of its subordinates crowding out the bottom. You'll never make a vampire as strong as yourself. But of course, you'll want to get close. Adam nodded, paying rapt attention. He was clutching the edge of the table hard enough to turn his knuckles white. Yes. Of course. You need to put more of your soul into them, my friend. Carmela picked up one of her pawns and rolled it between her thumb and forefinger. It isn't enough to drain them. Your essence, your willpower needs to pervade them, flow into their veins like the venom of an asp. That's just something I'll have to concentrate on. Carmela nodded. Soon it'll be as natural as breathing. Keep at it. Keep sucking those vile automatons' disgusting blood. No offense. None taken. Adam leaned back. Now, about the second half of my winnings. Yes, Carmela swallowed, her throat dry. She was loath to recount her life story to a stranger, but rules were rules. For as long as I could remember, my family and I were indentured servants. Our master collected servants like one would collect fine china, she told Adam. He had a very large estate. We tilled his fields, grew his crops, cleaned his castle, cooked his food, fed him, clothed him. She made a flippant gesture with her hand. You get the idea. He seems like a very lazy man. Carmela smiled. Haven't you ever heard it said that one must work smarter, not harder? And he was a very smart man. We were all promised freedom when our debts were repaid, very standard servitude. I won't bore you with the details. The genius of it was that our debt increased every passing year, every day, with every meal and every scrap of clothing, with every shingle over our heads and every blanket we wore to sleep. I resented him at first. She tapped on her fallen king. Oh, how I loathed him. We all did. We hated him for dangling our freedom just out of reach, tormenting us as the gods once tormented Tantalus. Until one night, he came for me. And that was when you became a vampire. Yes. Carmela leaned back and sighed, closing her eyes. And I saw the world with new eyes from that day on. I was still his servant, but money was of no object. I could go wherever I pleased, whenever I pleased, and do whatever I pleased. I was like a daughter to him. He always picked the smartest of his servants to receive such a gift, you see. It was like a proving ground. The world changed when I awoke. Carmela's fingers crept along the side of her neck, tracing the spot where she had been bitten so many years ago. Of course, her skin was smooth as silk and utterly without blemish now. My hatred for my master vanished. I understood him as intimately as I understood myself. And when I looked upon my former fellow servants, how stupid and slow and ugly they all seemed to me. Looking upon them was like staring at cattle, their dull, vacuous eyes. Even your family. Especially them. She licked her lips. My shrew of a mother, my lout of a father, my sister, my brother, those sniveling brats who forced their fair shares of the work on me every single day. The words streamed out like vomit. The day after I became a vampire, I drained them dry. From that point on, just as I adored my master, they adored me. No one ever said a word against me or raised a hand against me. They did everything I asked without question or complaint, like a good human should. At last, I was the golden child. Adam had no snide remark. He simply stared at her with a neutral expression. You said you had a brother, didn't you? Carmilla asked. Why didn't you turn him? I can't recommend it enough. Adam looked away. I had my reasons. What did you say his name was? I didn't. Carmilla leaned forward. I suppose he must resemble you, doesn't he? Does he share your noble brow, your strong chin? What about your silken, silver hair? Adam ignored her. You said that when you became a vampire, humans looked like cattle to you. Is that truly how you think of them? As unintelligent beasts? Of course. How do you see them? Humans created art and science. They loved and hated in equal measure, protected and killed with the same hands. Their minds always seemed to possess such unfathomable depth to me. Adam cupped his cheek in his hand, idly twiddling his queen between his fingers. Yet you see nothing. Perhaps you read too much into them, Carmilla replied. How much of that much vaunted art and science was their creation and how much was ours? How much credit have they taken for what their hidden masters have done? How much of their exploits were simply their mindless attempts to imitate us? Leonardo da Vinci, Alexander the Great, Pliny the Elder, Genghis Khan, did you think they were mere humans? Adam lowered his head, deep in thought. Humans are our food and our playthings. Nothing more. Those of us who show potential may be inducted into the ranks of the ultimate, but the vast majority have nothing to offer us but sustenance and amusement. Adam smiled a knowing smile, then stood up and collected his board, dismissing it back into the ether. Thank you, Carmilla. It's been a pleasure getting to know you, he said, making for the door. You've given me a lot to think about. Wait. Adam stopped. Adam, Carmilla rested her chin on her hand. This silly, stupid man, unlike all rocks, had endeared himself to her. A word of warning. Vampires do not expose their stupidity to each other. Don't mistake my ignorance for stupidity, Adam said, his tone suddenly cold. A seeker of knowledge is always willing to lay himself bare to learn the truth. If pride stops you from asking questions to better yourself, how can you surpass your betters? In secret. Carmilla flashed him a glimpse of her fangs. Proper vampires take our pride very seriously. Expose your weak point and you might wake up with a stake through it. I see. Well, you're welcome to come to my quarters whenever you like, Adam retorted, a haughty and mirthless smirk tugging at the corner of his mouth. I'd be happy to teach you chess or Go or any other game you'd like. Unless your pride won't allow it. And just like that, he vanished, leaving Carmilla alone. A soft moan came from the four-poster bed as 6E began to stir. Carmilla rushed to her side, eager to check in on her new project. She pulled the black blindfold away from her eyes as they cracked open, gleaming crimson. Hello there, Carmilla cooed, dropping to her knees at the side of the bed. How do you feel, dear? 6E glanced at her. This isn't the bunker, she mumbled. No, it most certainly isn't. Carmilla smiled. This is your home. She felt the automaton's mechanical mind struggle, the pulsing and throbbing of old thoughts as they fought to assert themselves, and in her mind she curled her fingers around them and squeezed them until they stopped. 6E was hers and would think the way she told it to think. She filled the automaton's head with new instincts, new desires, new strength, taught her to use her fangs, to know the name of her mistress, wiped out her old loyalties like chalk erased from a slate. No, you have the wrong idea, 6E said, struggling to sit up as she resisted her mistress' dominance. Your is. They're just a bunch of stupid toys. 6E paused. You're not like them. There, 6E's eyelids drooped, her shoulders slumping. Just a bunch of stupid toys. But you, Carmilla said, gently patting her on the cheek, are a very smart toy, aren't you? 6E nodded. I want you to go find more of those stupid toys and uplift them. If you understand. A wide, cheerful, yet wicked smile pulled its way across 6E's disarmingly soft face, deepening the dimples in her cheeks. Don't you worry, Lady Carmilla. I understand perfectly. Carmilla grinned in turn. She liked this one. And if you should run across a tall, strong, handsome man with silver hair, work especially hard to turn him, please. Yes, ma'am. 6E slid out of bed and bowed deeply, her lavender curls bouncing as they framed her pale, moon-shaped face. My desires are yours, Lady Carmilla, my hunger and thirst as well. Once Eve had been dragged away, Pascal went back to surveying his village. The thick forest protected the place from the heavy winds that storms brought with them, but some heavy gusts had broken a few smaller branches and disturbed a few houses. He set to work helping where he could to repair and reinforce the affected homes, but all the while, he couldn't stop thinking about that strange humanoid machine, Eve. If machines had been created to fight humans, then what did it mean that their forces were starting to look like humans as well? Perhaps when there was no longer any physical distinction between human, android, or machine, that the fighting would end. Eve might have been an olive branch created for that very purpose. Though he had no evidence to back up his theory, Pascal took comfort in it nonetheless. Pascal, a machine questioned him, interrupting his work and tugging him aside. There are some new arrivals at the upper gate asking for you. Pascal thanked him and hurried to the bridge that wound through the upper levels of the forest, one of the village's only two entrances and exits. The guards posted at the gate, the only machines in the city who carried weapons, though they all hoped they'd never have to use them, had already let the new visitors inside by the time he got there. There were 5 of them, a tall, broadly built Yoarha android with short silver hair and a slightly shorter one with long red hair, both wearing scraps of black armor, 2 more androids with white hair, one in a ragged black dress, the other wearing ornate, yet battered brass armor and a tattered midnight blue dress. The 5th Pascal recognized as Anemone, leader of the nearest resistance camp, by her dark skin and green cloak. Beneath her heavy cloak, Anemone's clothes were stained with glistening red coolant. She was panting heavily and could barely stand. The 2 androids with long white hair were propping her up. There was a dull look in her eyes, although an alert spark shone in them when she caught sight of Pascal. Oh, goodness, Anemone. Pascal rushed over to the band of battered androids as fast as his legs could carry him. His temperature sensors registered that Anemone's systems were running nearly 5 degrees above acceptable tolerance for an android. What happened? Hello, Pascal, Anemone croaked, a faint smile flickering on her stained face. Been a while since we met face to face. One of the 2 androids at her side spoke up. This one had wavy, slightly curled white hair pulled back into a loose, messy ponytail and a soft, round face. Her silent companion closely resembled her, but had long hair that ran past her waist in a hard-edged, stoic face. Anemone needs help. Can you repair her? Pascal appraised the rest of the androids. Most of them, in fact, seemed quite badly damaged. The short-haired one's arm, chest, and cheek were speckled with acid burns. The red-haired one was nursing an oozing perforation that ran clear through her abdomen. We have some repair kits, he told them, but our last shipment of specialized parts for androids went out to the camp earlier this morning, so we're fresh out. I can stabilize you, but, he reached out to steady Anemone, but the stoic, hard-faced android at her side clutched her tightly as though she were protecting her from him. That'll do, she growled. Why didn't you head for the camp? Pascal asked as he directed one of the guards to assist with the other 2 androids and led Anemone's entourage deeper into the village. Has something terrible happened to them? It's a long story, the stoic android said. No, not quite stoic. Pascal realized her laconic and curt demeanor was holding back an intense anger. She couldn't hide it in her eyes. You're welcome to tell it, Pascal said. No. Pascal sighed. Suit yourself. A2, be nice to Pascal, Anemone mumbled. A2 grumbled something under her breath. No, thank you. There were too many androids here to fit in Pascal's home, and he didn't have nearly enough supplies to treat them all by himself anyway, considering how much damage they'd sustained. Fortunately, even in a peaceful village, Machines could be damaged, accidents happened, hardware wore down, software became glitchy, so there were ample facilities in the village to treat the motley crew's vast collection of injuries. Pascal brought the group to the nearest repair facility and cleared the nearest operating table for Anemone. "Lay her down here," he told the androids, holding her upright. A2 wrinkled her nose, her lips curling into a mute snarl, but she and her counterpart nevertheless laid her on the table with little reservation. "You two," he told the two most visibly injured androids, "lie down on the other two tables. We will take a look at you as well." The short-haired and red-haired women sighed in relief and made their way to the other tables, where the other machines on staff rushed to attend to them. Pascal picked up a repair kit and laid it on the table next to Anemone, then peeled away her sodden and coolant-stained clothes to assess the damage to her chassis. It was worse than he'd imagined. Thousands of tiny lacerations wound in a spiral pattern around her legs and torso, crossing her chest and back. The cuts were so small and so numerous that her skin looked as though it had been ground up. Then again, examining more closely, the damage didn't seem to extend beyond the dermal layer. The real danger was that several coolant vessels close to the surface of her skin had been severed, and more than enough fluid had been lost to cause her to start overheating. Anemone couldn't be allowed to stay in operation any longer. She needed to be put into rest mode or shut down altogether. He took a cutting blade and slid it under Anemone's collar, consulting his records on the anatomical makeup of her model. There should be an emergency shutdown mechanism in her chassis just. As the blade slipped under Anemone's skin, Pascal's tactile sensors registered the flat of a blade landing on his shoulder, the sharp edge resting against his neck. A2 stood by him, her sword bared and leveled at him. A quiet fury blazed in her icy blue eyes. "Get the hell away from her," she growled. Would you rather do the operation yourself?" Pascal asked, stepping away and holding the toolkit out toward her. A2 snatched the toolkit out of his hand. "She's lost too much coolant," Pascal explained as A2 took his place at the edge of the operating table. "You'll need to find and engage the emergency shutdown mechanism to prevent any of her parts from being damaged from overheating. There might have also been considerable loss of joint lubricant. I would be happy to walk you through the steps." A2 trembled, her shoulders quaking, as she held the cutting blade over Anemone's breast with a quivering hand. She did nothing for a few seconds, then let out a frustrated snarl and threw the kit to the floor. Her counterpart came to her side and pulled her away. "2, step aside and let Pascal handle this. If Anemone trusts him, so can. Let go of me. A machine isn't laying a goddamn finger on her." Pascal sighed. He wasn't surprised that at least one of these androids harbored ill will toward machines, but it still stung to hear such vitriol. Such invective was a painful reminder of the way most androids saw machines. There was a reason Anemone's Kemp was the only one the village had contact with, and that such contact was kept secret from the rest of the resistance. "I understand if you have something against machines," he said, trying to appeal to A2's better judgment, "but I assure you, Anemone is a dear friend of mine." "If I have something against machines," A2 repeated, only further enraged. Her hands curled into fists, red coolant trickled between her fingers. Pascal might have been imagining it, but it seemed that her teeth were sharper than normal, her eyes caught the light in a way that was more like an animal's than an android's. Her counterpart grabbed her and pulled her back. "2, please. It's okay. Anemone wouldn't have let us here if it wasn't safe. Let Pascal fix her." "Fix? Machines don't know how to fix anything. All they know how to do is destroy things." A2 howled. Her partner struggled even harder to restrain her, grunting with exertion as she tried to drag her backward. "You won't hurt her. I won't let you. Let go of me, A4, A4 grabbed her by the shoulders, twisted her around, and pressed their lips together in what Pascal recognized as a very human act of intimacy. A2 immediately loosened up, all but going limp, and once she'd calmed down, A4 dragged her outside. Pascal knelt down and collected the tools A2 had dropped. His body felt heavier than before, and even though he had not been physically harmed, pain and danger signals still flared in his logic circuits. It hurt, like always, a pain that seemed to be at once everywhere and nowhere, to have the sins of all machines laden at his feet. Some androids could understand, but perhaps the majority of them never would. Perhaps peace truly was nothing more than an idle fantasy. As he stood back up, A weak and soft hand fell on his shoulder. "I'm sorry," Anemone whispered. "I didn't tell A2 you were a machine before you got here. Seeing you in this village must have been a horrible shock." "I understand, Anemone." Pascal took her hand and laid it back down on the table. "Please do not exert yourself. You're overheating." "I didn't mean it like that." "I know." Pascal once again positioned the surgical blade over Anemone's chest. "I'm not sure it would have made a difference if you had told her in advance. Once she's calmed down," Anemone said, "she'll grow to feel more comfortable around you. Life has hardened her, but she's a good person at heart." "That would be nice." Pascal cut away enough skin to open up her chassis. "Today has been awful." Anemone sighed. With her chassis open, Pascal could see her heat regulation systems swelling and fluttering in time with her breath. The air coolant system paired to her liquid coolant system was struggling to pick up the slack and keep her mechanisms within operational tolerances. "I'm sorry to hear that. A2 is a friend. She and those others are fugitives. I protected them. I got in trouble. 2 was so hell-bent on returning my kindness, she killed the soldiers who came to arrest me. A friend indeed. But it sounds like she made things much worse." Anemone nodded weakly. "She did. Should I be mad at her? I don't think any of us should be mad at anything." "Of course." She closed her eyes. "I'm not sure if I am. It's natural to feel conflicted. I don't know how I feel about anything now. I don't know what to do or where to go now. It's all gone. Part of me feels I might as well have died." "Well, I for one am glad you didn't." Anemone smiled. "You're always welcome to stay here," Pascal reassured her. His fingers curled around the switch for the emergency shutdown mechanism. "I'm going to shut you down now," he told her. "I'll patch up your circulatory system and replenish your coolant while you're inactive and power you back on once you're no longer in danger of overheating. You won't feel a thing. It will be like going to sleep." Anemone closed her eyes. "Thank you, Pascal." As Pascal flipped the switch, Anemone inhaled and exhaled, her chest rising and falling one last time before she became still. Her body slowly cooled to match the ambient temperature of the room, and Pascal set to work. A2 couldn't put into words how much she hated this place. Machines everywhere, crawling through the forest spouting gibberish. Machines Anemone said were her friends. Machines didn't have friends. Machines didn't make friends. They didn't think or feel. They were the enemy. They were the ones who had taken everything from her, who had taken everything from so many people. They were enemies that had to be wiped off the face of the earth without mercy or special consideration. Why was Anemone putting her life in the hands of her enemy? What was wrong with her? A4 dragged her away, up to the edge of the so-called village, far away from the bustling machines. Far away from Anemone. Being wrapped in her arms and feeling her lips against hers had pacified her, filling her limbs with lead and her head with fog, but though she put up no physical resistance, A2 still stewed and fumed, racked with impotent anger. "Calm down, 2, A4 told her, laying her against the trunk of a tree. "It's okay." But Anemone, A2 tried to get back up, but A4 put a hand on her chest. "Anemone's going to be fine, 2. A4's smile fluttered and flickered as the dim and gloomy edge of the forest swirled and swam before A2's eyes. A2 felt the exhaustion she'd held at bay for hours rush forward to meet her. As everything went dark, she thought she felt cold hands clamp around her shoulders and sink into her flesh, chilling her down to her core. 2, please, I need to tell." She woke up wrapped in something warm and soft. No, in someone. 4 was clinging to her tightly to ward off the cool air. A2 could feel the soft, yielding, warm flesh of A4's thighs pressed against her own, her cheek resting against the crook of her neck, the gentle rising and falling of her chest pressing against her back. Their black boxes were humming in tandem. Her injured arm ached, the deep gash in her bicep stinging as the weight of A4's body pressed it against the warped and uneven floorboards. Her leg, too, was pinned in such a way that sent annoying jabs through the wounds in her thigh. Her injuries didn't hurt much anymore, though. The wounds had been dressed properly with staunching gel and self-repair adhesive patches while she'd been sleeping. She and A4 were in a little wooden hut with crooked windows and a tiny lamp in the corner. On a desk near the window was a can of oil and a collection of tools. Opposite the desk was a dirty mirror and a shelf adorned with stained, half-empty cans of paint. A2 struggled to wriggle free of A4's vice-like grip as it sunk in that she was still in the machine village. 4, she hissed. 4. A machine with a bundle of fabric draped over its spindly arm and a collection of swords and armor tucked under its armpit threw open the door and stepped inside. A2 reached for her sword and found nothing. She was unarmed. Not only that, she'd been stripped down to her underwear. And so, she realized as A4 mumbled softly and clutched her tighter, pressing bare skin against bare skin, had A4. She was wearing nothing but the white singlet every Yoarha combat unit wore beneath their uniforms. In ideal circumstances, A2 wouldn't be bothered by that. But right now, she and A4 were all but naked and completely defenseless. She'd known not to trust machines. What had everyone else been thinking? Why had she gone along with them? The machine spoke a mile a minute. Hey Android guests, Pascal asked me to wash and mend your dang OL clothes because they were a mess, and who was I to refuse? I mean, I'm the only dang machine in town who knows how to sew. I tell you what, who else was he gonna ask? Man, Jean-Paul, fat chance. It laid the bundle of cloth, the blue dress and black uniform A2 and A4 had been wearing, respectively, on the floor, along with the weapons and the battered breastplate and greaves that went along with A2's outfit. Dang OL armor I can't do anything about, man, but hey, here's a tip from me. I tell you what, if you go into the Forest Kingdom and go deep into the castle, I mean really deep, man, you'll find a blacksmith who can repair just about dang OL anything. I think his name is Masamune or something. Anyways, I gotta go. Thanks for not killing us. You're welcome. A2 mumbled. The machine bowed and stepped backward. No problem, have fun doing whatever it is you two humanoids were doing wrapped around each other like that. See ya in the morning. A2 pulled herself free, grabbed her sword, and swung it, stopping a hair's breadth from the machine's unprotected torso. Well man, if this is how it ends, this is how it ends. I tell you what, can't say I wanted better, but them's the dang OL breaks, man. Hissing as she sucked air between her teeth, A2 lowered her blade. It didn't feel good to destroy something that wasn't trying to kill her, machine or not. It wouldn't be satisfying, it wouldn't be right. Thanks man, see ya later, the machine said, stepping over the threshold and closing the door. A2 sighed and dropped her sword. Peaceful machines. Fuck. She dropped to her knees, favoring her injured leg. However long she'd slept, she still felt exhausted, so it couldn't have been long. A bruise she didn't remember getting throbbed just below her clavicle and above her breast. Amid the cloudy brownish-blue patch of tender skin was a faint, wet sheen of a glossy pink substance. It didn't look like any type of bruise she'd ever seen before. A4 stretched, yawned, and cracked open her bleary eyes. Her hair, still slightly damp, was plastered to her cheek, her frayed ponytail had almost come undone, wild wisps framing her head like sunbeams. Oh, hey, too. Did that nice machine bring us back our clothes? Yeah. A2 picked up her clothes and put them back on. Now that she'd calmed down, she felt remorse for how she'd treated Anemone's friend. She had to go back to it too. Not to apologize, but at least to thank it for taking Anemone in. I'm gonna see how Anemone's doing, she said. Good idea. A4 slipped back into her own uniform. I'll go with you. I am fine on my own. She rested her hand on A2's shoulder. Still having trouble, huh? Believing I'm really here? Yeah, kinda. A2 looked away, her cheeks and chest growing warm as her eyes briefly met A4's. Sorry, I just remember. She remembered seeing her die. She remembered seeing the machines strike her down. She remembered staring on in disbelief as A4 rose unsteadily to her feet, bathed in the crimson glow from dozens of pairs of optical sensors. She remembered A4's painful smile. She had seen A4 vanish beneath a searing starburst of pure white light. How do you come back from that? You remember wrong. I can't tell myself, I just. A2 took a deep, shuddering breath, trying to quash the image that had haunted her for 3 years. The flash of searing, blinding light reducing 4's body to a stark silhouette, the shadow flying apart like dead leaves, I just imagined it. Then let me tell you. With a warm and kindly smile, the kind of smile 4 had always smiled best, A4 reached out and stroked A2's cheek. I didn't die. What you thought you saw didn't happen. I survived, and now I've found you, and nothing will ever change that. From now on, I'll always be here for you, too, and I'll tell you that again and again, as long as it takes, until you believe it. Atu reached up and rubbed at her watering eyes as her throat locked up. Thanks, for. Lo. The words wouldn't come out. Atu had never once said them before, the shapes they made in her mouth were alien to her. But this was for. She wanted to say them for her. Oh, I know, too. I love you. Ta4 halted, her voice freezing and eyes widening as she shuddered violently, her shoulders quaking. At the same time, Atu felt a vicious chill plunge down her spine, as though she'd been stabbed in the back by an icicle. It's getting a little cold in here, huh? A4 asked, rubbing her arms. Kmin, let's go. The walk will keep us warm. The two of them left the hut and ventured into the village. Atu was unfamiliar with the layout of the area, but A4 effortlessly guided her down to the repair facility, holding her hand all the way. By the way, A4 said, I really like your outfit. It suits you. Where'd you get it? Stole it from some asshole with a mask. Atu shrugged. I mean, it's not like he was using it. Bet he wouldn't look half as good in it as you, either, A4 said, giving her hand a gentle squeeze. Atu wondered, had Four's hand always been so soft? Her skin was pliant and warm, warmer than A2 remembered. But memories could fade. Memories could be wrong. Anyway, what was the problem if Four was squishier than before? It just made it more of a delight to be near her, to press against her, to sink into her warmth. The more she accepted the truth, the more at ease she felt, the more she just wanted to throw herself at A4 and melt in her embrace. Tentatively, Atu curled her arm around A4's and pulled herself closer, rubbing their shoulders together as the two of them descended to the ground. She resisted the urge to lick A4's cheek. She glanced down at A4's side and noticed the slit in her skirt that bared the pale curve of her thigh, her gaze slowly traveling up to her waist. On A4's hip, revealed for only an instant, was a mark A2 was starting to know well. 3 black fingerprints branded into her pale skin. She didn't know what to make of it. She didn't even know what the same symbol on her own shoulder meant. Had A4 run into Alrox, too, at some point? Why had he branded her? Why had he branded A2 in the first place? What did it mean? She decided she'd ask A4. Hey, 4. The skirt shifted, exposing for an instant more of A4's naked hip, and A2 suddenly found herself unable to string together a coherent thought. A trickle of spit dripped down her chin. Yes, A2? Something wrong? A4 asked, a coquettish smile spreading across her face and a twinkle lighting up her eyes. Leg. Huh. A2 licked her lips and wiped the drool off her chin with her arm. I mean, no, nothing's wrong. She felt so hot that she feared she'd start to melt any minute now. What was 4 doing to her? The last time she'd felt so mixed up, so incoherent inside, she'd been in the middle of turning into a wolf. A4 giggled and pulled A2 along until they reached the repair facility. Pascal was still there, his metal claws moving with grace and precision across the exposed innards of Anemone's chassis. His head turned as the two of them approached. Oh, hello, A2, A4, he said, pulling away from Anemone. She was lying so still on the table that she might as well have been dead. A2, I hope you are feeling better. Mostly. A2 looked Anemone's wrecked body up and down. With her chassis opened up like this, she looked even worse. A2 felt a pang of guilt as she reminded herself that she had done this. I've deactivated her for now, Pascal said. I need to replace the damaged portions of her 2-tier coolant system. The air cooling mechanisms are mostly still functional, save for some parts in the chest cavity that have been unduly stressed. The real damage is to the subdermal coolant channels. Once the cooling systems are repaired and we've replenished the fluid she's lost, she'll be fine. A2 sighed. Most of Pascal's explanation had given her a slight headache, but she still felt relieved to know that Anemone would be okay. Thank you, Pascal. It was wrong of me to distrust you. I understand your earlier reaction, A2. I don't blame you at all. After 7,000 years of war between our peoples, I wouldn't trust me, either. What a pushover. A2 stepped closer to the operating table and laid her hand on Anemone's forehead, brushing aside her braided black hair. She knew the disgraced commander couldn't hear her, and yet she felt compelled to say something. But she didn't know what to say. She'd already apologized to Anemone, but it didn't feel like enough. But what could she say that meant more than "I'm sorry"? A2 jerked her hand back as Anemone's arm shot up and her cold fingers clamped around her wrist. Her eyes were still closed, not a single mechanism in the exposed interior of her chassis stirring, yet somehow she had moved. A2 tried to pull her hand away, but Anemone's fingers dug in tighter, burying themselves in her flesh. Startled by the spasm, Pascal and A4 both yelped in surprise and lurched backward. Anemone! A2 gasped. With jerky, halting movements, as though every part of her lifeless body resisted every centimeter it moved, Anemone sat up, turned her head, and raised her other arm, splaying her fingers out and plunging them into the most blood-soaked part of her chassis to coat her fingertips like paint brushes in oily red coolant. She smeared the blood on the table, leaving 4 parallel streaks across its surface as she rolled off the table and onto the floor. As soon as she hit the floor, Anemone's lifeless body went limp and her fingers uncurled from around A2's wrist. Falling and flopping at her feet, she lay face down and utterly motionless on the floor. No one spoke a word. A heavy, oppressive, and fraught silence filled the repair facility. At last, A2 willed herself into action and crouched down to lift Anemone back onto the table. As she did so, she caught a glimpse of 3 symbols scrawled in blood on the floor under the operating table. 4 is not equal to 4. I think you upset her, A4 stammered, grabbing A2 by the arm and pulling her away. Pascal, we're so sorry. A2 didn't mean to. Pascal was still dumbfounded, his optical sensors flickering with surprise and confusion. At last, he spoke. That was very strange. But I do not think you or A2 were responsible at all. Perhaps there is an emergency activation trigger within her chassis that I tripped by mistake. Is she okay? A2 asked, still reeling. I think she will be okay. Pascal leaned in and picked up his tools. At any rate, I will endeavor to be much more careful from here on out. We should give Anemone some space, A4 told A2, pulling her aside. A2 didn't want to leave. She didn't want Anemone's cold and lifeless body to lie there without her after everything the two of them had suffered through today. And yet, just as she felt responsible for tearing everything Anemone had held dear away from her, so too did she feel as though she had somehow caused that unexplainable spasm, no matter what Pascal said. Racked with turmoil, she turned tail and ran. Well into the late afternoon, Jackass stewed in her workshop. She didn't have the presence of mind to continue her work, neither her job nor her hobbies. It was too wet out to set anything on fire. She didn't have anyone to confide in. Her line of communication with White wasn't exactly by the books, and the only reason she hadn't gotten a stern rap on the knuckles about it was because White had enjoyed talking to her and Anemone had been sympathetic to her, so she had no one to complain to about how much of an asshole White was being. After this, White would probably raise hell over Jackass' unauthorized direct line to her office just out of spite. So much for loyalty. So much for friendship. So much for love. Jackass lay on her cot, tablet in hand, still poring over her last and probably last altogether conversation with White. The heavy, hollow pit in her stomach ached hard enough to sting. Out of the both of them, how was it that Jackass had turned out to be the one with moral fiber? With a heavy sigh, she set down her tablet and dragged herself off her cot, trudged over to her workbench, and rummaged through her stuff, pulling out the first bottle of drinkable-looking liquid she could find. She uncapped the bottle, brought it to her lips, and felt a sharp, musty odor stab at her nostrils hard enough to make her eyes water. She took a look at the label. Isopropyl alcohol. Not quite the IPA she was in the mood for. Jackass was angry and lovelorn, but it would take a few more shitty days in a row before she'd be desperate enough to drink solvent. With a frustrated groan, she put the cap back on and tossed the bottle into the corner. The twins made booze. Maybe they had some. And maybe they'd be willing to sell. Jackass checked her account balance. Yikes. Had her last resupply of raw materials for research really cost that much? Maybe they'd take pity on her and give her some for an IOU. The door swung open, squealing on its rainwater-rusted hinges as the camp's new interim leader stomped through. "It's me, Commander Laurel. Miss Jack, ass? I presume." Thankful she had her back turned, Jackass took the opportunity to roll her eyes. "It's a type of clover." "Yes. I'll keep that in mind." Good heavens, you live like this." Jackass turned around to see her new boss squinting in disgust at her decor. Gingerly, cringing and wincing as he did so, Laurel prodded at one of the limbs hanging from the ceiling. It started to gently swing. He cleared his throat. "Sorry. I wasn't aware you were in engineering. The Kemp Manifest has you down as Information Analysis Officer for this region." "Yeah, I am. This is just a hobby." Laurel peeked at a crate covered by a ragged canvas tarp, lifting up the tarp. "And these explosives. Hobby. Okay. Well, here's just a little thought. Maybe you'd focus more on your work if your workspace were less oriented to your hobbies and more toward your duties." If this was a performance review, Jackass was certainly not in the mood. She crossed her arms. "Your point?" she asked testily. "Oh, no point." Laurel shook his head and flashed an awkward smile. "Just small talk. Although I hope you take my advice to heart." "I'm kind of, busy," Jackass said, hastily swiping her tablet from her cot and clearing away her conversation with White before Laurel could catch sight of it. She had the feeling this guy wasn't as willing to look the other way as Anemone had been. Not really in the mood for small talk. "Sorry. I'm not just here for small talk. I want to ask you some questions about Commander Anemone." Jackass tensed up. She wasn't going to rat out Anemone. Someone here had to stand up for what was right around here, and if it had to be her, then so be it. Besides, Laurel had hardly endeared himself to her. "Yeah," she answered, as laconic as she could be. "Had she been acting strange, in your opinion, over the past week, or 2, or 3? "Strange." She shook her head. "No." "Apprehensive? Worried?" "No more so than usual." "And what do you mean by that?" "If you haven't noticed, this camp is surrounded by machine-occupied territory." "Yes. I know. Mine is, too." So, of course, she was a little worried. "I suppose so." Compared to her baseline levels of anxiety, Laurel held up his hands. Was she a little more, a little less, right in the center? "I haven't noticed anything, Laurel." "Commander Laurel." This guy was asking for a middle finger shoved up his nose. "What are these questions about?" Jackass huffed. "I think I might have misjudged Anemone's situation," Laurel said. He backed into one of Jackass' dismantled android bodies hanging from the ceiling, jostling it, and let out a yelp. The smattering of parts dangling in the air swung and clattered like an ugly bunch of wind chimes. He sputtered and gasped as he caught his breath. "Jackass, I will double your stipend if you get rid of this garbage and clean this place up by the end of the day." "Yeah, sure, I'll get right on that," Jackass muttered under her breath, confident that she would not get right on that. "Anyway," Laurel said, scratching at the loose stitching on his face, "our original preconception, based on Commander White's tip-off, was that Anemone had been sheltering A2, a known fugitive, which I shouldn't need to remind you is a severe offense." Jackass nodded along. "But seeing how A2 behaved when we confronted Anemone, I'm starting to wonder if perhaps," Laurel's eyes narrowed, "Anemone was being coerced into helping her." "You think A2 was holding her hostage?" He nodded. "And that changes everything. We can't hold her accountable for something she did under such duress or, well, at least, not as accountable." "So you're saying she's innocent?" Jackass was shocked. This was a twist she hadn't expected. If Laurel could convince the top brass that his theory was right, Anemone could come back. Everything would go back to normal. But to do that, she'd have to corroborate his story. And that meant saying that Anemone hadn't been A2's friend, but her victim. She held her forehead in her hand. "Oh, God, Anemone's gonna hate me for this," she mumbled. "I think," she said, "you, might be onto something, Commander Laurel." Laurel closed his eyes and let out a long, relieved sigh, his tensely hunched shoulders falling. I knew it. I knew she couldn't have gone rogue. He took her by the arm and all but pulled her out of the workshop. Come with me. I need you to record a statement backing up my theory. Anything you can say that will demonstrate that A2 is holding her against her will. Yeah, sure. And can you think of any places A2 might have taken her? Laurel asked. I'll want to get a rescue operation online as soon as we get the green light for it. He and Jackass passed by a YORHA unit conversing with her pod. Analysis, Unit 6E's black box signal still cannot be detected. Proposal, Unit 7E should send a signal to the bunker to restore Unit 6E from her latest backup. It's only been a few hours. Pull up her most recent known location. Excuse me, Laurel interrupted. 7E, right. 7E turned away from her pod, looking vaguely annoyed. Jackass could relate. Yes. How would you like to participate in a search and rescue operation? 7E turned back to her pod to peruse the map it had projected. Sorry. Not my purview. Undeterred and undaunted, Laurel grinned. But terminating A2 is, I'm assuming. 7E cocked her head. Analysis, Unit 6E's black box signal was last detected in the area where she and Unit 7E encountered the rogue Unit A2. Hypothesis, Unit A2 terminated Unit 6E. SHH-7E lightly pushed her pod aside. I'm listening. A2 finally found a place to be alone in the highest branches of the oak tree that formed the village's hub. Far away from cavorting machines down below, far away from Pascal and his eternally accommodating manner, far away from Anemone. Far away from her failure. Maybe she would stay that way. Vanish into the forest. Become a legend again, a monster stalking the wilds, spoken of only in hushed whispers, glimpsed only by her pursuers. It was where she belonged, what she deserved to be out there, alone. A2 imagined how much better things would be right now if Anemone hadn't taken her in, if Anemone had been smart and had only cared about herself. She couldn't undo what had happened today, or the day before that, or the day before that, but she could make things right starting today. Anemone deserved better than a life saddled with her. She would be safe here with Pascal, but not if A2 stuck by her side and complicated things. At this point, even though she'd said otherwise, Anemone would surely be relieved to not have A2 in her life anymore. If any incident could compel that naive woman to put aside her sunny optimism and her foolish insistence on protecting her, it was this. A2 had been right to think I'm sorry wasn't enough to say back there. She should have told Anemone goodbye, too, now that she couldn't insist otherwise. She cried more than she'd cried in years over that revelation. Sobbed, wept, so hard and for so long that her chest ached and her throat burned. The only times she'd cried harder had been the first morning she'd woken up alone after her first and last mission and the first time she'd killed one of the assassins YORHA sent after her. After those 2 times, she'd thought she'd used up all her tears. She'd been so wrong. As the tears stemmed their flow and the hollowness in her chest swelled, A2 lifted her head to the cloudy, pitch-black sky and let out a long, slow, mournful howl. No answer. She howled again. Only the echo of her own voice, hollow and insubstantial, responded to her outcry. Of course, she couldn't count on 64B to call back. That big idiot probably rightfully hated her for what she'd allowed to happen to 8B. For spewing that hypocritical nonsense over moving past the dead just before 4 had popped up. What had 8B been thinking? A2 couldn't even take care of herself, let alone those 2 other hapless girls. As much as 22B looked like the reasonable one between the 2 of them, neither had any clue how to survive on their own. Number 2? Is that you? A2 coughed and caught her breath as A4 hoisted herself onto the branch, leaves rustling as she crept closer. Why yeah, she stammered, tripping over her words. It's something I do to relax. You don't sound relaxed, A4 replied, reaching out and brushing a disheveled lock of white hair away from A2's cheek. You sound like a puppy that's been kicked. I just need to do it a few more times. Then I'll feel better. A4 gave her a sympathetic smile and sat down beside her, kicking as her legs dangled off the side of the branch. Would it help if I joined in? I think I just want to be left alone. Oh, come on, 2. You've been alone for 3 years. A4 gave her a gentle shake and leaned closer, closing her eyes, pursing her lips, her head gently tilting as she prepared to. An icy jolt ran down A2's spine. 4, please. She gave A4 a firm, yet gentle shove backward. I'm just going through a lot. I'll be fine later. Crestfallen, A4 pulled back and bowed her head, folding her hands in her lap. 2, you can push anyone else away, but, me? Really? Her voice cracked. After we were both alone for so long. It's not like that. I work through emotional stuff better alone. Let me howl with you once. No. Just once. No. Please. No. A4 leaned in, resting one hand on A2's thigh as she curled an errant lock of her hair around her finger. Please. No, I'm embarrassed by it, A2 confessed, her cheeks burning as she tried not to think about the gentle pressure A4's hand was exerting on her leg. She wasn't sure how red her face was or whether A4 could see it at all in the dark. I don't want other people around me when How was she supposed to explain to a normal person that ever since this morning, she'd been filled with the urge to howl at the sky and run around on all fours and lick people's faces, and it made it even harder to be around people than it normally was. Oh. I'm sorry. A4 pulled back. I was just so happy to find you, I just don't want to let you out of my sight. Just like Anemone. Maybe you should get over that. A2 pulled up her legs, tucking her knees in against her chest. You're gonna end up in some pretty fucked up places if you stick with me. It'll be you on that table next. Come on. You and me, two badass Yoarha prototypes. There's nothing the two of us can't handle together. Change your tune now and save me the trouble of waiting, A4, A2 huffed. Just let me run off and. But 2, we just got to know each other again. I know you were happy to see me again. Just let me run off, and if I die, I die, but at least I won't drag anyone else down with me. A2's outburst was loud enough to rustle the leaves. 2, A4 laid a hand on A2's shoulder. I followed you to the end once. I'd do it again. You're worth following. A2 bowed her head, sniffling as she choked on the lump in her throat. F4, she whimpered. Please, she whispered, her voice dropping to a hoarse squeak, you. A4 leaned in closer, and once more, A2 felt a hazy, cloudy warmth fill the void in her chest. Her keen eyes traced the faint details of A4's face in the darkness, the glint in her eyes, the twin wet streaks running down her cheeks. Deep down, A4 said, beneath the pain, beneath the scar tissue, you're still the 2 I followed into battle, and no matter what happens, I will always love you for that. A2 closed her eyes as she felt the soft, wet, oddly salty texture of A4's lips as they locked against hers. The scent of sea salt, brine, and rosemary filled her nostrils. Something burned inside her, starting in her chest around her black box and sinking downward as she leaned in, her fingers clutching at the rough bark beneath her, a muffled moan struggling to force its way out of her mouth. A2 felt a puff of breath on her cheek from A4's nostrils as the two of them remained connected. A4's hand slid down to her waist, then to her hip, then to her thigh, slipping beneath the warm and fresh fabric of her dress to caress her bare skin. A2 let out a muffled gasp. Her head was too hazy, too heavy for her to think clearly, but still she managed to ask herself. How could she possibly have wanted to be alone when 4 was here to give her everything she needed? A4 grew more forceful, leaning in harder, pushing A2 back. Her tongue parted A2's lips and probed her mouth, curiously brushing against A2's tongue, weaving around it, their teeth clinked together. A2 squirmed and curled up tighter, one hand still digging into the branch to keep herself steady, the other threading its way into A4's ponytail and brushing against her scalp, her fingers worming their way into curled and knotted wisps of hair. She had no idea what to do, what she should be doing, only that she wanted more of whatever 4 was doing to her. And 4, to her delight, seemed all too happy to oblige her unspoken wish. Another icy jolt pierced A2's back, tearing down her spine, her limbs spasmed, inadvertently, she all but threw A4 off of her and lost her balance. She toppled over and fell from the branch. Shadows on shadows spun around her, leaves hissing and rustling as she fell through them and disturbed their rest, smaller branches bending and cracking against her back and waist as she tumbled through the air. She hit the wooden walkway that circled the tree trunk with enough force to knock the wind out of her. The sensitive wounds in her leg smarted. Two, are you all right? Atu blinked and wrinkled her brow as she pulled herself up to her hands and knees. 4 sounded a lot closer to her than she should have been. She looked up and to her surprise saw 4 staring down at her, her face twisted in a mortified expression. Her wet cheeks glistened in the light, the skin around her watery eyes was puffy and red. The warm lamps that lit up the village framed her head like a halo, light shining through her snowy hair. The light also seemed to shine through her skin and clothes. 2, she gasped with a hushed and shaking voice, her chest heaving with exhaustion and worry, please tell me you can. And as suddenly as she had appeared, she vanished. 2, are you okay? A 4 leaped down from her perch, navigating the lower branches with cat-like grace until she reached the walkway. She rushed to A2's side and helped her up. I am so sorry, 2, she babbled, I must have gotten carried away and pushed you, you're not hurt, are you? And no, I'm fine, A2 wheezed, gingerly rubbing her aching stomach. I've had worse falls. You look pale. Like you've seen a ghost. A2 shook her head. It was nothing. Just, A 4 cocked her head. Her face turned ashen, her brow furrowing with concern. It's just a glitch, A2 assured her. Like those memories I made up of you dying. Just some messed up data playing tricks on me. It wasn't like it could have been anything else. 4 was standing right here beside her, after all. A 4 smiled. I'm sure it'll go away once you get used to having me around. Yeah. A2 nodded. Yeah, I think it will. So, what we were doing up there? A 4's smile turned coyer, her lips curling slyly to show a tantalizing sliver of her teeth. Yees. We could maybe do more of it. Oh, 2, A 4 grabbed her by the shoulders, her grin widening. All you have to do is ask. A2 felt her face, her chest, and her everything else start burning. But, A 4 said, glancing around, maybe we could go somewhere a little less public. A2 looked to her left and right, noticed a crowd of machines gathering on either side of the two of them, and agreed. By the time she and A4 returned to the wooden hut they'd been allowed to spend the night in, A2 was starting to feel queasy and, sadly, not in the mood for the exciting things A4 could make her feel. She glanced out the window. The sky was still cloudy, but she could tell that it was getting late. The moon had always crept up on her before, but this time, she felt a growing dread build up inside her, as though she were becoming more attuned to the natural cycle surrounding her transformation. Is the moon coming out soon? She asked A4. The moon. A4 put her hand on her chin. Yeah, soon, probably. But it looks pretty cloudy outside. Too bad it'd be nice to go moongazing with you, too, she said, smiling. A2 felt even warmer. Maybe tomorrow. I'm gonna go, do something. Alone. But we just got here. A4 protested, wrapping her arms around her and pressing herself tightly against her. She slithered around her like a serpent. I just remembered, I always do this thing alone before I go to bed. Alone. It's very important. Why don't we do it alone together? 4. Oh, is this like the howling thing again? A4 asked. I'm just, A2 felt her forehead growing hotter. It was going to happen soon. She could feel her fur bristling under her skin, the tingling running from the tips of her ears to the tip of the tail she didn't have, yet. This was most definitely not something she was comfortable sharing with A4. If her transformation was as gruesome to watch as it was to feel, A4 would be rightfully horrified. She couldn't put her through that. Her nose started to itch. Hey, A4 noted, reaching out and rubbing her finger against the tip of A2's nose, there's some, dirt, I think. On your nose. The brand on her shoulder began to throb and burn, knife-like pangs stabbing into her flesh and twisting. Gritting her teeth as she tried to hide the sudden jolt of pain, A2 tried to pull herself away. I have to go. Stay here, A4 pleaded, reaching out and grabbing her by the wrist. Please, 2, it's been so long, she laid her hands on A2's shoulders, her big blue eyes meeting A2's. 3 years I spent trying to find anyone who survived, and I don't just find anyone, I find you. A2 choked up. She felt the same way. She didn't want to run away from 4, but still. I have to go. I am sorry, I need privacy. A4 wrapped her arms around her in a crushing grip. We have privacy. Right here. A2 felt something inside her crack and a leaden pressure squeezing at the back of her nose, behind her eyes. She had to get away. She pushed A4 off of her, staggering backward as her joints began to crack and twist, fire running through her flesh as her muscles unspooled from her chassis. A sharp cry of pain tore itself from her throat as she lost her balance and fell to the floor. And number 4, run you see can't. Her tongue slipped across loosening teeth, fangs pushing them out of her mouth. You can't see me like. A warm, soft hand sank into the fur that had begun to sprout on her cheek. Oh, number 2. A2 gurgled and choked, spitting out her teeth as she shrank away from A4's touch. She tried to pull herself away, to tear herself free, to escape somewhere cold and dark and private, a place where A4 couldn't watch powerlessly as her body ripped itself apart and rebuilt itself into an animal, a monster. She didn't want 4 to see her like this. Not like. 4's hand slid under her chin, along her jaw, and her fingers began to stroke the backs of her ears. The agony faded. SHH, SHH. Don't be afraid. It was like a switch had been flipped. Her muscles stopped tearing, her nerves stopped screaming, her bones stopped crumbling into rust. A2 sank to the floor, panting for breath, as 4's fingers continued to worm their way through her fur. The changes were still running their course, but it all felt different. Like her body was soft clay being molded by a gentle hand, not flesh being ripped asunder. As though 4 was guiding her, shaping her, dulling all the pain that ran deep into her chassis into warm, throbbing ripples that almost felt good. A4 scratched under her chin. 2. Are you all right? Her voice was syrupy in its sweetness, cloying. Hearing it was like being wrapped in a warm, heavy blanket. F4, A2 moaned, her tongue slipping limply across the row of fangs lining her mouth as she struggled to speak. Why? Why did this, after nearly 2 weeks of all this pain and humiliation she'd had to endure night after night, did it feel so wonderful this time? How could this ordeal become so blissful? How could it be that as she felt her face, her ears, her fingers, and toes all reshape themselves, felt thick fur pushing against the confines of her clothes, felt her tail sweep like the end of a broom, back and forth, across the floor as it sprouted from her spine that a part of her never wanted it to end? Why's it, feel so good, she mumbled. Because I'm here with you. A4 peeled away her clothes, letting the cool night air wash over her fur. There's nothing to be afraid of. You, no Frey. A4 scratched her forehead. Use your words. You're not afraid. I've seen some strange things these past 3 years, A4 assured her, burying her hands in her fur and raking her fingertips across her skin. A2 whined and curled up, resting her head in her lap as the tension and pain ebbed from her aching muscles like blood draining from a fresh kill. Maybe I'll tell you about some of them. A4's scent was stronger now, almost overpowering as it filled A2's nostrils, and on top of the familiar aroma of sea air and woody herbs, A2 caught the faint hint of another melange of scents, an earthy, almost metallic musky odor mingled with the faint scent of smoke and ash. What, as usual, A2 had to struggle at first to sound out every word she wanted to speak. What did you see? Nothing half as incredible as you, A4 said. Her arm curled under A2's stomach and gently hoisted her up. Can you stand? A2 nodded. A4 helped her to her feet and pointed at a tarnished mirror that leaned against the far wall of the homely hut. Look. Ugh. Do I have to? A2 didn't want to see what she looked like. If she was as ugly as the transformation was painful, as she had tended to assume, then. A4 fought to pull her along. A2 fought back. With surprising strength, A4 dragged her in front of it, the stained and speckled surface of the mirror nearly touching the tip of A2's snout. Look. A2 looked at herself in the mirror and for the first time, she saw what her transformed face looked like. A sleek muzzle capped with a glistening, pebbly black nose, a pink tongue draped over rows of ivory fangs, brilliant blue eyes shining like jewels against the forest of her snow-white fur, and long and pointed ears protruding from her shaggy mane. The shape of her body was familiar, more or less, underneath her fur. Her tail started to sway back and forth behind her, swishing from her left to her right, as she watched herself lift her hand and trace with her clawed fingers the contours of her snout. "You're so cute," A4 breathed, slinking behind A2 and laying her hands on her shoulders, burrowing them into her fur. A2 expected to wince in pain, but the bullet wound in her shoulder had vanished, as had the injuries to her arm and leg. Her ear twitched and flicked as A4's breath disturbed it. I am. More than that. You're gorgeous. A2 ran her clawed fingers through her own fur, considering for the first time in her life that she actually might be. Really? She looked closer at herself in the mirror, then to A4's reflection, then back to her own reflection, then to hers, then to A4's, then to hers. Something wasn't right here, no matter what A4 told her. 4. Yes. A4 pursed her lips worryingly. What's the matter? Alucard had said that the transformation grew less severe with the waning of the moon, and the past 8 or so days had so far proven him correct. But tonight, her body hadn't gotten any less wolfish. It was dismaying. Even if she was as gorgeous as A4 said, this wasn't exactly a shape she wanted to stick with. She'd been looking forward to the new moon, the night when she wouldn't transform at all, to at least feel normal for one night out of the month. A2 guessed even know-it-all humans didn't actually know it all. It's nothing. She leaned back and rested her head on A4's collar. I didn't choose this. But you wear it pretty well. Her eyes lighting up, A4 yanked A2's hand away and started to squeeze the rough, hairless patches of pink and black skin on her palm and the tips of her fingers. And you have paw pads. A2 nearly bit her own tongue as she tried to liberate her hand from A4's grip. Her tail began to wag even faster. F4, stop, that tickles. You're even prettier as a wolf. No fair. Letting out a manic bark of laughter, A2 collapsed on top of A4, pinning her to the floor. Before she could stop herself, she dragged her tongue across A4's cheek. A4 laughed. With an almost sinister grin, she buried both hands into the fine, thick fur that blanketed A2's chest, her fingers squeezing and kneading the soft, sensitive flesh underneath. And all this fluff really pads out your figure. 4. A2 yelped, nearly leaping to her feet. Since when had A4 been so handsy? Then again, A2 had changed a lot since they'd last seen each other, too. Not that you needed it. A4 slid her hands down to A2's hips, her fingertips igniting electric tingles across her skin as they raked through her furry hide. A2 panted for breath, her skin burning, her senses overwhelmed, her systems running haywire. She was so excited, so filled with an indescribable heat, that she didn't even feel hungry like she usually did. She didn't know what she wanted to do to A4, but whatever it was, she wanted to do it badly. And then with renewed vengeance, as though infuriated that A2's exploding feelings had drowned them out, the cramps hit hard enough to wrest her away from A4, to pull her across the floor as if they had a hook in the scruff of her neck. A2. What's wrong? A4 gasped, rushing to her side. A2 clutched at her stomach, her claws digging into her flesh. Need food, she gasped. Static and dancing spots of light swirled through her vision. What do you eat? A4 asked, her eyes wide, panic written all over her round, soft face. I'll get it for you. Rum eat. A4 ruffled her fur, planted a kiss on her forehead, and stood up. I'll be right back, she shouted out as she bolted out the door. A2 hardly needed to close her eyes before everything faded to black. An instant later, she felt the heavy, overwhelming scent of fresh blood fill her nostrils and cracked open her eyes to see a red, sopping wet mass of meat lying on the floor in front of her. Springing into action, she wolfed it down, tearing into the lean, gamey meat with ravenous energy, muscle and tendons tearing between her fangs, blood staining her muzzle and slicking her fur into red spikes. Within what felt like seconds, she'd eaten all of it save for the gristle she couldn't chew. A4 hacked another chunk of meat off the bloody, ripped apart deer she'd dragged into the room and tossed it over to A2. Is it good? A2 kept eating. It was. With a satisfied smile, A4 cut another piece and tossed it into the air. A2 snapped it up in her jaws before it hit the floor and swallowed it whole. A4 laughed. Are you gonna eat the whole thing? A2 swallowed and cleared her throat. Probably, she replied. I don't know how to cut this thing up properly, A4 said, opening up the deer's flank and cutting out more meat. Humans had butchers who knew all that stuff, right? I wonder if any of the machines here have that kind of old-world knowledge. Don't bother. I got this, A2 said before she buried her snout in the carcass side. A4 sat back and watched. How does it taste? Still occupied with her dinner, A2 raised her hand and gave a thumbs up. MMNRGH. A4 smiled, then leaned in and cut out a strand of flesh about the size of her finger. She raised the dripping morsel over her head and lowered it into her mouth. A2 watched her chew it, expecting to see her jaws futilely churning up and down as her flat, ill-suited teeth struggled to grind the tough deer meat down to a paste. Instead, she made just as short work of it as A2 had. Blood spilled from between her lips and trickled down her chin, oddly unnervingly, as she casually swallowed the morsel. A4 licked her lips, wiped the blood off her chin onto the side of her knuckle, and then licked the blood off her hand. I think I'd prefer it roasted, she said, her reddened teeth glistening as she grinned. By the time A2's stomach was full, she was beginning to feel fatigued. She and A4 settled into bed, although bed was a bit generous. The machine that lived in this little hut had no need for any sort of mattress, pillow, or blanket. All it had was a rough wooden bed frame that managed to be even less comfortable than the floor. So the floor would have to do. As she drifted off, A2 recalled the cryptic message Anemone had left. 4 is not equal to 4. What did it mean? Maybe Anemone had noticed how much A4 had changed over the past 4 years. But A2 had changed, too. She had just as much of a right to say that A4 wasn't herself as she could say that A2 wasn't herself anymore. So why the big deal over 4 is not 4? And why would Anemone write it? And how could she have written it? She was deactivated. It literally wasn't physically possible for her to move, but somehow. It was probably nothing, A2 decided, as she curled up closer to A4 and nestled her head against her chest. She'd never had a pillow so soft as 4's breasts, never a bed so comfortable as 4's body, never a blanket as warm as the knowledge that she and 4 were together again. How could she hold any troubling thoughts in her head with the woman she loved at her side? Eve had had an exhausting day. Playing with the machine children had been bittersweet. They weren't like Adam. Nothing could fill that aching void in his system. But it had been nice to exercise, to at least try to enjoy himself. His heart hadn't been in it at first, but it hadn't taken long before he'd started to feel more at home with these strange, immature machines. They reminded him of himself. What did that mean? Was he immature, too? Did that make him a child? Since he was only a few minutes younger than Adam, did that make him a child, too? Eve liked this place, he decided. These machines weren't part of the network, but he still felt some kind of connection to them, something nebulous, something he couldn't put into words. It was a place that he felt shouldn't exist, but was glad that it did. Still, it would be nice if Adam were here, too. He and Eve belonged together. If he was going to drag his brother back from Dracula, he would need to be stronger. He would need to be stronger than Adam, he decided as he made his way back up to Pascal's home. He didn't know how to do that, but he would start trying tomorrow. He rubbed the black tattoo encircling his left arm. It was starting to itch. It might have been his imagination, but there seemed to be more of it than there had been before. It extended from his hand halfway up his bicep now. He heard something as he passed one of the huts nestled in the branches of the tree the village was built on. The sound of light, muted laughter. He stopped just short of the window and carefully peered in from the side. A white-haired android was sitting on the floor next to the bloody carcass of an animal with a curled-up wolf on her lap. She seemed to be talking to somebody, but no one else was there. You have my condolences. That was a good trick you tried to pull. The android smiled. It was a strangely Adam-esque smile, the smile he got when Eve brought him something interesting to take apart. Sadly, you overestimated how mentally acute your dear friend is. Better luck next time. Eve suddenly felt cold. The frame of the window shook, rattling the glass panes. "Oh, I won't do anything to hurt her, I can promise you that. I'm going to take her with me." She raked her fingers through the wolf's snowy fur. An empty can lying on a shelf on the wall teetered and fell, banging against the mirror resting against the wall and putting a crack in its silvery surface. The can clattered hollowly to the floor. The android let out a bright, disarmingly cute little laugh. "Oh, yes, I'll bring her back to the master and we'll live together, number 2 and number 4, for the rest of our days, and you? You're going to watch." Hearing this strange android's voice sent a shiver up his spine. Eve recalled how he'd felt when he'd first fought Dracula, that he had encountered something that made him feel smaller than he'd ever felt before. Something that compelled him to run from the house and its sinister occupant. That was not an android, just as Dracula had not been a human. There was something evil in this village. Chapter 12, Barrister's Gavotte. The hidden arenas scattered across the area were simultaneously the Resistance's best and worst kept secret. Whoever wanted to know about them did. Whoever didn't know about them wouldn't want to. What had started as holding cells for captured machine units pending interrogation and dismantling had become something much more, for lack of a better word, entertaining. The machine's handler watched the proceedings from the highest row of seats in the arena, far from the bubbling chorus of voices from the attendees of the latest gladiatorial bout. He hoped these next few machines put up a fight. The crowds circling the shrapnel-laden pit booed and hissed as one of the 2 gates in the walls opened and a pair of battered machine lifeforms stumbled into the light under the none too gentle prodding of their handlers, kicking up plumes of dirt and sand. It was easier finding combatants now that so many machines were beginning to act so oddly. Some didn't even try to defend themselves when they were captured. All they did was scream. The downside, though, was that it wasn't as fun to watch them die when they didn't fight back, but only slightly less so. The machines cowered in the center of the pit, trembling as their optical sensors flickered. "Please let us go," one of them bleated with its harsh electronic voice. The crowd's jeers turned to cheers as the second gate opened. With a confident swagger, a Yorha battler unit strode out, windmilling her arm, the spiked gauntlet encasing her hand crackled with electricity. She basked in the admiration of the crowd, flinging out her arms and dramatically bowing. Her pod bobbed in the air at her side. Yorha field units especially loved this place. It gave them a golden opportunity to practice and show off their newest weapons, techniques, and pod programs. Scanners in particular loved to take control of machines and force them to battle each other. "We don't want to hurt you," one of the machines whined as the Yorha unit began her assault. She danced around it, peppering it with blows, leaving dents and puncture wounds in its rusted and mangled hull. One of the machines squatted on the ground and raised its spindly arms above its round head in a futile attempt to protect itself. "Please don't kill me," it cried out. The crowd booed at it, wads of garbage thrown from the risers bounced off its hull. The machine's handler shuddered, but suppressed it. The machines could beg all they wanted for mercy, but everybody knew that their words were as empty as their souls. Machines didn't think. Anything they said was just a random string of words with no inherent meaning. Their meaningless drivel was something he had to learn to ignore. With the machines refusing to fight back, the Yorha unit's grandstanding and showboating was the only thing that made the match any fun. She drew out the machine's torment, slicing them apart bit by bit with a flashy and elegant display of weaponry, tossing them into the air, juggling them, pulling them into the destructive dance she had choreographed. At last, when the 2 machines collapsed and failed to rise up, the match ended to the sound of joyous screaming and applause. This charnel house was a place of catharsis, a place where every soldier who knew the pain of loss could exorcise their demons and process their grief vicariously through the triumphs of the arena's champions. After the android fighter had left the ring, one of the 2 machines, the more cowardly of the pair, crawled on its spindly elbows to the edge of the arena and slipped down into the dry moat ringing the pit. Its escape was short-lived. 2 other handlers ran over to it, dragged it out, and took it back to the holding cells to await its next fight. As the audience began to leave their seats and file out of the arena, the machine's handler made his way down to the holding cells to check up on his stock. Even though the machines were all in cages, the sight of their flickering ember optical sensors cutting through the gloom still unnerved him. The sound of screams echoed faintly in his head, the screams of his own men as they were ripped to shreds. It had been a long time ago. But those sounds would never leave him. They came back every time he came down here. Before he'd found this place, those flashbacks had terrified him. Now, they galvanized him. He made his way to the cage that held the cowardly machine from the latest fight. It huddled in the corner, trembling. Gaping holes had opened up in its hull, exposing its motors and wires. Before this machine could fight again, it would be repaired. The handler was grateful somebody else took care of that in his stead. Not in a million years could he lift so much as a wrench to aid a machine. He crossed his arms. "What do you call that display out there?" he asked the cowering machine. "You're pathetic. If it wasn't for your opponent, people would have asked for their money back." He knew the machine couldn't understand him, but it felt good to berate it, just as it felt good to watch stronger fighters than him rip these metal abominations to shreds. He was running a show here, a morality play, creating a world within these hidden walls where good always triumphed over evil. But in any performance, both actors needed to play their parts. "I don't want to fight," the machine croaked, curling up tighter. "I want to go home." The handler walked around the cage's perimeter. The machine tried to scurry out of its corner as he neared it, but didn't get far. The handler took out his canteen, uncapped it, and swept it through the air. A whip of water cracked against the cage's bars and the machine's broken hull. Water splashed against live wires. The machine moaned and writhed in pain as its circuits shorted. "We don't always get what we want," he snarled, spilling more water onto the machine's exposed innards and watching it suffer. "But next time, give me what I want." "Okay." He left the holding cells, still in a foul mood, and ran headlong into something soft, yet firm enough to knock him down the stairs and flat onto his ass. No, someone. A Yorha unit, by the looks of it. In fact, it was one he knew well. He'd recognize those big, curly pigtails anywhere. "Oh. S6E, hello there." He picked himself up off the floor. "Suppose you're looking for something to fight, eh? Well, we've had our last fight for the evening, but if you like, I can sign you up for the first fight tomorrow morning." "Oh, I didn't come down here to fight anything," 6E said in her usual sickly syrupy sweet voice, undoing her visor and letting it flutter to the floor as she took slow, precise steps down the stone staircase. The machine handler found himself paralyzed, his legs crumpled beneath him and sent him falling unceremoniously to the floor once more. He couldn't breathe. He could feel heat building up in his chest even as his coolant turned to ice in his veins and his fingertips went numb. 6E's eyes blazed with a crimson light the likes of which he'd never seen before. "I came down here," she said, licking her shimmering, cherry-red lips, "because you're the only one left." She laid a cold hand on his shoulder and pulled down his collar, her mouth split open to reveal two shining fangs that poked into her bottom lip. For an instant before her fangs sank into his flesh, the sight of the machine's cold eyes flickering in the shadows was not the most terrifying thing in the room. With painstaking slowness and precision, Devola sheared away the torn and burned skin from the fallen soldier's face and plucked out fragments of the ceramic alloy chassis underneath, gently removing the shattered remnants of his nose and jaw. She inspected the extent of the damage. The jaw was twisted and deformed, the nose nearly completely blown off, fragments of teeth jutting out at odd angles, shrapnel embedded in the soldier's eyes and shattering the delicate lenses. He certainly didn't have a pretty face anymore, but the circuitry within his cranium seemed to have been untouched. The bullet hadn't penetrated that deeply into his endoskeleton, most likely because his chin, teeth, and nose had soaked up enough of its momentum. That meant it'd be safe to reactivate him right now, although he'd probably prefer to be awakened once he had a face again. Devola consulted the model number printed on his chassis. "Popola," she called out over her shoulder, "can you check in the storeroom and see if we have any model GWM 5852 VFY 38 revision 2 heads lying around? This one's got some bad structural damage." Devola glanced at Popola and saw her sitting cross-legged on top of a 2S tarp-covered chassis with her nose stuck in that dusty old spellbook of hers, oblivious to the outside world as she licked her finger and used it to carefully, daintily flip its worn and fragile pages. Excuse me? A little help." "Oh." Popola snapped the book shut and set it down on the blanket spread out underneath her. "Why yeah, sorry, Dev. What did you say?" "GWN 5852. GWM, Devola corrected, sounding a bit snippier than she meant to. And it's the VFY38 batch, revision number 2. All right. Popala brushed some dust off her lap and stood up. And what did you need? The skull. Yeah. And make sure it's revision 2. The older ones had a totally different port layout. Oh, and I'll need a new right elbow joint, too. Anything else? Devola looked over to the other fallen soldier unceremoniously dumped on the ground in the camp's open-air repair station. She had one more member of Laurel's entourage after No Face here to work on. Let me check. She crouched beside the inert soldier, hoisted him onto an empty gurney next to No Face, and rolled him onto his back. 3 bullet holes so close to each other they were almost touching were embedded in the back of his neck. He'd need a few of the spinal columns in his neck replaced. She peeled away a patch of skin to read the model number. I need, cervical vertebrae C4, C5, and maybe C6 for model number GXV2986 pph. With nothing to do now but wait, Devola sat down next to the remains of A2's body, lifting the tarp to glance at its battered and time-worn chassis. What the hell were you thinking? She muttered at it. Bad enough she'd gone feral and torn her way through these soldiers. Worse that these were Laurel's soldiers she'd massacred, and the ones Devola and Popala had repaired so far hadn't even taken a second to thank the two of them. Necklace and No Face probably wouldn't, either. They knew her too well. Today just couldn't get any worse, could it? Hey, twins! Jackass shouted out, barging past the scrap metal fence separating the repair station from the rest of the camp. Devola hastily covered A2's body and stood over it in a protective stance. Oh, hi, Jackass. Jackass gave her a dismissive wave of her hand. Don't worry. I'm not here about A2. Well, I guess I kinda am. In a roundabout way. What's a girl gotta do around here to get some booze? Devola crossed her arms. Booze, huh. The great equalizer. People who treated her and Popala like dirt every other day of the week changed their tunes whenever the two of them made a new batch, and went right back to business as usual as soon as the last batch ran out. Popala, you haven't started any batches, have you? Actually, I started some this morning, Popala replied. She smiled sheepishly. Sorry. I wanted to keep it a surprise. Jackass perked up. Can I have some? It hasn't even been 12 hours, Devola said. The alcohol by volume of the batch probably isn't even 5% yet. Actually, I think it's done, Popala said, smiling mysteriously. Distracted for a moment from her work, Devola furrowed her brow. What? How? With a devious wink and a sly grin, Popala surreptitiously pointed at the spellbook. Trade secret. Jackass threw her head back and sighed. Oh, thank God. I almost drank fucking isopropyl alcohol today. She sheepishly dragged her heel in the mud. I'm a little strapped for cash right now, but I swear I'll pay you back for a drink or two tonight. Oh, we'll work something out, Popala assured her. Come in, I'll show you around the distillery. Don't, Devola cautioned her. Alcohol was flammable, after all, and Jackass was a notorious fire hazard. As Popala ran off to collect the fruits of her labors, Jackass leaned against the fence, letting loose a frustrated sigh. You seem pretty desperate, Devola noted. Okay, so, this has been the worst day of my life, Jackass said, pouting, and I'd like to take the edge off. Just a little bit. You, too, huh? You, too, huh? Jackass repeated derisively, shaking her head. Your day couldn't possibly be worse than mine. This Laurel jerk's got it out for me. She shoved her tablet in Devola's face. Take a look at this. Devola examined the spreadsheet on the screen. 0600 hours, Army of Humanity High Command meeting. 0700 hours, Review Document 046925C. 0900 hours, Staff Meeting. 1250 hours, Review Document 293450X. 1450 hours, Mid-Afternoon Break. 1500 hours, Staff Meeting. Looks like a busy schedule, she said. Notice anything, unusual about it? Jackass asked, fuming. She clenched her fist. Popple peered at the spreadsheet over Devola's shoulder. He's got you reviewing documents all day. Exactly. And if someone asks me for help blowing stuff up or setting up some mods, I'm supposed to tell them it's not my department and turn them away. And a half-hour break's all I get. Oh, it can't be that. Devola scrolled down to the bottom of the spreadsheet. 1,700 hours, review document 0496X. 1,900 hours, compile daily report. 2,150 hours, rest mode. 0600 hours, review document 45046H. Bad. That's bad. Everyone's getting these schedules. He's gonna micromanage us to death by the end of the week, Jackass huffed, hunching her shoulders and crossing her arms. You know Opuntia? The weapons salesman? He's got a quota. 20,000 G in sales a day or he gets a performance review. 2 performance reviews in a week and he gets let go. What the hell does that mean? Let go to where? Huh. Popple and I haven't gotten schedules yet, Devola said. Somehow, that felt worse of an omen than getting an unreasonable schedule would have been. Just you fucking wait. Jackass buried her fingers in her lank, greasy hair and glanced over at A2's hidden remains. Fuck. A2, what did you do? Popple hurried back into the repair station, hopping over the fence with a pair of canteens dangling from a strap around her neck. Here you go, she chirped, pulling one of the canteens free and handing it to Jackass, who swiped it greedily and uncapped it with such gusto she nearly dropped it. Dev, I couldn't find any parts for GWM 5852, but I got those vertebrae like you asked for. She tossed Devola a burlap bag full of parts. Guess no face is gonna stay faceless, Devola muttered, taking the bag over to Necklace and rolling him onto his back. She took a scalpel to the back of his neck and made a slit in his skin, exposing the bullet-riddled spinal segments. She'd been right to ask for C6. That one had borne the brunt of the damage. The cables that ran through it and connected the soldier's brain to his motor systems had all but disintegrated. Devola finished installing the new spinal segments, relinked the severed cable segments, and patched up her patient's neck, then rolled him onto his back and opened up his chest to reconnect his power supply. She pulled her hand free and sealed up his chest cavity just as the soldier's innards whirred to life, his eyelids fluttering as his chest began to rise and fall. Hey, aren't you supposed to run a data consistency check first? Jackass pointed out. Hey, don't you have a couple androids to go make a centaur out of? Devola retorted. The soldier opened his eyes and focused his gaze on Devola, a flash of recognition and shock fluttering across his face. Devola felt a chill run up her own spine. Among androids, faces were reused with reckless abandon, but nevertheless, this one. Where am I? He asked. The repair station. I just replaced your broken spinal columns. The soldier lifted his head and rubbed the back of his neck, scratching at the edges of the patch sealing the incision. Bit of a shock, huh? Devola asked. Don't strain yourself. You'll adjust. He looked straight through her. Oh, it's you. How's the leg? Devola's breath caught in her throat, a familiar twinge ran through her calf, remembering where skin and metal had been sliced open, remembering the gentle pressure of tight bandages wrapped around it, remembering the regular ache of step after limping step through the slippery sands of the desert. It's fine, she stammered as the soldier slid off the gurney and stood up. My leg's fine. Good to know, he said, a nebulous malice Devola couldn't put into words oozing from his voice. Or was she just imagining it? Devola glanced over at Jackass just to see her reaction, hoping for some validation, some confirmation that it wasn't all in her head. No. She wasn't even paying attention. She had her nose buried in her tablet. Popple, though she hid it well, the horror and recognition gleaming in her eyes reassured Devola, in a twisted way, that what she was feeling was the truth. Take it easy, the soldier added, resting too heavy a hand on Devola's shoulder. The pressure filled her whole body, sinking into her head like molten lead pulled into her skull. His words felt less like a friendly platitude and more like a warning, an implicit don't cause trouble, or else ringing in Devola's ears, inaudible to anybody else like a dog whistle. Thanks, Devola squeaked as the soldier took his leave and walked past her and Jackass back into the camp. Jackass loudly cleared her throat. You're welcome, she sardonically called out behind him. You know that guy? Devola nodded. Wish I didn't. So is everyone from Laurel's Camp an asshole? Jackass asked. She gasped, her eyes widening as her brain processed what she'd seen. Wait, you two are from Laurel's Camp? Yeah. I can see why you left, she scoffed. Was he this much of a micromanager back then, too? No, Devola answered, still too shaken to say much more than a word or two at a time. He was pretty laissez-faire when we knew him, Popola said. Something must have happened after we left that changed his management style. Popola's words were oddly muted, her voice muffled and fuzzy in Devola's ears. All of a sudden, this place wasn't safe anymore. It never had been, really, not entirely. There had always been people able and willing to cause them trouble, but under Anemone's watch, the camp had been far from the worst place the two of them had put down roots in, both idiomatically and geographically. Now, though, Devola wrapped one hand tightly around the other to keep them both from trembling. Why was it always like this? She didn't want to leave. Where would they go? Where could they go? The only other nearby camp was, how far away was it? And even if it was reachable, would it welcome them even half as much as this one had? Dev? Are you okay? Popola asked, resting a comforting hand on her shoulder. Devola took a deep breath and tried to compose herself. The air swelling in her lungs pressed painfully against the growing hollow pit forming in her stomach. I'm fine. Popola gave her a knowing glance, a look that said, you're definitely not okay and it's embarrassing that you'd lie to me about it, as well as words could, and pressed her canteen into her hands, forcibly uncurling her fingers to get it to fit in her grasp. Let's go back to the tent, okay? Dazed, Devola followed Popola as she collected the spellbook in A2's body. Jackass trailed behind them, taking the first of what would be many swigs from her canteen. Normally, Devola would have said something or muttered some snide remark, but her heart wasn't in it. Popola sat down under the peaked tarp, tucking A2's limp and lifeless body into the corner, and laid out a blanket. Sit down here, Dev, she said, guiding her with gentle hands on her shoulders to the ground. It's okay. I won't let him who. The twins both stared at Jackass as she crouched down and brushed aside the tent flap. Jackass furrowed her brow. What? Oh, Popola fidgeted with the hem of her tunic. Why'd you follow us? Because, Jackass said, taking a seat on the ground beside the twins without the slightest modicum of respect for their property, if Laurel has his way, this'll be the last chance I get to do some social drinking before we all get killed by machines. She took another sip. This is some good shit, by the way, she told Popola. She took another sip. Magical shit. You have no idea, Devola wanted to tell her. Thanks, Popola said, but Devola and I, maybe need some time alone tonight. No, I'm fine, Devola insisted, uncapping her canteen and taking a sip. The liqueur, with its vivid floral scent and delicate flavor, filled her with the sense of peace and belonging that no tormentor could take from her. Anywhere she could taste this and feel its warmth coursing through her body was still home, no matter what happened. She smiled as best she could. The drink made it easier. See? Totally fine. Why don't you have some, Popola? Jackass asked. She must have been halfway done with her drink already at the rate she was pouring it down her throat. Oh, I don't drink my own stuff, Popola said, shaking her head. It's a point of pride. I don't want to waste anything so good on myself when other people can. Popola's a mean drunk, Devola interjected. Jackass leaned forward. What? You? Mean? Embarrassed, Popola turned away, folding a hand over her mouth. One mug of this stuff and you could point her in front of a troop of machines and let her loose, Devola said. No way. I saw her punch down a wall once. A whole wall. How big of a wall? Big. That doesn't answer my question. Jackass took another deep, vigorous swig. The three of them hung out in the tent, chatting idly for what felt like hours. Devola nursed her drink. Even what little she'd had was making her feel warm, fuzzy, and so tired she could barely think straight. Which was very nice and very welcome. If she tried to think straight, she'd think her way straight into a pessimistic fugue. How strong was this batch? 1 pint could probably bring down a Goliath-class machine. If they could get drunk. Could they get drunk? Devola waved her canteen in front of Popola's face. Good stuff, Popo. Magically alcholicious. Thanks. Popola reached out and steadied her by the shoulder as she swayed, then placed her hand over the canteen. It's a strong batch, isn't it? You girls have no idea how much I needed that, Jackass said, tossing aside her empty canteen. Fuckin'. Laurel with his schedules, no more shit to blow up. We're happy to help, Popola said. So, what exactly happened to Anemone? Did A2 really kidnap her? Devola set down her canteen. Popola scrambled to put the cap back on before it spilled all over the blanket and plopped her head down on Popola's shoulder. Jackass's words as she explained to the best of her knowledge what had happened that morning buzzed at her ear like a horde of mosquitoes. So either Anemone gets arrested, Popola summarized, or A2 gets killed. Jackass shook her head so vigorously Devola wondered if it would topple right off her neck. Sounds dire, huh? I've got an idea on how to help them both out, but I'm so mad that I can't explain it right now. Popola's face fell. Yes, that's worth being mad about, she said, crestfallen. Devola snuggled up closer next to her, knowing she was wondering what this camp would be like without Anemone to lead it, and those were definitely not happy thoughts. I'll let you in on my idea tomorrow when I'm less mad. You might be able to help. But here's the fucking, Jackass sighed and slumped over, twirling a lock of her lank black hair around her finger tight enough to nearly rip it from her scalp. Fucking king bullshit among bullshit here. You know how they found out Anemone was hiding A2? Didn't 2B find her the other night? Yeah, but that was an intestinal Yorha matter. What? Internal matter? Jackass pounded her fist into the soft, damp ground. Anyway, the commander snitched to the top brass. And here's the fucked up thing, she added, simmering. When I called her out on it, she dumped me. I dumped her, really, it was a mutual dumping. Fucking, she patted at her watery eyes with the hem of her ragged, dirty cloak. White and I broke up. You were dating the Yorha commander? Devola asked, stifling a laugh. Was it just her, or did that seem like the most unlikely pairing in the camp? Even Sis and Alucard are a more believable couple than. Popola gently nudged her in the side. Dev, that's enough, she whispered. Jackass started bawling. I hate her so much, she raged through her tears, that S sancti francti manctisonius be bitch. She's too not good enough F for me. Are you okay? Popola asked. Look at me, I'm Yorha Commander White, Jackass drawled, making a stupid face that was probably supposed to be an unflattering impression of her ex-girlfriend's face. I know what's best for everyone and have never done anything wrong in my entire life, ever. Fuck all y'all. As Jackass broke down, Devola separated herself from Popola and glommed onto her, patting her gently on the shoulder. There. Okay. You can do better. I don't want better, Jackass sniffled. I want her. To hell with her, Devola said. No, she was good once. Great once. Just an all-around, Jackass lifted the hem of her cloak to her nose and sneezed into it. She was hot and cool and fun to be around. And now she's just hot. Popola looked at Devola as though all her skin had fallen off. Not even that. She's ugly on the inside. Jackass raged. She tried to have A2 killed for years and now Anemone's caught up in her bullshit, too, and it's all her fault. That's not the White I know, not her. Not since she went off and took charge of Yorha. Back then, you understood these things like caring about your friends and doing right by them, even if it wasn't legal. Devola patted her on the head. Her slick black hair was so thick with grease and oil that it was almost wet. Hey, plenty of fish in the sea, right? No. There's only one White. But I let her turn into that. Jackass sobbed. I should have stopped her. I could have stopped her. Devola hugged her. It was something she never would have done if she wasn't so buzzed that the tip of her nose was tingling. For the first time, She noticed that beneath the haze of soot and grease that clung to Jackass' skin, she wasn't so bad looking. If she cleaned herself up more often and rinsed off more than twice a month, it wouldn't be so surprising to hear that she and White had been an item. You too, Jackass sniffled and clasped Devola's hand. You're so nice. Why does everyone give you such a hard time? Probably because we let the human race. Popola shushed her. It's a long story. Don't worry about us. You're good people. I'll do right by you, okay? She laid her arm around Devola's shoulders and squeezed. Anyone messes with you, I'll put their arms where their legs go and their legs where their arms go. Devola's heart warmed. She and Popola had finally made a friend, and all it had taken was a free drink. That's, really nice of you. Popola said. And if you ever want some, Jackass winked. Modifications. With a guileless grin still stretching from ear to ear, she closed her eyes and immediately fell asleep, slumped over against Devola's shoulder, and started snoring. Popola snickered. And you were roasting me about Alucard. Huh. Never mind. She picked up her spellbook and buried her nose in it. Suppressing a yawn, Devola crawled over to Popola's side and curled up next to her. No, what did you mean? Nothing. Devola poked at the blank, to her, at least, page. What's on this page? It's complicated. Devola put her whole hand on the page. What's on it? Popola sighed and set the book down. I'm reading a chapter on enchantment spells. Spells you'd cast on clothes or objects or weapons. Or people. No, those are charms. That's next chapter. Devola laid back and leaned against A2's body as Popola went back to reading. Then, after a while of silent study, Popola shot up, the top of her head grazing the canopy of the tent as her spellbook tumbled from her lap onto the ground. Oh, shit, she exclaimed. Dev, Alucard's in trouble. Huh? How do you know? Devola looked up at her, resting her hand on her cheek and her elbow on the chest of A2's old body. Well, it's, humans have to eat, right? But there isn't any food on the bunker. Alucard eats, doesn't he? I guess so. Devola furrowed her brow. Come to think of it, she'd never actually seen him eat anything. I dunno. Maybe he goes out hunting when he's not with us and just roasts some meat like a caveman. She sat up, kicking up her feet and resting them on the shoulder of A2's old body. Anyway, I'm sure the commander made arrangements for something. Maybe not good food, but something. Yeah, you're right, Popola said, sitting back down and scooping up her spellbook, returning to the page she'd left off on. Oh, shit, Devola said. Popola dropped the spellbook again. What's wrong? The color drained from Devola's face. What's Alucard going to do, she asked, if he has to go to the bathroom? Being on the bunker was exhausting. Everywhere Alucard went, salutes and solemn oaths of glory to mankind rang through the halls from somebody saluting somebody or something or other. Everyone here was an utter fanatic for humanity, which was to be expected given Yorha's purpose as the unwitting standard bearer of that lie. But expecting it didn't make it any less unnerving or even painful. Yes, painful. Yorha, the vanguards of a grateful human populace that didn't exist, oblivious to the truth that their gods were long dead. Expectant, optimistic. Hopeful for a glorious reconquista that would never happen, an impossible future in which humans set foot once again on a green and verdant earth and lived, loved, grew fruitful and multiplied. Sure, yes, some philosophers had gone on and on about God is dead and so on and so forth back in the day. But belief in God was a matter of faith in the unprovable. If he were dead, it wasn't as if the Vatican was holding on to his death certificate. Humanity, though, made a poor God, for its absence was demonstrable. If one merely looked in the right place, they could find records of Project Gestalt or see with their own eyes that the colony on the moon was a sham. And it hurt Alucard immensely to see this lie bought wholesale by every single android on this station. It broke his heart, because the death of humanity was his cross to bear. He had no choice but to accept responsibility for not doing enough. He wondered, if he and Julius had struck the final blow sooner, would Dracula have been prevented from seeding the world with the disease that had killed it? He had to get out of here. He had to finish his business with White, settle matters about A2, and get back down to earth. His hidden failure permeated every square inch of this place, filling the air with a thick and cloying miasma only he could perceive. He hated it here. But until White deigned to see him again, he was trapped. The worst thing, though, wasn't the ennui, shame, and guilt this place reflected back on him. It was more that the bunker didn't have any bathrooms. After his run-ins with 2109s, he had spent most of the afternoon loitering outside White's door either for her to exit or let him back in. Fortunately, although there wasn't even a single morsel of food on the station, there was plenty of water he could drink, and he was able to resolve his other problem through creative use of a closet in a garbage incinerator. As soon as he'd relieved himself and returned to his vigil outside White's office, he'd been alerted that she had left the room and returned to her personal quarters while he'd been gone, so he'd decided to wait out there. Yorha, however, did not intend for him to wait in peace. As he stood by White's door, a reedy, nerve-wracked android nearly collided with him as she skidded to an ungraceful halt in front of him. "Yes, sir." "Mr. Sir, sir." "Yes, Miss Ma'am." Alucard asked. "Excuse me, sir, Mr. Alucard, your sirship," the woman asked, trying very hard not to look at him, as though he were the Ark of the Covenant and to look upon his face would mean instant death, as she nervously kneaded her glossy black hair and smoothed out her rumpled black skirt. "My name is, 4H, I am going on a mission to the surface, and, I heard you were giving out blessings." "Blessings? What was he, a saint?" Don't know where you heard that," Alucard said, uncomfortably pawing at the floor with the tip of his boot, but... Out of the corner of his eye he caught sight of two other androids watching from down the hall, peering out from around the edge of an alcove. They were both snickering. Alucard looked back at the girl standing before him. The expectant, yet nervous smile on her face was beginning to fracture. Although a blindfold covered her eyes, the minute trembling of her lip and the almost inaudible whine forcing its way up her throat made it clear that her eyes were watering. If he rebuffed her, it would break her heart. He gave the other two androids another suspicious glance. So that was what was going on. He cleared his throat and raised his hand over the girl's head, and with a solemn bow closed his eyes and spoke to her. "I do not do this for everyone, but in light of your exemplary service and devotion to, humanity," he traced a hurried sign of the cross. "In nomine Patris et Filii et Spiritus Sancti, Amen," he mumbled. Did that count as blasphemy? If there weren't any clergy around to hear it, did it matter? Go in peace to love and serve the humanity. Her smile made whole again, 4H snapped to attention, her spine straight as a rail as she saluted him. "Yes, sir." "Glory to mankind," she shouted in his face before running off. The mouths of the two would-be bullies hung agape. Shocked, the girls slowly emerged from their hiding place and crept over to Alucard. "Hello, sir," one of them said, giving him a polite bow. "We're going on missions to the surface, too, and..." "I'm sorry," Alucard said, "but I've given my last blessing for the day. Try checking back tomorrow morning." The day dragged on. Just as on Earth, there was no clear delineation between day and night on the bunker. Alucard had nothing to go on but his own growing sense of fatigue to discern the passage of time. His stomach growled. Food, like bathrooms, was scarce to come by wherever androids lived, since they didn't need it. At least back on Earth, Alucard could leave the camp to take care of his material needs. When he needed to eat, it was a simple matter of going out into the wild ruins, killing an animal, taking the form of a wolf, so the taste of his catch wouldn't disgust him. Beasts had much less discerning palates than noblemen, and devouring it. Here, there was nowhere to leave to. On top of that, either White hadn't set aside a room for him to sleep in at all, or she simply wasn't willing to show him to it. The former was most likely. After all, she'd initially meant to kill him. Perhaps she still did. Alucard was beginning to see why A2 disliked that woman so strongly. So, what did he do now? It didn't seem he'd see White again today. He supposed he could sleep standing up in the hallway until morning. He could be a very sound sleeper when he put his mind to it. However, the last thing he wanted to be was alone with his thoughts. Fleeing them as one might flee their house if it were haunted, he made his way to the only amenities the bunker had to offer, the gym. Even androids needed to keep in shape, so to speak. Their combat programming could be developed, honed, and improved just as a human's natural skills could. Alucard found that sparring with some of the bolder, or at least less reverent, androids did well to keep his mind off his misery. Although no android was permitted to raise a weapon against him due to his human side, they were not restricted from fighting him hand to hand. The two who volunteered to indulge him were a Type D, or Defender unit, and a scanner similar to Nines, neither of whom were normally equipped with weapons. Nines was an outlier among his caste. Alucard didn't often work up a sweat unless his life were in danger, but by the end of the sparring session, he was drenched with it. He'd long since sloughed off his heavy coat and let it fall to the floor. After an hour or two, he'd shed every other layer down to his undershirt, which clung to his back. On a more positive note, at least the exercise had smothered his malaise, for the moment. The sandy-haired scanner he'd been fighting let out a surprised and pained yelp as Alucard pinned him down, threw him off his balance, and sent him down to the floor hard enough that the sound of his spine smacking against the hard tiling echoed through the spacious room. Alucard stepped back, unclenching his fist and relaxing his muscles, as the android gingerly rolled onto his stomach and slowly climbed first to his hands and knees and then to his feet. How do you keep doing that?" the scanner asked, incredulous. 64D, a mountain of a woman whose broad physique formed as impenetrable a shield as any of her pod's programs could, crossed her arms. "You keep reflexively trying to hack him, 11S, she told him. "It's leaving you wide open." "Oh, is that what you're doing when you keep?" Alucard pantomimed, flinging out his hand just as 11's had kept trying to do throughout their matches. "Sorry," 11's sheepishly answered, scratching at the back of his head. "Force of habit. I'm not used to fighting things I can't hack." "Alucard isn't a thing, he's a human," 64D reminded him. "Right, sorry. No offense." Alucard rubbed his shoulder, which was starting to feel a little sore from the exertion. Having only one arm did make fighting much more difficult and strenuous, even notwithstanding the phantom sensations of the missing arm and the careful overcorrecting he had to do to prevent himself from trying to use it, not unlike 11's and his useless hacking. "None taken." 11's chucked wearily. "Gotta say, this is kinda fun." "Are you planning on staying long, sir?" "Watch out," 64D cautioned. "Get a taste for combat and you might end up like 9S. Alucard's ears perked up. 9S? What about him? "Poor guy's gotten himself killed like 40 times, 11 said. "Killed? Don't you have backups?" Alucard asked. He'd been under the impression that hardly anyone here was even aware of the concept of death. "Yeah, but sometimes you lose things you can't get back," 64D said. "Once, I went too long without backing up, got caught in a machine ambush, and lost an entire day. Or, at least, that's what I'm told." She walked over to 11's and patted him on the shoulder. "Kman, let's hit the showers. It's getting late." Alucard picked up his discarded clothes and followed his sparring partners to the showers. After his experience with his jerry-rigged bathroom solution, he wasn't sure what to expect. Perhaps an android's idea of a shower was more like a car wash or a fire hose. "Once more, thank you," he told the androids, "for sparring with me. You've helped me take my mind off of many horrible things." "An honor and a pleasure, sir," 11's shot back before slipping into a cubicle about the side and shape of a broom closet. A solid, opaque door slid shut behind him, which made Alucard feel no better about his prospects. When Alucard returned from his shower, perhaps the most thoroughly unpleasant shower he'd ever had, and that was quite a bold claim, he found himself surrounded. What seemed to be half the population of the bunker was fanned out in rough concentric semicircles across the training hall. Men and women, mostly women scanners like 9's and 11's, seemed to be the only male cast, with the other specialized units being exclusively female, staring at him expectantly, awe and reverence written on their faces even though their eyes were all covered by the same black strips of cloth. Alucard held his hand over his brow and wearily rubbed his eyes. "Oh, for heaven's sake." A scanner with a soft face and straw blonde hair stepped forward, lowering himself onto one knee and bowing his head. I'm SIXS, sir. I was wondering if you could give your blessing to. Another unit of the same caste grabbed him by the shoulder and pulled him back in the crowd, stepping forward to take his place. I'm 801S, he announced. Do me first. My mission's more important. A combat unit shoved them both aside. We're the ones who go on the important missions. He should give blessings to us first. You battler types wouldn't even know where to go without us. 801s retorted. I'm not giving out any blessings, Alucard said. Nobody seemed to hear him. The crowd began to writhe, each android in it jostling to be the first to step out in front of him. I'm not the fucking Pope, he shouted out, struggling to be heard over the din to no avail. His ears began to ache over the sound of so many people fighting over him. He started to look for an exit, his fingers tapping restlessly at the hilt of his saber as his chest squeezed against his lungs. Of all the things that would get him in the end, he thought it would be the forces of darkness, not a throng of mechanical people ready to trample him over his perceived divinity. A familiar voice rang out in the din. All of you, shut up. A hush fell over the room. With the help of her ivory sword, 2B nudged the quarreling androids aside until they got the idea and parted before her. She walked up to Alucard without a single bit of deference or reverence writ either in her body language or her face. In fact, the dispassionate mask of her blindfolded face, if anything, seemed to belie a simmering anger. Alucard was grateful, in a way. It was better for his conscience for someone to be pissed off at him than groveling at his feet. She grabbed him by the wrist, dragged him along, and pointed her sword at the crowd blocking the way to the door. Move. The crowd parted like the Red Sea. 2B dragged Alucard through the path she'd made. Go to bed already, she called out to the crowd as it condensed behind her into a lethargic mass of bemused androids. This is embarrassing. Thank you, Alucard told her once the crowd had thinned out and the two of them had gotten farther away from it. He could breathe again. 2B said nothing. Alucard could tell that underneath her blindfold, she was glaring at him. For the first time, he noticed that she really was a 2S twin, right down to the smallest detail, down to the mole on the side of her chin. She seemed to have the same attitude toward him as well, although A2 was much more forthright with her feelings, whereas 2B simmered in silence. Alucard had noticed while being escorted to the bunker that while Nines had been willing to pester him with questions until he went mad, 2B seemed to have been hell-bent on ignoring him altogether. Did you want to speak with me? He asked her when the silence between the two of them grew deafening. Are you upset with me for stepping between you and A2? 2B raised her sword, holding the tip of the ivory blade to Alucard's throat, much to the protestations of her support pod. Alucard felt a bead of sweat drip down the back of his neck. He was well aware that the pod's emergency overrides would engage and 2B's sword would vanish from her hand if she tried to hurt him, but a sharp object inches from his neck was, after all, a sharp object inches from his neck. Or, he said, were you looking to spar with me, too? It's disgusting, she said, the way the others are treating you. It was the first time she'd actually spoken to him. I know. I don't like it, either. 2B spun on her heel and walked away, her sword vanishing from her grasp and reappearing floating in the air at her back in a flurry of orange and amber sparks. Wait, he said, I don't suppose you know of any unoccupied quarters I could spend the night in. No, she said. 2B vanished behind the door, leaving Alucard alone once again. Now, as before, he was faced with plenty of time to kill and a choice. Either lean against a wall somewhere and fall asleep and hope he didn't awaken surrounded by a makeshift shrine or flock of praying androids, or he could check up on Dracula's unwitting sleeper agent. His mind made up, he took off for 21OS quarters. It was easier to find than he'd expected. All the quarters were labeled and all the operators seemed to live on the same deck of the station. The door slid open as soon as he knocked on it, although not of 21OS accord. The android woman was resting in the alcove in the wall and didn't notice him standing at the threshold. Did nobody save for Commander White lock their doors in here? Was privacy simply unheard of among the lower ranks? 21O sat up. Alucard. Sir, I wasn't expecting you. Alucard bowed. I'm sorry to intrude, ma'am. There was an oversight setting up my temporary lodging for the night, and... That's not like the commander, 21O said, sliding off her cot. Well, She's very hard-pressed here. Even someone as fastidious as she can miss things. You're more than welcome to stay here until you're given quarters of your own. It would be an honor. 21O led him inside. The door automatically slid shut behind him as soon as he'd cleared the threshold. You have my gratitude. Alucard looked around the room. It was as Spartan as the rest of the bunker, save for the cluttered shelves resting against one wall. There he saw a curious collection of bric-a-brac, a stuffed animal so battered and threadbare it was nothing more than a grayish blob, a faded and tattered blanket, a cracked picture frame with no photo in it, and a tiny pair of baby shoes so worn they looked as though they would fall apart if he breathed on them. Do you like it? 21O asked. Alucard sat down on the chair by 21O's desk. Oh, yes, your decorations are very nice. No, she said, the bunker. What do you think? Nice place. It could use some color, he answered. Now that the combat high and the exhilarating rush of a cold if a little painful rinse-off had started to wear off, he could feel his old troubled mind turning itself against him once more. Bathrooms and food would be nice, as well. I would have thought the commander would have made sure your needs were met. As did I. He sighed. But there's a war on, and amenities are always the first to go. First to go from what? Just in general. The king declares war, the next thing you know, half your crops go to the soldiers and your children tighten their belts. Alucard nearly kicked himself as he finished speaking. Of course, none of the androids here, built and designed solely for the war effort, could comprehend such matters. Wartime was all any of them knew. Humans don't enjoy war, do they? 21O asked. Not the ones doing the fighting, no, Alucard said. Generally speaking. 21O pondered Alucard's answer. We're not so similar, then. You enjoy war? We don't have anything to compare it to. She shrugged. We're designed to fight, or at least aid the war effort in some way. I enjoy my job. Battler units enjoy theirs. Scanners enjoy theirs. I suppose we all enjoy war. Alucard bowed his head. The burden of androids was to have been made for an explicit reason. Humankind had devised thousands of branches of religion and philosophy to answer that eternal question, why am I here? Androids never had to ask it. They were all here, except for Popola and Devola, for the sole purpose of fighting the battles humanity could no longer fight, or in truth, the ones humanity had never been around to fight. It was like being born without a sense of free will, to never need to doubt, to never need to ask why. He wondered if any android had ever cursed their absent masters for their lot in life, or if they were all like Job, never willing to let their suffering turn them against their makers. A 2 and 2B certainly didn't seem to hold humanity in high regard. Perhaps they were two of a kind. Are you sick? 21O asked him. Sick? What do you mean? Alucard asked, stammering, startled out of his reverie. Something I've read about. Humans became ill when they traveled too far from their homes. Oh. That is homesickness. It is not a literal illness, Alucard explained, shaking his head. It's just an ache in your chest, a pit in your stomach, something that reminds you how far away everything you find familiar and comforting is, when you're far away from home. Here Alucard was, in a space station hovering over the Earth, 10,000 years away and many times more thousands of miles away from that town in Central Europe Dracula's castle had lurked on the outskirts of. Nothing of that town remained. Nothing of its people remained. Nothing of the friends he made in the centuries to follow remained, not Trevor or Sypha, not Richter or Maria, not Julius, not Soma, not Mina. Nothing of any people remained, save for crumbling ruins and androids built by androids who all still believed with all their mechanical hearts that there were still people around for them to serve. Yes, he was far from home. Farther from home than anyone had ever been in time, in space. No man in history had ever been as homesick as he. I don't think I can relate, 21O said. I've never left the bunker. It must feel terrible. Alucard nodded. He meant to say, it is, but his throat had grown so dry that he couldn't even produce a raspy hiss. It would be nice to go to Earth someday, she said, turning her head to gaze out the window at the vast emptiness of space. Right now, her quarters did not point toward the Earth, In a few hours, as the station rotated, the planet would slide into view. I've considered asking to be converted into a combat unit. It's the only way I'd be permitted to go. I wonder if I would feel homesick then. Alucard struggled to wet his throat. You certainly would, he mumbled, looking once more at the shelves laden with crumbling artifacts of domestic human life. He cleared his throat. Oh, by the way, how did your maintenance go? He asked, dragging his attention away from 21OS personal belongings out of respect. They didn't find anything out of the ordinary. No, of course they didn't, Alucard muttered. What was that? Nothing. He wasn't surprised by 21OS so-called clean bill of health. Those who sifted through programming and circuitry were bound to miss matters of the soul. But you're still having headaches and blackouts, are you not? Whatever the error is, I'm certain it went away on its own. But you didn't go back to work, did you? No, of course not. Good. Alucard nodded. However, I believe your issues might be a matter of psychology, not program errors. With your permission, I'd like to try and hypnotize you. 21O squinted. You'd like to hypnotize me? Yes. It's a therapeutic technique humans often used. Considering that android minds were built by digitizing human consciousness, I think it will prove fruitful. Alucard leaned forward. Of course, he wasn't going to use the kind of bog-standard hypnotism a stage magician might employ. He had greater powers at his command. He had a hunch he could use those powers to reverse the connection between 21O and Dracula and turn his spy against him. 21O sat down on the side of her bed, sitting across from him. She folded her hands in her lap. Very well. What do I do? Just listen to me and do as I say. Alucard took a deep breath. Hypnosis is self-directed. You must want it, you must trust me. Do you trust me? Of course. Then follow what I say, Alucard said, lowering his voice to a soft half-whisper and speaking slowly. Let my words wash over you. Allow yourself to sink into a peaceful, restful state. He watched 21OS hands sink deeper into her lap, the stiffness leaving her joints. Take deep breaths. Fill your lungs and chest, your air cooling systems or whatever, and slowly let it out. 21O took a deep breath, her chest swelling, and exhaled. I am going to count down from 10. With each number, you will breathe in as deeply as you can and exhale as slowly as you can. Focus your gaze on my eyes. 21O nodded. 10. Deep breath. 9. 21O followed his instructions, and with each number he counted down to, she grew more serene. Alucard kept a close eye on her to see if any unwelcome stimulus or restlessness was holding her back, but she was following his commands with ease. He'd never had an easier time leading somebody into a trance state. He wondered if all androids were so open to hypnotic suggestion. You are letting yourself dive deeper into peaceful serenity. The deeper you go, with every single breath, you feel the soft, warm weight on your shoulders growing stronger. You are safe. No thought that crosses your mind can trouble you. It is all above you, and growing farther away with every breath as you sink down, deeper, deeper, deeper. He watched her eyelids droop, her shoulders slump, the glossy sheen in her glassy eyes turned dull. The world, your past, your present, your future, is open to you. You can view whatever you wish, confident in the knowledge that nothing you see can hurt you. Alucard leaned forward until he was perched on the edge of his seat. I am going to ask you a few calibration questions. Feel free to answer at your discretion. You need not do anything you are uncomfortable with. 21O nodded. Tell me about 9S. Alucard blinked, dumbstruck by his own hastily chosen choice of words. He hadn't meant to ask that question. It had slipped out, as though he, not 21O, was the one whose mind had been opened and tongue had been loosened. If 21O was surprised by his choice of topic, she didn't show it. He's my assigned field agent. I oversee his actions, provide him with tactical data, and provide guidance on his missions. 21O's voice was flat and even, betraying not a hint of emotion. Personally, I've only met him a few days ago, after he was taken off of disciplinary leave. However, the previous 21O knew him far longer. What do you mean by that? My chassis was destroyed about a week ago during the vampire assault on the station. None of my accumulated data could be restored, so I have no memory of my life prior to then. It's been hard on Nines. It seems he felt very close to me. And what about you? I think I was very close to him as well. Why? My previous self kept a detailed self-reference log, 210 said. A diary. She was very protective of Nines. When he exposed himself to unnecessary danger, she would be angry with him and would often verbally berate him as much as, if not more than, the commander would. Alucard recalled that earlier that day, 210 had wanted to ask him questions about his family. Would you say you see yourself as a maternal figure? Or an older sister? I don't know. I'm going to regress you back to your past life, Alucard told her. Picture in your mind a long staircase lined with doors. You are following the staircase downward. The first door on your left will take you 2 days into the past. Open it. What do you see? 9S meets me for the first time, 210 said. He's happy until I speak to him. Then I see the pain in his face. I don't know what to say. All I know about him is that he can be difficult to manage. My words hurt him. I feel an ache. I can't say why. Go 6 doors down. It takes you 2 weeks into the past. I can't go that far. My memories end there. There is nothing stopping you. 210 paused. Alucard wondered if she would refuse to regress to her past life. Perhaps he'd taken too far of a leap. 9S is visiting me at my desk in Ops, she finally answered. He's just done a favor for me and collected several dozen terabytes of data from the residential area in the desert for me to analyze. He did it without putting himself or anybody else in undue danger. I was proud of him. Did you tell him that? No. But I thanked him. Why didn't you tell him? Yoarha units are not permitted to display emotion. That doesn't seem to stop most of you, Alucard pointed out. No, but it's not proper. Alucard probed a few more memories, bringing 210 deeper into her stupor and collecting more information about Nines. Nines, as 210 saw him, was a kind yet often brash man who wore his heart on his sleeve in stark contrast to other units such as 210 herself or his partner, 2B. He was polite and respectful, yet all too often irreverent when he thought nobody was listening. For the most part, he did what he was told with little trouble, but wasn't afraid to speak his mind. As Alucard had learned before, though, 9SS curiosity, a zest for knowledge that all units of his type possessed but none had in as great a volume as he, was his most prominent trait. There was a bit of Soma in there, but Alucard couldn't tell how much. Not with so much of 9SS caste informing his personality. If anything was there, was it a coincidence, along with his eerily similar voice? How could it be anything else? No replicant or gestalt had been made from Soma's soul and body, so how could the androids have obtained a record of his body and mind? Was it simply coincidence, or was it fate? Despite his further questions, Alucard moved on. Now, 210, he said, I'm going to ask something different of you. Close your eyes. 210 closed her eyes. The door at the bottom of the staircase is white. But there is a stain on it. Visualize it. A white door with a black stain like an ink blot on a clean leaf of paper. Can you see it? Yes. Look into it. Focus on the stain. Let it fill your mind's eye. See nothing but darkness and hear nothing but my voice. There was a slight shift in the position of 210's dulled eyes as they unfocused. I see it. Look deeper. Deeper until you see the light within the darkness. Yes. What can you see now? 210 licked her lips and swallowed. I'm sitting in a throne that is too big for me. My arms are spread out to grip the sides. My fingers are tapping restlessly. I'm waiting for something. Alucard fought to mitigate his surprise, careful not to jar 210 out of her trance state. Was she seeing through Dracula's eyes now? Where are you? It's a dark room. Circular. This room looks like part of a ship, buried deep underground. Thin strips of dim blue light run along the walls. I'm the only one in the room. What are you waiting for? I'm going to meet with Alrox. He let an intruder destroy my trophy room. I expect him to do something about that. A slightly amused lilt broke through her slow, monotone voice. Alrox. So Dracula was resurrecting his old allies. Whatever his plans were, he seemed to be pulling out all the stops to see it through to completion. What else can you perceive? I can hear something, 210 said. Alucard inched backward, surprised. Describe it. Her lips barely moved, her voice was but a whisper as she sang a gentle melody. There was no inflection or emotion present in her voice, merely flat, lifeless tones arranged in order. We passed along the stair, we spoke of was and when. Although I wasn't there, he said I was his friend. Alucard felt a chill run down the back of his spine, like rolling water from a melting ice cube resting on the nape of his neck. These words sounded maddeningly familiar. Where had he heard this before? Of all the things for Dracula to do in his downtime, was he listening to music? Like a moody teenage boy whiling away the afternoon in his bedroom. Which came as some surprise. I spoke into his eyes. I thought you died alone, a long, long time ago. That's enough, 210, he said, leaning forward and concentrating, focusing his mental efforts on reining in her wandering mind, spectral tendrils of his will wrapping around and throttling the connection she had to Dracula's mind. Oh, no, not me. I never lost control. You're face to face, 210 opened her eyes. With the man who sold the world. A faint smile tugged at the sides of her mouth, an alert spark lit in her still dulled eyes. She moved like a stop-motion doll. Hello, Alucard. Alucard's cold blood ran even colder. He had to pull 210 out, but he knew that trance states couldn't be broken so suddenly or violently without risking an adverse effect, especially when he'd used magic to augment his hypnotic technique. 210, I'm going to count back from 10, and... Dracula smirked. Don't be too frightened. I won't be long. Alucard felt as though his bones were filled with ice. He couldn't even blink. Dracula cocked his head. I can't say I'm surprised about your interest in 9S, he said. He triggers something within you, doesn't he? I'm sure the same instincts this woman feels are straining at the confines of your guarded heart. Alucard gritted his teeth. Oh, don't ruin your calm demeanor. It's up to you to guide 210 back to the waking world, isn't it? The maddening smile never left Dracula's face. This is fun, but I'm soon to be very busy, so we'll have to cut our meeting short again, I'm afraid. Don't worry. We'll meet again soon, and hopefully face to face. In the meantime, I'd suggest you not try this again. The sinister demeanor vanished from 210's face as Dracula's mind left hers. Close that door, Alucard told her, shaken, struggling to keep his voice calm and level. Turn your back on it, and walk back up the staircase. Breathe deeply, evenly, with each step you take. The air around you grows thinner, your limbs less heavy, with your slow and steady ascent. You crest the surface of the waking world slowly, carefully, like a diver ascending from the seafloor, and as I count from 1 to 10, you will gradually emerge from your trance state. He counted up, watching the bright, glossy shine return to 210's eyes. When he hit 10, she swayed as though she'd lost her balance. Are you okay? He asked her. 210 caught her breath, as if winded. How much do you remember? Alucard hoped the experience of having Dracula speak through her would be a blank spot in her memory, just like the other time he had possessed her. He'd been beyond foolish to try such a thing, to use this android as nothing more than a mere tool to gain a foothold over his enemy. Who was that man? 210 asked, still dazed, still disoriented. Her fingers twitched anxiously, her muscles tensing. Whatever the hypnotism had done to calm her had been completely erased already. She remembered enough. That man, Alucard said, taking a deep breath to regain his composure and leaning forward, hiding his mouth behind his hand, is Dracula, Master of Vampires and Lord of Darkness. 210 lowered her head. Is he why I've been? The headaches and blackouts are his doing. He can see through my eyes. He can do more than that. Shaken, 210 folded her hands in her lap and bowed her head. I'm sorry, Alucard told her. It was wrong of me to expose you to that without warning you beforehand. Please forgive me. 21O laid her palm against her forehead, her fingers burrowing into her hairline and distressing her short golden hair, eyes squeezed shut in consternation. No, it's good that we found this out now, she said, fighting, and failing, to keep her voice as low and even as it had been in her trance state. I've been feeding him information on all of your Ha's operations for a week, she mumbled, her hushed voice laden with dismay. I'm sorry. 21O shook her head, pulling away her hand to reveal that her ironclad composure had once more reasserted itself. Her eyes were clear and hard, her expression steely and cold. No, sir. You were right to bring this to my attention as soon as you did. Thank you. Alucard was surprised by how well 21O was taking this. Androids, it seemed, were made of stronger stuff, mentally as well as physically, compared to humans. I'd rather not bother the commander with this so late in the evening, 21O said, nervously plucking at the hem of her glove with her thumb and forefinger, especially considering how indisposed she seems. That is likely my doing, Alucard said. Our meeting left her very shaken. Somehow, she was very distressed to have met a human in the flesh. However, 21O nodded, as if she could read Alucard's mind and shared his concern. There's no telling what this Dracula has been using me for, or what he might use me for tonight. Scorched earth is well within the realm of Dracula's capabilities, Alucard agreed. He could easily find a way to bring the entire bunker down if he could no longer secretly exploit it. It would be child's play, considering what he'd done to the human race. Unbidden, Alucard's hand curled into a fist, fingernails biting into the meat of his palm hard enough to leave deep, bleached white crescent moon scars. 21O bowed her head. Alucard, will you watch over me tonight? Alucard nodded. I will. We shall confront the commander first thing in the morning. Hopefully then she will be of sound mind. Relief spread across 21O's worry-stricken face. Thank you, sir. She placed her left hand to her breast. Glory to. Don't, Alucard said, holding out his palm. I did not come here to be praised and fawned over. A simple thank you will suffice. Thank you, then. 21O went to her door and locked it through whatever magical-seeming means androids had of locking their doors, then materialized a translucent keycard in her hand and handed it to him. It was, Alucard had to admit, as someone who had dealt with many strange and esoteric keys over the course of his life, the oddest key he'd ever been given. It had no texture whatsoever. He could feel the skin of his thumb and forefinger meeting as he grasped it. Look after 9 seconds for me, she told him as she laid herself down on her Spartan cot, not even bothering to pull her bed's thin blanket over herself. Please. Alucard nodded. I shall. You have my word. With the room secured, 21O insisted to Alucard that the door was linked solely to that holographic card and that no matter what happened, an android of her model would be unable to overpower him should the worst happen. She shut down her systems and entered so deep a slumber it seemed she might as well have been dead. As weary as he was, Alucard kept watch over her all through the night, hunched over in his chair with cold starlight pouring down on him from the window to his side, the omnipresent droning of the bunker's mechanical systems fading into dull white noise. Not once did she stir. Perhaps it was because Dracula knew his puppet was being so closely watched. The Army of Humanity's Council of Generals had arranged a meeting early in the morning to further discuss the matter of Anemone and A2. White decided to attend the meeting in her quarters. Not since her initial hearing to determine whether she was fit to take command of the newly established Yorha Autonomous Infantry had she felt so miserable, so lethargic, so drained of energy and vitality. She'd slept as long as was required for a model of her type and slept well. Never before had she welcomed it so much, after how hellish yesterday had been, yet still felt as though she hadn't slept at all. It was all psychological, of course. Her power supply was at full capacity, all systems were green. The way her eyelids seemed to be made of lead, the stiffness in her joints, the dryness in the back of her throat, they were all just her imagination. Willing away the grogginess, White put her terminal back together as best she could, leaving the keyboard just slightly askew, and tried to smooth out her rumpled dress and fix her bed-flattened hair. Hardly the ideal impression to make on her superiors. One by one, 6 headshots appeared on the screen of her terminal. 4 belonged to the generals who wielded supreme authority over the resistance, all of the same model, all with the same face, all with the same voice, which made dealing with them individually very difficult and dealing with them as a group even more so. One to Commander Laurel, the resistance cell leader who'd taken the reins from Anemone in her absence, and one too much to White's surprised Jackass. White supposed she should thank Jackass for making sure she would not be the least presentable person in attendance. "Good morning," one of the 4 generals said. His portrait, as well as his voice, was fuzzy and shot with static. He was stationed on one of the 12 other space stations in orbit around the Earth, and his signal had passed through a heavy radiation belt to reach the bunker. "I trust we are all familiar with the matter at hand. Commander Laurel, you and Officer Jackass Clover have claimed that in light of new evidence, we should re-evaluate our judgment against Commander Anemone. We're ready to hear it." Jackass rubbed her bleary eyes, the effort making her look no less haggard. Commander White. I wasn't expecting you." In his own panel, Laurel fidgeted with a pip on his collar. "Commander White is here to ascertain the veracity of your evidence," one of the generals replied. "I take it this will not be a problem." "No, not at all," Laurel said. "Allow me to say it as simply as I can. Anemone is innocent." The 4 generals shifted uncomfortably. White pursed her lips in bemusement. She didn't know Laurel well, but he was, as far as she knew, a level-headed man, if a bit too fastidious, and for White to accuse someone of being too fastidious was rare. Had Jackass put him up to this? "You are aware, of course," one of the generals said, "of the magnitude of Anemone's crime. Harboring a deserter is a serious offense. We cannot allow members of the military, even high-ranking ones, to get away with aiding and abetting those who exit the military without permission," another one added. "It sets a bad precedent for leadership and encourages the rank and file to desert." Jackass cocked her head. "Do you actually have any evidence of that?" The general she'd spoken to shot her a sharp look. Sir," she hastily added. "Anyway, I get it. What Laurel and I..." Laurel coughed into his fist. "What Commander Laurel and I mean is that we don't believe Anemone offered aid and comfort to the enemy of her own free will," Jackass said. "The charges against her should be lessened." "Yes, that is the argument we'd like to present," Laurel said, nodding. "The charges against Anemone for lending succor to A2 should be lessened." "Or dropped," Jackass added. "Or Dr. Laurel stopped nodding, paused, and shot Jackass a half-skeptical, half-irritated look, making it quite clear that unlike the rest of this meeting's attendees, he and Jackass were in the same room. "Dropped, perhaps, if the High Command wills it. Certainly lessened, at the very least." "At the very least," Jackass parroted. One of the generals who hadn't spoken up yet narrowed his eyes, squinting skeptically. "Are you claiming that A2 coerced Anemone into providing shelter and medical treatment?" "I'm going one step further," Laurel replied. "I have reason to believe that A2 was holding Anemone as well as the entire camp hostage." White closed her eyes and bit her tongue to keep from laughing. "Think about it," Laurel continued. "It was well known throughout the region surrounding Anemone's camp that a dangerous fugitive stalked the ruins. This fugitive entered the camp and met with no resistance. Of the dozens of soldiers stationed there, not a single one attempted to apprehend her. She was even reported to have harmed soldiers stationed in the camp and suffered no consequences. As lenient as Anemone can be, she is not that lenient. According to Commander White's report, YORHA Unit 2B made an attempt to terminate her, but was rebuffed," one of the generals noted. "That's right," Laurel said. "And isn't it odd that not a single person stationed in the camp came to her aid? I propose that the entire camp was terrorized by this vengeful fugitive, fearful to do or say anything to displease her." Jackass cringed, her mouth stretching into a pained grimace, but she recovered quickly. "It's, her gaze dipped downward, then flitted from side to side as she bit her lip. "It's true. She was ruthless. She had the whole camp under her thumb. I was threatened into repairing her. We have other medics on staff who can attest to the same thing." White was astounded at the extent to which Jackass was lying so blatantly and so obviously. She could pick apart 1,000 holes in her testimony just from those few sentences alone. It is hard to believe that a first-generation YORHA prototype could exert such influence, especially over an entire camp full of soldiers, one of the generals replied. "Commander White, What do you have to say? For starters, White said, Officer Jackass' testimony is missing some key context. Anemone and A2 were close friends, as documented in the Pearl Harbor descent operation reports. It is much easier to believe that Anemone's prior relationship with A2 led her to flaunt authority than it is to believe that A2 was threatening violence against her. Commander Anemone was always extremely lax when it came to rules and regulations, one of the generals chimed in. Your hypothesis, Commander Laurel, Officer Clover, strains credulity when compared to the simpler story presented by Commander White. Just because a story is simple doesn't mean it's right, Jackass insisted. Then how do you explain A2's violent outburst? Laurel asked the tribunal. She murdered 6 of my men and dragged Anemone out of the camp against her will. How do you know it was against her will? One of the generals asked. Because if Anemone had wanted to leave, Jackass replied, shrugging, she'd have run away herself instead of having to be carried like a sack of spare parts. Besides, White said, Commander Laurel and Officer Jackass are omitting a key event from their testimony. She steepled her fingers. I am speaking, of course, of Anemone's meeting with me, in which she offered a passionate, spirited, and utterly earnest defense of A2's conduct and all but begged me to rescind her termination order. Laurel's eyes bulged. He shot Jackass a dirty look. She what? He snarled under his breath. Jackass, White recalled, had exited the meeting early on, before Anemone or Alucard had made any earnest effort to argue on A2's behalf. She was unaware of anything that had transpired in that room save for the fact that, obviously, something had happened. White took a deep breath. Anemone's words were as follows, and I quote, she is a good person. She always has been. From the beginning, she's always been a kind, caring, tender person who has always wanted to do right by her friends, no matter what, and even though she's a little rougher around the edges and she's missing most of her original skin, she's still the same person she was before. The same good person. And she deserves to live. Whatever she's done to warrant her execution, she's more than made up for it. End quote. As White recited the last words of Anemone's testimony verbatim, she crossed her arms and watched Laurel's and Jackass' faces fall. That makes things about as clear as they could be, one of the generals said. Thank you for your added testimony, Commander White. It is clear that Commander Laurel and Officer Jackass have presented a testimony with glaring errors at every turn. There will be consequences for your perjury, another general said, giving Laurel and Jackass a pointed, stern glare. It isn't perjury, it's true, Laurel insisted, his patchwork face reddening. Every word of it. It may be true that A2 and Anemone were good friends once, but that just made it easier for A2 to take advantage of her. Jackass shouted, banging her fist on something with a loud, hollow thud. Don't you see that? A2 had Anemone wrapped around her finger. Her composure fractured further with every word she spat out, and she had never had much to begin with. Forget what you think you know about A2 from those Pearl Harbor documents. Years of living in exile, hunted by Yoarha termination squads, has made her ruthless, violent, and manipulative. How do you think she, an ailing, broken prototype, survived against dozens of advanced, top-of-the-line androids designed specifically to terminate her? It wasn't by being kind, it was by being a monster. It was an amazing stream of invective considering that every word of it was false. Jackass huffed and puffed, panting, and gasping for air, the wild, mad glint in her eyes fading. The generals had been stunned into silence. Laurel reached up and wiped away the flecks of errant spit that had landed on his cheek. She's a monster, Jackass repeated, her voice hoarse and cracked, her expression crestfallen. She looked as though she were going to burst into tears any second. White couldn't remember the last time she'd seen her so viscerally upset if she ever had. We have a duty to rescue Anemone from her. If we don't, who knows who her next victim will be. The 4 generals all turned their gazes downward as they consulted privately with each other through text. After a few seconds in which Jackass and Laurel waited with bated breath, a line of text scrolled across White's screen. Does this new testimony make sense? It was a lie, of course, albeit a very plausible one if one made certain assumptions about Anemone's behavior, assumptions White knew not to make. But it was still a bald-faced and remarkably craven lie. Its only purpose was to exonerate Anemone at the cost of throwing A2 to the wolves. Considering how excited Jackass had been to lend her aid to A2, itself a serious crime, it must have been quite a painful lie for her to tell. White knew painful lies. She pondered her answer. At this very moment, she held Anemone's life in her hands. A single word would determine whether she lived and was given another chance to continue her career in the military, or died at A2's side. The answer was obvious. Anemone was far from innocent. She had made her choice knowing full well that the consequences for her would be severe. The generals were correct that harboring deserters was a crime as heinous as, if not worse than, desertion itself. Those who did such a thing had to be taught a severe lesson, if not for their own sake then for the sake of the innocent bystanders who might have to be reminded themselves by example that right was right, wrong was wrong, and wrong was punished. Jackass, too, had aided and abetted Anemone. She was not blameless. If White so willed it, she could end her career as well, just as she'd warned her. If she refused to vindicate Jackass' testimony, then Anemone would remain marked for arrest or worse and Jackass would be implicated in the same crime. The two of them would go down together, testify in the same trial, and receive the same punishment. White's head and heart ached. Part of her wanted to do it simply out of spite. The other part of her wanted to do it out of duty. She had felt lost, terribly distraught, when she'd first learned what had happened to Anemone, even in spite of the role she had played in causing all this. Part of her had hoped that Anemone would have come to her senses, cast A2 out, and swept everything under the rug so that once, just once, White could turn a blind eye. But it wasn't meant to be. Would she throw her friends aside for duty? Of course, if they stood in the way of her duty, then they weren't friends, let alone people she had the slightest interest in rubbing elbows with. Officer Jackass' testimony is. She stopped. She knew the correct response. So why were her fingers frozen above the keyboard as if patiently waiting for her to come up with the next words, when those words were clear in her mind? As her gloved fingertips hovered over the holographic keys projected over the touchpad, White glanced up and caught a glimpse of the plaintive look in Jackass' eyes. If eyes could speak, hers would be shouting, screaming, please. White lowered her head, refusing to make eye contact with Jackass, her fingers trembling. She entered her response, typing slowly and deliberately, and sent it to high command. The generals looked down at her response. One raised his eyebrows, but quickly quashed his display of surprise and struck the emotion from his face. Thank you, Commander White, for your input, he told her. You are dismissed. You may return to your duties on board the bunker while we deliberate. White raised her hand to her heart. Thank you, sirs. Glory to mankind. Everyone returned the salute and the portraits of the meeting's attendees all went blank and folded themselves away at once. White bowed her head. Once more, just as she had yesterday after her meeting with Alucard and after she'd broken up with Jack, she felt utterly nauseated. Still, she had a job to do and nobody else who could step in and do it for her, so she pulled herself together and made for the door. It slid open as soon as she stepped up to it, revealing much to her shock two people waiting for her. Wreathed in his flowing black coat, Alucard stood before her on the other side of the threshold, a cold and purposeful bite to his golden eyes in spite of the pallid gray skin that traced weary arcs below them. 21-0 stood at his side. White stumbled backward and struggled to regain her balance, the heels of her boots tapping erratically against the floor. Commander White. Thank you for seeing me again on such short notice, Alucard said, a sardonic grin tugging at his lips and pulling them aside to reveal a flash of fangs. His eyes narrowed, his brow furrowed. We have something urgent to discuss with you. If it's about A2, White said, irately flicking away a stray lock of hair to keep her mussed and unkempt bangs in order, you're welcome to take custody of her, but you'll have to find her first. She's run off again, there's no telling where she's gone. I'm afraid I can't spare any resources toward finding her for now, so you'll be on your own. Undoubtedly, 2E or some other executioner unit would find her first and finish her off, which would neatly tie up that whole loose end Alucard was so keen on tugging on. Bemused, Alucard blinked, his shoulders loosening and jaw going slack. Oh. Right. That. He glanced over at 21-0. Honestly, in the excitement, I've forgotten all about that. We have much more pressing matters to attend to. You see, Operator 21-0 is possessed. Jackass waited with bated breath and her heart in her throat, so to speak, while the top brass deliberated. She could barely move. She could barely speak. The most she could manage right now was to glance sideways at Laurel, who was similarly frozen in terror and apprehension. He knew, just as she did, that this gambit had failed and that the price of their failure would be severe. Why had White shown up for this? To spite her? To punish her? Was she so upset about being dumped that she was willing to make Jackass pay in blood for it? Or was this just the culmination of years' worth of never giving a damn about the rules as much as she was supposed to, coming back to bite her in the ass? Commander Laurel, Officer Clover, one of the generals announced, startling Jackass out of her terrified fugue. We have consulted among ourselves regarding your argument. In light of Yorha Commander White's opinion regarding your testimony. She was dead. She was as good as dead. This was the end of everything for Jackass. Hundreds of years from now, some android would find her rusted and sand-blasted chassis half buried in a sand dune and wonder what an idiot she must have been to. We have approved your request to clear Commander Anemone of any wrongdoing of her own free will. Jackass' jaw dropped. So did Laurel's. This is a temporary approval pending further investigation, another one of the four identical generals said. You have the full backing of the Resistance and Yorha to send out a rescue team to retrieve Anemone for questioning and terminate the rogue Unit A2. Thank you, sirs, Laurel stammered as he picked his jaw up off the floor. Jackass barely mustered an anxious, excited bow, so shocked by the decision that her head was spinning. We really appreciate your open-mindedness, sirs, she added. Thank you for your time and your testimony. The first general saluted, the other three followed suit. Glory to mankind. Jackass was all too happy to return the salute. She could hardly contain her excitement. White had pulled through for her after all. There was still some spark of goodness in that sanctimonious witch's shriveled heart. The connection terminated abruptly, the four portraits of High Command folded away and vanished into pinpricks of light. They really fell for it, Jackass gasped, the tension draining from her body as though she were being wrung out. We did it. She clapped Laurel on the shoulder. Did you hear that? We're in the clear. It worked. And all she'd had to do was... Oh, God. They were going to be ruthless about hunting A2 down and killing her now, weren't they? Fuck, what had she done? Laurel stared at her. He no longer seemed quite so satisfied with the top brass's decisions. You never told me, he snarled, jabbing his index finger into Jackass' chest, that Anemone said that about A2. Jackass took a step back. I wasn't in the room when that happened. I got kicked out. Laurel drew backward as well, shaking his head and wearily resting his brow in his hand. I was wrong about A2 holding her hostage, wasn't I? Yup. So she really did break the law of her own free will. Yup. So if we rescue her, Laurel lifted his head, his eyes widening, his jaw going slack. They'll ask her for her side of the story. She'll contradict everything. Probably, Jackass said. Anemone was a woman of principles, not laws. Laurel grabbed a fistful of her collar and shook her. You idiot. Do you know what this means? If we don't find Anemone first and convince her to play along and blame A2 for everything when the top brass interrogates her, all three of us are going to be arrested at best and executed at worst. Our careers are over. Easy, Laurel, Jackass said, resting his hands away from her neck. Commander Laurel, you've ruined me. No one's ruined yet, Jackass insisted, inwardly wondering how much redder Laurel's face could get. Any more and the mismatched patch of skin around his eye would blend right in. We'll find Anemone and get her to corroborate. That's all we need to do. Anemone would never corroborate if it meant selling out her friend. Not in a million years. But Laurel didn't have to know that. Jackass was going to fix all of this somehow. She had a plan. A simple plan. Find Anemone and A2, find somewhere safe where A2 could hide indefinitely from the long arm of the law, convince Anemone to lie about A2 to protect the both of them from any consequences. For the first time, she realized that her plan, the plan she had come up with while drunk as a skunk, was incredibly stupid. Okay, Laurel said, taking a deep breath. He seemed to calm down, but only for a moment before his face began to redden again. "And how," he asked, "are we going to find her before a dedicated and professional tracking team does?" Jackass swallowed hard, gulping down the lump in her throat. She took a deep breath. "Okay," she said, trying as much to calm herself down as Laurel, "I think I have a theory about where Anemone might be right now. You stay here and do, Commander stuff, and I'll head out and find her." It was time to pay Anemone's old friend Pascal a visit. A2 slept well. Better than she'd slept in a long time. As it turned out, the uneven wooden floorboards of a ramshackle hut wedged atop the branches of a giant tree built by a machine that only had the vaguest idea of what a house was meant to look like were more comfortable than most of the places A2 had taken shelter in. That said, the real reason she was so comfortable here could probably be chalked up to the fact that A4, whom A2 had thought was dead for the past 3 years, was cuddling her. She could barely move. Not because she was tired or weak, but because moving even a single inch would disrupt this blissful arrangement between the two of them, A4's cheek resting on her breast and hand resting on her hip, the slender curve of her waist beneath A2's palm, their tangled legs and their intertwined fingers pinned to the floor beneath their sides. If either one of them made the slightest adjustment, this single moment stretching into eternity would come to an end. A4 was the first to break the stalemate, slowly lifting her head. The hut was dimly lit by the glow of the lamps outside bleeding through the window, the light just barely strong enough that A2, with her keen eyes, could make out the contours of her soft, round face and the glint of reflected light in her eyes. Only about half of her uniform was still attached to her body, the rest lay in a heap next to her. "Good morning, 2, she mumbled. A2 slid her hand across A4's back and reeled her back in. "Go back to sleep," she mumbled back as she closed her eyes. A4 nuzzled her nose and let her fingers drift up A2's back to the nape of her neck. A2 felt her lips twitch as the corners of her mouth pulled up. But no, the spell had been broken. Eventually, A2 let herself open her eyes again. "Did you sleep well?" A4 asked her. A2 rolled onto her back and sat up, her stiff arms and legs mildly protesting against the sudden exertion. She laid a hand on her thigh, her palm settling over the spot where she'd taken a few bullets yesterday. The puncture wounds had healed completely overnight. Her leg didn't feel as stiff as it had yesterday, and of course, there was no pain. However, "I slept great," she replied. She ran her hand along her leg, then scratched at her shoulder. The bullet wound there had closed up as well. But what surprised her more than that was that her skin suddenly felt different. Softer, no, fuzzy, like the skin of a peach. She felt her tail sweep back and forth between her legs and chalked it up to phantom limb sensations before she realized she could actually feel its long, bushy fur brushing up against her thighs. Her black box's frequency ratcheting up a few ticks, she reached down and grabbed a handful of the tail she was certain wasn't actually there, only to actually grab it. Her mouth hung agape. She was struck dumb with shock. This wasn't supposed to happen. There were rules. She was a wolf when the moon was out and a normal android when it wasn't. There were no half measures. She'd transformed back into an android peacefully in her sleep, as usual. Strange that becoming a wolf wasn't something she could sleep through, but the other way around was, so she shouldn't still have any of these lingering vestiges like. She ran her tongue over her teeth and discovered that quite a few of them were much sharper than they should have been. "What the fuck?" A4 sat up and leaned forward. "What's wrong?" she asked, pawing for the little floor lamp that would light up the hut. "I have a tail." Still. A4 yawned and flicked the lamp's light switch, bathing the room in a warm, soft amber glow. "Huh. So you do. Well, it suits you. What's that supposed to mean?" "I mean it's cute." She reached over and tweaked the tail's tip. A2 jerked backward. "How about we check in on Anemone?" "Yeah, A2 held the tail in her hand and watched it twitch as though it had a mind of its own. "Go on ahead. I'll be right behind you. I'll wait outside." A4 put on the rest of her clothes and left the room. A2 got up, grabbed her dress, and pulled it on, only to hear the fabric rip beneath her fingers. Her tail wasn't the only thing that hadn't gone away in the morning. Her fingernails were still long, thick, and wickedly sharp, and had left parallel tears in the dress. Grumbling with frustration, she put the dress on as carefully and gently as she could and stood in front of the mirror, since when had it had such a big crack in it, adjusting it until it more or less hid her tail. Out of the corner of her eye, she caught her face reflected in the mirror. Her ears were still long and sharp, pointed tips poking out from between locks of her long white hair, gently glazed with a fine dusting of white fur. The tip of her nose was still vaguely discolored, slightly damp, and off texture. What was she going to do about that? It wasn't like she was self-conscious about her looks. Hell, she'd spent 3 years running around the forest naked, after all, but she was loath to explain to everyone else in the village what a werewolf was. It was just a pain in the ass. There was still some blood on her face, darkened and crusted remnants of her dinner clinging to her mouth, nose, and cheeks. She tried to lick the blood off her nose, gave up once she realized how short her tongue was now, and wiped as much onto her sleeve as she could. She'd just ignore all these changes as best she could and hope everyone else ignored them, too. If anyone didn't, she just wouldn't say anything. That was her plan. While she dressed herself, she noticed another bruise on her chest, this one larger, more cloudy, resting on the slope of her breast just beneath the first bruise. Like the first one, there were remnants of a glossy, waxy pinkish substance clinging to the gray, brown, and blue-tinted skin. Weird. Something wrong, too. A 4 called out. A 2 sighed. Stifling a yawn, she turned her back on the mirror and headed out after a 4. She wondered how she could sleep so long and so well and still feel so tired, but dismissed it as just her body struggling to adjust to actually getting a good night's sleep for once. Nines woke up to find his skull throbbing as his brain squeezed against it. He rolled out of bed and hit the floor, his thin sheets coming with him and tearing themselves free of his cot, tangled up between and around his legs. The ceiling lights had never been this bright. They stabbed at his eyes, and the background hum of the bunker's systems never this loud. His mouth was so dry that his tongue was sticking to the roof of his mouth. "Good morning, Unit 9S, Pod 153 said, swooping down and helping him up. "Turn down the lights," he croaked. I don't feel so good, Pod." Observation: alcohol has had a deleterious effect on Unit 9's neural and sensory software, as expected. According to human records, this condition was known as a hangover. Nines stuck out his tongue. "How do I cure it?" Statement: the best way to limit a hangover's intensity is to consume less alcohol. Too late for that. According to this support unit's records, one other effective hangover cure was the hair of the dog, Pod 153 added, which was an additional alcoholic beverage consumed in the morning. This tactic is not recommended. The following consumables are identified as lessening hangover symptoms: red ginseng, prickly pear extract, ginger, cherries, pomegranates, spinach, dark chocolate, and green and black tea. Proposal: Unit 9s should try to acquire these items upon returning to the surface. "I think the hair of the dog sounds easier to get a hold of," Nines grumbled. "I'll see if 60 has any more of that stuff." Observation: based on the ratio of the amount of alcohol consumed and the severity of its effect, Unit 9s can be classified as a lightweight. Unit 9's course of action is not recommended. Furthermore, Unit 9s should not discuss the presence of contraband with Unit 60 while she is on duty. Nines sighed and wrapped his visor over his eyes extra tightly, which accomplished absolutely nothing since he could see right through it. What's on the agenda for today? Objectives recently updated: Unit 9s and 2B will be returning to Earth via access terminal. A distress signal has been picked up from an area close to Anemone's camp. Vampires may be involved. Yoarha is requested to investigate and exterminate. Oh, boy. Fun. Further updates: Unit 210 has been decommissioned as Unit 9's operator. What? Nines gasped. A new internal matter has arisen that renders Unit 210 no longer fit for active duty. What is it? Nines grabbed the pod's arms. What's going on? Why isn't she fit for duty anymore? Statement: documents pertaining to Unit 210 are classified. This support unit is forbidden from distributing them to Unit 9s. But Unit 60 has been assigned to cover operator duties for both Unit 2B and Unit 9s, the pod added. This is the most efficient solution to Unit 210's absence, given that both of you already exclusively work together. Poor girl. Nines wondered how hungover 60 was. Is 210 okay, though? Unit 210 is being considered for other avenues of service, Pod 153 said. Nines let out a relieved sigh. He'd been terrified at first that decommissioning meant. Can I see her? Inadvisable. Unit 9's must rendezvous with Unit 2B to investigate the purported vampire outbreak. Right. Nines patted himself down to make sure he wasn't forgetting any part of his uniform and ran through his inventory. Everything seemed to be in order, save for his splitting headache. He'd have to just wait for it to wear off. Even though the walls still seemed to be spinning around him, he took off down the hallway as Pod 153 projected 2B's location marker onto his HUD. As Nines hurried down the hall, he wondered if he'd ever see Alucard again. That man was probably on his way back to the lunar colony at this very moment, and he'd probably stay there, though, until the war was over and the Earth was safe. Maybe he'd even be disciplined or arrested for stowing away and making his way to Earth. Unfortunately, Alucard probably wouldn't be able to answer the hundreds of questions Nines had for a very long time. Hey there, 2B, he said as she appeared from behind the curvature of the hallway. She stiffened. Oh, 9S. Nines fought very hard to remember what he had said to her last night. There's no time to waste, she brusquely told him as she climbed into the open access terminal set into the wall. Let's go. Chapter 13, Caprice of Blood. Alucard stared at the mechanical fingers, off-white like bleached bones, hard and segmented like a crab's shell, as they slowly and hesitantly curled inward and formed a fist. He felt a soft pressure in the back of his mind like a lead weight stuck to his skull that grew just a little harder with every attempt he tried to make the mechanical appendage move. It was far less painful than the attempt Devola and Popula had made to jerry-rig him a new arm the other day. Yorha's Type H units and R&D specialists were much more well-equipped to handle these matters than a pair of outcasts playing with junk. Are you noticing any pain or discomfort? 2H asked, her voice buzzing in Alucard's ear. Nothing major, he told her. The arm didn't quite feel like his arm, and the constant weight in the back of his head reminded him of that. Controlling it was like issuing mental commands to a familiar and required a level of concentration he wasn't quite used to keeping up for this long. We're sorry we couldn't put any skin on it, sir, 4H told him. After my mission last night, I was still so excited from meeting you and receiving your blessing, 2H, and I stayed up all night to make it, but we didn't have time to. Alucard rolled up his sleeve to examine the stark border where the hard shell of his mechanical forearm met his elbow and the sleek, matte synthetic material gave way to scarred and burned flesh. The two Type H units had worked fast almost immediately after his meeting with White this morning. They'd called him over with a prototype they wanted to test. He'd been leery at first, but their work spoke for itself. I'll be returning to the surface in a few hours, 2H said, but until then, I'll keep monitoring your arm's performance for any irregularities. By the way, why are you heading back to Earth? Isn't the colony safer? Alucard sighed and closed his eyes. I've received permission from the Council to remain on Earth, he lied. My presence should significantly boost morale down there. In truth, he was returning to Earth on board the same shuttle that had brought him to the bunker because he couldn't stand it anymore, and he suspected that White couldn't stand him anymore, either. The shuttle's cabin shuddered, jostling him in his seat. We've breached the stratosphere, 60 told him from her desk aboard the bunker. Isn't that exciting? The poor girl had her hands full now between 2B, 9s, and Alucard. White had, apparently, found out that she worked 3 times faster than other operators and had therefore tripled her workload accordingly. Her voice hadn't lost its chipper cheer for even an instant yet, though. Alucard suspected that the thrill of looking after a human being was far too great to be counterbalanced by the stress of overwork. 60, move aside. You're blocking the diagnostic readouts, 2H told her. Oops. Sorry, 2H. I didn't mean to. The shuttle shuddered again, this time more violently. Alucard felt thankful the cabin had no windows. He wasn't sure he could handle the sight of the Earth's surface from so high up. Seeing it from photographs was one thing. It wasn't that he suffered from vertigo, but more that at heart, he was still a 15th century man in a 120th century world, and there was a part of him deep in his brain stem, the most primitive depths of his psyche, that told him that the highest reaches of the sky, where even birds feared to fly, was God's domain, and that all this business with airplanes and space shuttles and orbital satellites was simply the hubris of Icarus writ large. He hadn't cared much for flying in the 21st century, either. "Is everything all right out there?" he asked Sixo as he leaned back in his seat and tried to enjoy the flight as best he could. He wanted to close his eyes and doze off and dream of bread. God almighty, he hadn't had bread since he'd dug his way out of his coffin. He'd give his humanity for a fresh loaf with a hard, crisp golden brown crust and a fluffy white crumb that was warm and soft and chewy and slightly sweet in all the right ways. His stomach growled and twisted itself into knots in protest of his vivid imagination. He'd even settle for that disgusting fast food garbage. A trayful of greasy fries from some so-called restaurant almost sounded more appealing than bread right now. In fact, forget bread. He would trade his soul and give himself over to the darkness for a single French fry. That was how desperate he was. "We're passing through a machine blockade right now," Sixo told him, answering the question his whining stomach had made him forget he'd asked. "But I've got the flight unit on remote pilot outside, so you're fine." A dull boom managed to seep through the shuttle's thick hull. 4H let out a cheer. "See? Nothing to worry about." Alucard slumped over and bit his lip. If it wasn't for his strong Dhampir constitution, he'd have fainted from hunger a few hours ago. He'd have to go hunting as soon as he landed, take the form of a wolf, maul some creature in the woods to death, rip it apart. What would happen to his prosthetic arm when he transformed? Would it vanish along with his clothes and equipment? Would it become a quaint little mechanical forepaw or bat wing? By the way, Alucard, sir? Sixo asked. Is 210 going to be okay? I made some suggestions to your commander, assuming she doesn't refuse to follow them out of spite, 210 will be fine. It was a dangerous game, allowing someone with a direct link to Dracula to remain on the bunker. From now until Dracula was slain, 210 would have to remain cut off from the outside world, fed false information within her quarters to run interference against the Dark Lord's plans. Alucard wasn't sure Dracula would fall for such a trick, but 210 had insisted on making herself useful even in her current state. If she couldn't be useful, in her own words, then what was the point of her existence? "It's just that, our jobs are our lives, and without that, is it okay if I visit her?" "Certainly. So long as she does not leave her quarters and you do not share any information on current events with her. Not a single truthful fact about your Ha's operations must enter her head." "Got it. I'll keep her company, then." "While you're on triple duty?" 2H asked her. "Are you sure you can handle that?" "Well, 2B and 9s are always together, so that's really more like 1.5 times the workload." "I will be hewing closely to those two as well," Alucard said, recalling his promise to 210. "I hope that makes things more efficient for you." "Thank you, sir." Devola, Popula, A2, and now 9s. He sure had ended up pledging his protection to quite a few people now. Was he overextending himself? Was he making promises he couldn't keep? After what had happened to Soma, what right did he have to continue to play protector? What had he been thinking? Just like his father, he never learned. That was why everything always happened over and over again and nothing ever truly changed. No lesson ever fully sank in, no matter how painful. Like his father, for better and for worse, no force in heaven or on earth could change his mind. He faded into a fitful, all too brief sleep interrupted by visions of lavish banquets attended by people he would rather not have dinner with. 2B rolled the stone away from the hidden entrance to the Colosseum. The stone had splatters of blood on it, the same splatters riddled the sand in the vague shape of boot prints. 9s crouched beside them, wiping his gloved finger through the bloody sand and holding his fingertip under his nose. "Looks like one android managed to escape," he noted. "Just one?" 2B asked. She mashed the button on the access panel to the right of the metal door the stone had been obscuring, but the light above it stayed red and the door stayed closed. "How do you know only one person escaped?" "It's hard to tell in this sand, but there's only one set of footprints. That was probably whoever had sent the distress signal." 9s grimaced and licked his lips. "Ugh. Why'd it have to be the desert? Now is not the time to complain," 9S. 2B tapped on the access panel again. I need your help. Can you hack into the door and open it? Can the commander scowl hard enough to break her own jaw? Of course I can, he retorted, pulling himself upright and stumbling across the slippery sand. Stupid sand, he muttered under his breath. Coarse, irritating, gets everywhere. 2B stepped back and crossed her arms. This was just what she needed, a partner who was still drunk. He laid his hand on the access panel. Open sesame. 2B had to restrain herself from groaning. 9S. Yeah. A flash of white light shot from the palm of 9S's outstretched hand to the panel. He placed his free hand on his forehead and groaned softly as the red light flickered and turned green. The door slid open, revealing a void even darker than the eternal night blanketing this side of the earth. Even 2B couldn't help but recoil at the sharp scent of android blood and machine oil that wafted from the pitch-black hallway and filled her nostrils. It wasn't an uncommon odor to expect from one of these secret killing floors, but its intensity was far beyond what she'd been expecting. Hey, 2B, 60 whispered in her ear, her voice staticky and muffled from the distance between the Earth's surface and the bunker and the signal-dampening clouds overhead. Be careful. You too, 9S. Bracing herself, 2B stepped over the threshold and summoned her sword to her hand. Her fingers curled against the cloth wrapped around its hilt. Vampires couldn't be detected by her pod's scans as far as it was aware. The Colosseum was empty. She knew better, though the pressure in the air, worming its way into her chassis and pressing against her brain, told her that this place was infested. Pod 9's told Pod 153, set anti-vampire ordnance to a 60-degree aperture. 2B nodded. 9 still had sharp wits despite his handicap blunting them. The wider the spread, the more vampires it could take out at once, even if the effects were diluted. Pod 042, do the same. Affirmative, her pod replied. Beam aperture set to 60 degrees. 2B delved deeper into the dark and quiet Colosseum, heels tapping against the stone tiles beneath her feet with every step, the clacks echoing through the stone hall. Her pod's lights and 9SS threw shadows around the Colosseum's lobby. Crimson blood and black oil stained the floor and walls and even speckled the ceiling, soaking into the dusty stone. The wooden beams holding up the tunnels bored into the rock creaked and groaned as though they were weary. An ancient and battered computer terminal hung precariously off the corner of the long receptionist's desk, as though in the panic that had swept through this place it had been jostled just centimeters away from tumbling to the floor. She knew this place. She'd come to this Colosseum, and the other two like it in the forest and the sunken city, to blow off steam and raise money. Your Ha's stipend didn't quite cover the costs of some of the rarer and higher-end equipment the merchants down here on Earth sold. But like this, dead and dark, it was nearly unrecognizable. She took stock of the entry and exit points to the lobby. Each gloomy hall led deeper into the Colosseum, winding staircases leading down to the holding pens where the captured machines were kept, airy archways leading to the tiered benches that circled the arena in concentric rings. There was only one exit to the outside world. 2B and 9's currently blocked it. 9's took a step forward, standing shoulder to shoulder with her. You can feel it, too, he muttered, can't you? 2B nodded. It was as though there were bugs crawling through the solace of her boots and nipping at her feet. Although this place was still and quiet, it was far from empty. She took a ragged breath, the pressure against her chest grew. Was she afraid? Impossible. She and 9's had the tools to kill these things easily and effectively. There was nothing worth fearing in this place. Fear was prohibited. The door behind the two androids slammed shut with a loud and echoing clang, the stone walls trembled, the wooden beams let out aggrieved groans, and dust trickled from the ceiling. What the 9's whirled around to face the door, putting his back to 2B's. The door. Well over a dozen pairs of crimson lights flickered on in the shadows as the floor began to shake and stomping feet, boots, skin, metal bore a surge of androids and machines up the staircases into the lobby. 9S, get the door open. 2B barked, pushing him along the hall while she blocked the entrance. Pod, ready. The vampires flooded the room from all sides. Machines, androids, all alike in the bloody light shining in their eyes and optical sensors and the mess of blood and oil streaked across their chins and cheeks. The machines' smooth faces were marred, the bottom halves ripped away to reveal internal mechanisms lined with spiked teeth. The androids' fangs were sharp and blood-stained, their faces pale and lips blue. Fire! There was a flash of light from Pod 042, 2B felt a faint wave of heat wash over her skin in a prickling wave. Smoke curled from the vampire's metal hulls and synthetic skin, but nothing else happened. The ultraviolet beam didn't work. 2B hurried to bring up her sword and beat back the wave of enemies bearing down on her. She drove the Virtuous Contract's white blade into a vampire machine's chassis up to its hilt and kicked it into another android, skewering them both, then summoned another blade, the longer, heavier Virtuous Treaty, and buried it in an android's side, cutting through its skin and spilling blood all over its ragged and sun-faded fatigues. 2B, use the ultraviolet. Nines called out. I did. It's not working. What do you mean it's not working? Focus the aperture. 2B freed both of her swords from the skewered vampires and crossed them over her chest, blocking the advances of a blood-stained and disheveled android. She pressed the blades against his chest and forced him back as his cold fingertips scrabbled for purchase and scraped against her cheek. Pod. Ultraviolet. 10 degrees, she shouted. The beam Pod 042 shot this time was narrower, stronger, more focused. A patch of the vampire android's cheek turned bright red and began to smoke, but nothing more happened. There was no significant damage to the android's body, inside or out. 2B, what's going on? 60 gasped, her voice ringing in 2B's ear. Are those things immune? Undeterred, 2B kicked the android grappling with her away and sliced through his torso, cutting open his neck and spilling blood down the front of his ragged uniform. The distance she'd put between herself and the vampire was instantly closed by another, who drove his forehead into her stomach and knocked her onto her back, then wrapped his arms around her hips to pin her down. As she hit the ground, 2B drove the pommel of the Virtuous Contract into the vampire's face, knocking loose one of the two fangs poking out from either side of his mouth, and buried the long, heavy blade of the Virtuous Treaty into his head. The white blade sank into his skull and came to rest between his eyes. 9S. The door, she shouted out as she tried to wriggle free of the vampire's grip. The circuits. They're fried. There's nothing left to hack. As 2B struggled to free herself, 9S's sword flew through the air and pierced one of the other vampire android's legs, causing her to stumble. A white-hot lance of light spewed forth from his pod and bored a molten hole through a machine's torso. 60's choppy, static-wreathed voice stabbed at 2B's eardrums. 2BWHIC ear YB? 2B. Whatting B? The injured vampires picked themselves up and pressed onward as 2B wrenched herself away from her captor and scrambled down the hall. This was a trap, Nines growled as he struggled futilely with the door. It wasn't a survivor who sent that distress signal. It was us, one of the vampires answered. The rest all laughed in unison, the human voices of androids mingling with the harsh and electronic laughter of the machines. The vampires 2B had injured picked themselves up, undaunted by their grievous wounds. Even the machine Pod 153 had blown a hole through was still fully functional. 15 vampires in total stood clustered together in the lobby, their ashen faces lit in ghoulish chiaroscuro by the harsh lighting from Pod 042's flashlight. More and more red pinpricks lit up in the darkness behind them. How many vampires were still lying in wait? How many more filled the depths of this blood-stained coliseum? The vampires rushed into the narrow hallway. It was a bottleneck they could barely fit in shoulder to shoulder, giving 2B a defensive advantage she was grateful for beyond words. She cut down the vampires one by one, two by two, slicing with surgical precision through the weakest parts of their limbs and joints to disable them. But the ones who couldn't walk still crawled toward her even as their brethren trampled them underfoot, desperate to nip at her heels. Pod. Blast the door. Nines shouted out. Pod 153 obliged, and with a high-pitched buzz from its inner mechanisms, it loosed another blast of searing light, this one aimed at the unmoving door. 2B glanced back over her shoulder and saw, to her dismay, that while the laser had easily burned through the door, there was a layer of stone flush against the thin metal door that had not been penetrated. A shallow dimple in the rock wall glowed a dull orange as the liquefied layer of stone cooled. A scanner with blood-stained ash-blonde hair and skin so pale it was nearly translucent leaped at her, flanking her. 2B swung her sword to intercept him, only for the vampire to vanish as soon as her blade touched his body. An electric jolt ran under her forehead and stabbed between her eyes as she swung at another charging vampire, and another, only for all of them to flicker out of existence. While 2B dealt with the illusions, a machine broke through the intangible ranks and sank its metal claws deep into her shoulder, hooked its fingers into her flesh, and pulled, tearing away a thick strip of her skin from her bicep down to her forearm. 2B screamed as white-hot pain ripped through her body and lost her grip on the virtuous treaty, letting it clatter to the floor. The machine plunged its exposed maw into her injured bicep, its fangs macerating her flesh. With her remaining sword, 2B cut through her shoulder to free herself and staggered backward, barely able to fend off another strike from one of the other vampires with only one weak arm clutching her sword. A flash of light lit the hallway, a shot rang out. A sharp pain ran through the side of 2B's head and half of the world vanished, replaced with a haze of static. Pod 042 returned fire, its hail of bullets ripping through the horde to no avail. Another shot grazed 2B's shoulder, 3 more tore into her chest just under her clavicle, each one in quick succession knocking the wind out of her. 6OS garbled, choppy voice still rang in her ears. 2 can ye? AK. 2B gritted her teeth and pressed forward, cutting off all but one of a vampire machine's limbs with a single crescent-shaped strike and ducking behind it as another salvo of bullets pinged against the machine's hull. The machine snapped at her and gnashed its mechanical teeth until 2B drove her sword all the way through its head and into the floor. Pod, fire at the door, she growled at Pod 042. 9S, get clear. 9's obliged just in time to narrowly avoid another laser strike against the stone barricade lying on the other side of the door. This shot penetrated even deeper, leaving a narrow aperture running through the rock. A telltale breeze of light, cool air from the outside blew into the hot and stuffy Colosseum. The deep and throaty roar of a shotgun blast filled the hall. 2B felt a cloud of hot metal pellets pepper her side, burrowing into her chassis. Her right hip joint locked up and she fell flat on her back, barely managing to conjure her sword quickly enough to throw it at the gun-wielding android and bury the blade in one of the barrels of his shotgun before he could squeeze the trigger again. The gun exploded in his hands, showering him with shrapnel. Pod 153 fired again, widening the hole in the stone, and 9 scrambled forward to grab 2B by the collar and drag her away. I think it's wide enough, he gasped, to crawl through. You go first. No, 2B replied. She choked back a scream as she popped the dislocated joint back into place and kicked an android trying to nip at her ankle in the face, his nose cracking as her heel collided with it. There was some damage to the hip joint, some foreign material blocking its path. It didn't set back smoothly, and she could hear it scream and squeal as she forced herself to stand, and that was to say nothing about the jolt of pain shooting down her leg and up her side with every movement. You first. But 2B. You promised, 2B said, beating back another wave of vampires as best she could. No, not another wave. The same wave as before. None of the foes she felled stayed down. None of them knew how to die anymore. Even if she cut them to pieces, they kept coming. I can die here but you can't, 9S. 9's had gotten enough coaxing, he vanished into the glowing tunnel through the rock. 2B heard him struggle to choke back pained cries as his bare skin brushed against the still molten rock. As soon as he'd gotten clear, she threw herself at the tunnel and pulled herself through. The hot sides of the tunnel burned her fingers as she grasped at the walls, scalding her stomach and searing her legs. After what felt like an eternity, she fell onto the cold sand. The shock left her numb and shivering. She raised her hand to her cheek and felt the naked, blood-stained, bullet-studded contours of her skull. The ragged edges of skin clinging to her chassis stung and ached. 2B, you okay? 2B nodded and pulled herself to her knees. 9's was curled up on the ground in front of her, acrid smoke curling from the smoldering holes in his sleeves and the roasted skin on his elbows and knees. I'll live. And you? A chagrined, yet roguish smile curled 9's lips. I'm all right. Thanks for asking. And, sorry for making you worry like that. Maybe you shouldn't make promises like that while you're drunk. A plume of sand exploded underneath 9's, a dark shadow burst up from underground and grabbed him by the leg. Pod 153 turned its flashlight on it and revealed a ragged, disheveled, pale, and blood-stained Yorha battler unit, her silver hair stained scarlet and black from blood and oil, her visor loose and hanging from her nose to expose two shining red eyes. With gauntleted hands the vampire yanked off 9's boots, sharpened fingertips ripping through his socks and leaving red ribbons running down his calves. While the pods floated helplessly, unable to fire without endangering 9's, the vampire opened her mouth wide, strands of saliva running across its teeth stretching and snapping, and sank her teeth into his thigh. 9's screamed and thrashed, kicking futilely at the assailant as she tried to pull him beneath the sand like a shark dragging its prey beneath the surface of the ocean. Blood dampened the ground, splattering and staining the sand. 2B rushed forward on weak and unsteady legs, conjured the virtuous treaty, and swung it as hard as she could with one hand, cutting through the vampire's head. The vampire released 9's, and with one more weary strike 2B cleaved her head from her neck. She tossed aside her sword and scooped up 9's in her arm, tearing him free of the headless vampire's grip as the pods blasted her into slag. Knowing the two pods were only buying time, she fled, stumbling as her feet sank into the thick and slippery sand. She lost her balance and fell, rolling down the dune into a shallow valley, losing her grip on 9's and letting him fall away from her. Alucard woke up what felt like an instant later with his mouth dry and cottony. "Hey, 2B, be careful," 60 whispered. "You too, 9's." He lifted his head, his reverie interrupted. "Excuse me." "Whoops, sorry. Forgot to switch audio channels," 60 said, letting out a nervous chuckle. "This is gonna be harder than I thought. May I inquire what are those two up to?" "Oh, they're just investigating a distress signal out in the desert. It's probably nothing they can't handle," she reassured him. Alucard went back to thinking about food, prompted by the pained squeal of his long-suffering stomach. A cut of meat from a boar or elk grilled or roasted over a fire would be delicious if it were well seasoned. He wondered if anyone in Anemone's camp had any salt. Was salt of any use to androids? Pepper was right out. Onions, garlic, wheat, rice. Were any of the crops humanity had domesticated over the millennia even still in existence, or after 10,000 years had they evolved beyond recognition? Could these plants even grow on a planet where day and night lasted 6 months? Had they all gone extinct? What if corn didn't exist anymore? Or rice? Or wheat? Or even potatoes? It was a moot point. He was no survivalist, nor was he a farmer. He'd grown up pampered in the lap of nobility. He could probably catch a fish on his own through trial and error, but where would he find lemon and parsley to go with it? Was he doomed to never again have a proper meal? It was such a stupid, trivial thing to be hung up about that he was almost ashamed of himself. 2B, what's going on? 60 gasped, her voice ringing in Alucard's ear and startling him yet again. Are those things immune? You're leaking again, 60, 4H pointed out. Is something wrong? Alucard asked. Oh, and nothing's wrong. 60 stammered, her tone of voice making it clear that something was very wrong. They're in a nest of vampires, 4H said. The video signal's decaying, but it looks like the ultraviolet beam's not working, 2H pointed out. Ultraviolet? Is that your weapon against vampires? Alucard asked. It's the only one that isn't tied up in R&D, 60 stammered. They should have had silver-tipped bullets by now, but we've had issues with the supply chain. A pale imitation of the sun's rays, Alucard scoffed, recalling that the worst White's trap for him yesterday had done, not counting the silver bullet, had been nothing. A day at the beach without sunscreen wouldn't do to a human. You can't expect that to work against anything but a vampire's weakest and most pathetic thralls. But it worked against those vampires who attacked the bunker. 60 answered, as if she were offended that the weapons weren't working properly. You can't be saying those were weak and pathetic. Evidently, they were. 2B, what's happening down there? Why can't I? A loud whack sounded as 60, apparently, resorted to the most primitive of all technological troubleshooting methods. I can't hear you. 2B? 2B. What's going on? 2B. Her voice was cracking. There goes our picture, 2H glumly noted. Is something throttling the bandwidth? Oh, God, I'm gonna lose them, 60 wailed, on the verge of tears. They're gonna die and turn into monsters and I'll never see them again. Calm down, 60, 4H said. Those two are resourceful. They'll find a way out. 2B? Can you hear me? Are you okay? How far away from them am I? Alucard asked, fumbling with the buckles holding him in his seat. If it was necessary to keep his promises, he was prepared to do something very stupid. Trevor would be proud of him. She's gone and it's all my fault, 6-0 blubbered, her voice muffled. We lost them and now there's no more 2B or 9B because I was stupid and lazy. I deserve to be decommissioned and thrown into the incinerator like the useless piece of scrap I am. We're about 10 clicks southwest from their last location, 2H answered while 6-0 sobbed into her hands at her side. But we're still an hour out from landing and the landing strip is 70 clicks to the north. We can't alter the shuttle's course or remote control its escape pod, 4H added. The flight unit is the only thing 6-0's hooked into. There's no way you'd get to them in time. 6-0, this is your god speaking, Alucard said, standing up and steadying himself on the back of his seat as the shuttle rocked from a brief bout of turbulence. Calm yourself and listen to me. 6-0 hiccuped and sniffled, but at least she'd stopped babbling. As loath as Alucard was to admit it, godhood had its perks. Bring the flight unit as close as you can to the shuttle's side door. I'm going to board it. Are you crazy? 2H and 4H shouted out in unison. You're still at cruising altitude. The atmosphere's too thin. 4H said. Flight units have open cockpits, you'll get hypoxia and die in minutes. Then we'll descend quickly. Oh okay, 6-0 said. I'm bringing the flight unit around. If Alucard dies on our watch, 2H cautioned her, we won't make it out of this room. 2H, don't stress her out like that, 4H chided. Can't you see she's already freaking out over 2B and 9S? Alucard ignored the chattering in his ear and made his way to the airlock, picking up a single oxygen mask and an oxygen tank not much larger than a bottle of wine. Androids had no need for these things, this mask had been made bespoke for him in the case of an emergency descent. Looking at it now, it seemed doubtful it had anywhere near enough oxygen to keep a human alive at this altitude for very long. He strapped the mask to his face and looped the hose running to the tank to his belt, then, one by one, he opened the airlock's double doors and clung with a white-knuckle grip to the railing bolted to the wall as the thick, pressurized air rushed out of the room. The air was thin, and deathly cold to boot, he could barely take a breath at all, and what little he took into his lungs stabbed at him like a blade made of ice. The black sky and flashing red lights of the airlock swirled around him. With his free hand, he pressed the mask to his mouth and took a deep breath. The air tasted like foul, like copper and wormwood, the bitter, metallic taste and stench was so strong he nearly retched. The tank flapped in the wind, clanking painfully against his leg. Through his light-headed veil of dizziness and the tears welling up in his eyes from the bitter wind, he could discern the silhouette of the black flight unit like a distorted bird of prey against the darkness. Its engines let out a throaty roar as the blue-hot flames pouring out behind them throbbed, casting deceptively cold light against the aircraft's carbonized hull. Steeling himself and fighting back the black miasma crowding the edges of his vision, his languid pulse pounding in his ears, he leaped out and caught hold of the flight unit's wing. His head pounding from the exertion of moving his prosthetic arm, his chest aching where it had collided with the wing, he clawed his way across the fuselage, swung under the undercarriage, and climbed into the cockpit. The wind scraped across his face like sandpaper, his long hair billowing out behind him. I'm in, he gasped with his last breath, pressing the mask against his face again and swallowing another bitter lungful of air. Take me down. The flight unit broke away from the shuttle and let the glittering dart, now empty, continue on its preordained course. It dropped like a stone, its nose dipping and pointing itself straight at the ground. Its engines screamed until it reached to terminal velocity, leaving a keening ringing in his ears long after they'd quieted down. In a dizzying maneuver that wrenched at Alucard's stomach, the flight unit pitched and yawed, reorienting itself toward the desert. He used the oxygen tank sparingly, but still ran out sooner than he'd hoped. He tossed the useless mask and canister away. As the flight unit continued on its descending path, the air grew thicker and Alucard's head grew clearer. There were few lights dotting the Earth's surface through the veil of invisible clouds below. Scattered pinpricks that could have been camps like anemones or factories for machines or androids were spread out like isolated islets in a vast and empty ocean. Alucard's heart ached, his misgivings about flight aside, he had still treasured his first glimpse from above of the glittering sea of lights modern cities created at night. Those cities were all dark now, lifeless and silent. "Alucard, with all due respect," 2H said, "you're just a human. What do you have that our combat units don't?" "Prior experience," he answered, not quite lying. His fists curled around the flight unit's inert controls. This time, he vowed, he would not fail. Even if it meant revealing his true self and his true powers for all to see. Sand stung 2B's wounds as she picked herself up, her scorched palm and knees sinking into the cold ground. Nines had landed only a meter or so away from her and laid on the ground clutching at his bloody leg, his face stricken with terror. "No, no, no," he whimpered, his chest heaving. "No, no, no, please, no." He had been bitten. "That didn't happen," he whined, sparing only a glance at 2B before fixating again on his leg. "No, that didn't, please, I don't. I can't." 2B's breath froze. Not him. Anybody but him. If he became one of those monsters, she would never see him again. There would be no new 9SES, no future in which she could have him by her side. Ever since the first one had died, every subsequent Nines had been merely a phantom of the original, a ghost, a vision of might-have-beens and could-have-beens. That had been the lie she'd told herself to keep herself from growing too fond of him, to help herself keep him at arm's length. The truth was that no matter how she rationalized it to herself, every Nines was precious, every Nines was special, because every Nines was him. And if he became a vampire, there would never be another him again. Fighting past the pain, 2B dragged herself over to him and fell onto him, bracing her shoulder against his chest. Planting her elbow on his stomach, she raised her hand and summoned her sword. 2B. I'm so sorry. I'm so please, I don't know what do I do? What can I do? I don't want to. She plunged the blade deep into 9S's thigh just above the blood-smeared pinpricks, ignoring the anguished scream that wrenched itself from his throat and echoed in the dry desert air, and sheared off his leg. It was a ragged, messy, inelegant cut that broke her heart, but as she watched the severed leg shrivel up and turn alabaster white, she felt relieved. She'd gotten to it in time. "Are you all right?" 2B croaked, rolling onto her back and laying at his side. 2B, Nines wearily lifted his head. Sand encrusted his sweat-soaked hair and skin. "They sure fooled us, huh? Talk about taking the fight to them." 2B felt a lump grow in her throat. "We had no idea our weapons would be so useless." Pod 153 tended to 9S's thigh, dispensing staunching gel to block off the severed coolant veins pouring his blood onto the sand. The flow of blood slowed to a trickle and then stopped. Pod 042 did the same for 2B's shoulder. "How do we kill those things?" she asked, shuddering. I thought I'd felt helpless before, but I'll send our backup data to the bunker. We have to detonate our black boxes. Will that work? We didn't need sunlight to kill 50, Nines explained. If we vaporize these things, destroy their bodies, even if they're immortal, they can't survive that. A reaction between two active black boxes produced an explosion large enough to reduce everything within a radius of roughly 3 city blocks into a fine powder. It was the last resort for missions in which the enemy vastly outnumbered them. The stone in front of the Colosseum's entrance wouldn't hold forever. 2B and Nines alone had been able to roll it aside, and the one vampire who'd waited outside to trap them inside had been able to roll it back all by himself, and when the vampires pushed it away from the door, they would be free to descend upon the world and grow their ranks exponentially. They all had to be destroyed down to the last atom. "Wait. I can't establish a connection to the bunker," Nines said, his voice shaking. "I think there's chaff in the clouds blocking our signals. We can't back ourselves up." 2B felt a pang of guilt stab her through the chest. Her fingers curled around the hem of 9S's coat, the leather of her glove squeaking. She couldn't let him lose any of his memories again. Not like his first descent. Keep trying. But just keep trying. 2B raised her hand and summoned her black box, watching the glittering cube materialize within the cage of her fingers. "Don't bring yours out, until you've at least backed yourself up." "What about you?" "I can afford to lose, A little bit. It's nothing. 2B watched as a mass of shadows crested the top of the dune looming above her. But you. I'm willing to sacrifice that if you are, 2B. Nines forced himself to sit up and held his own black box in his hand, panting from exertion. We're soldiers. It's what we're supposed to do. Like it or not. 2B bowed her head. He was right. Like it or not, to serve humanity meant to sacrifice precious things for its sake. But even so. Keep trying. 2B. Keep trying. The vampires descended the dune and fanned out, circling around 2B and Nines. 2B counted over 30 of them. 30 of them. Practically an army. If they descended on a resistance camp or outpost, they could easily double their numbers. The monstrous foes encircling her and Nines were the makings of an unstoppable plague. She held her black box out to Nines. Her hand was shaking. Nines, please. The crowd parted in front of 2B, a Yorha android she couldn't help but recognize, although she wished she hadn't, stepped out from behind them, tossing her curly mane of lavender-white hair over her shoulder. I was hoping they'd send you, of all people, 6E said, grinning as her eyes glittered like rubies set in her shadow-wreathed face. Darling 2B, was it? Is that what they're calling you now? And you, Nines? I've been looking for a strong, handsome, silver-haired boy, but I suppose you'll do. The sound of her voice set 2B's teeth on edge. Of all the people to be the ringleader of this little army, for it to be her. 6E snapped her fingers and the vampires flanking her rushed forward and seized 2B and Nines, dragging them both roughly to their feet, or in 9S's case, his foot, and forcing them well apart from each other. Another set of vampires grabbed their pods and forced them to the ground. Nines futilely stretched his arm out, his black box clutched in his hand, but there was no way he could reach 2B's black box, no matter how much either of them strained their aching limbs. That wasn't the end. Even if they couldn't cause a black box reaction, the two of them could still self-destruct normally. At the very least, it would be enough to take out the vampires closest to them. 9S, engage your self-destruct. 2B shouted out. An icicle plunged into the back of her head and buried itself deep into her mind, searing in its coldness, her muscles spasmed. Out of the corner of her eye, she saw the vampirized scanner unit from before, the one with pale hair and sickly, glassy skin, lower his hand as whitish sparks fluttered up from his open palm. His mouth twisted in a mischievous, lopsided smile, lips stained cherry red standing out in ghoulish contrast to his ghostly bluish-white face. 2B closed her eye and tried to self-destruct. It was a simple command, but one which required great concentration to send, lest combat units accidentally set it off by an idle thought alone. She gritted her teeth and doubled over, expecting the familiar searing pain that accompanied the cascading and catastrophic failures of every system in her body at once. But nothing happened. As she opened her eye again, the scanner coldly laughed at her. She felt a puff of cold breath against her neck and froze, her joints locked up from the paralyzing fear. Any one of the several living corpses that had their arms wrapped around her could easily bite her and fill her body with that poison. She would cease to exist. Her backups would be scrubbed from Yorha's server. There would never be another Unit 2 Type E, not that there needed to be, but the thought of oblivion didn't bother her, but what struck terror into her heart was the thought that she would be replaced by something so horrible, so monstrous, so evil, and that she would enjoy it. To have everything that was her, all of her previous loyalties, wiped away with the flick of a switch, to be filled with the same insatiable bloodlust that singularly motivated all the other vampires to the exclusion of everything else, to no longer feel any conflict in her heart when she was compelled to end 9S's life yet again. 6E snapped her fingers again. No, she barked, stomping her foot on the sandy ground. No biting. All of the vampires in the ring shared bemused glances with each other. No biting, one of the machine vampires asked, prodding at its mechanical maw with a blood-stained steel claw. No. Not yet, 6E said with a stern wag of her finger. The distress signal ruse worked well once, but we can't count on the same trick working twice. So how do we get more androids, mistress? One of the vampire androids holding onto Nines asked. 6E gleefully rubbed her hands. With these two. When the bunker detects their black box signals, they'll send more Type E units like me to investigate, and then we'll drink them, too. But they have to be alive to give off those signals, so. 2B felt an ice-cold hand clamp around the side of her neck, the vampire's finger and thumb squeezing a thick and vulnerable vein of coolant that ran just under her skin. 6E's grin became a scowl. That means, no biting, she shouted out, throwing her sword and skewering the offending vampire right through the eye. He released his hold on 2B and staggered backward, blood pouring from the perforated eye socket, letting out a pained screech. The long blade vanished in a flurry of sparks and reappeared in 6E's hand. How many times do I have to say it? Do you understand? The vampire profusely nodded, blood spraying with every vigorous shake of his head, and dropped to his knees. Why yes, ma'am. I'm sorry, ma'am. I'll never bare my fangs without your permission again, ma'am. It's a start. She crossed her arms. You and the others. Poor 2E and 9C here are quite exhausted. Become their chairs. Before 2B could ask herself what 6E meant by that, the two other vampires holding onto her joined their one-eyed fellow and contorted themselves around her, their joints snapping and cracking as they popped out of place and realigned. They shoved her onto the back of the one-eyed vampire with the other two held her arm and legs in place. Nines let out a surprised yelp as his captors did the same for him. 2B squirmed uncomfortably in her living seat as the hands holding her in place dug deeper, fingernails poking through her shredded uniform and piercing her skin. The man underneath her let out a soft, disquieting moan, disgusted and reviled. She instantly stiffened and sat up straight, her muscles tensed and burning. Her seat let out a wistful sigh. Comfy now? 6E asked. She gestured to four other vampires and snapped her fingers. You four. My feet hurt and I'm sick of standing. Yes, ma'am, the four shouted out in unison, gathering around her and folding themselves into a throne for her to lounge on. 6E stretched, kicked off her boots, and slouched back, wriggling her toes. And you? She lazily waved her sword at one of the machines. Footstool. The machine obliged, lying down on its side and allowing her to rest her feet against its hull. Yes, ma'am. Thank you for the opportunity. No, thank you, 6E told it, staking her sword in the ground. Ah, that's much better. WH. What are you doing? Nines asked 6E. Waiting for your rescuers to show up, of course. She licked her lips. I hope Yorha sends lots of them. This desert has me parched. He drew his mouth into a scowl. He didn't wear anger well, it fit the softness of his face poorly, giving him the appearance of a child throwing a tantrum. What's wrong with you? Excuse me? Wrong with me? 6E cocked her head and licked her lips. I beg your pardon. You, ADSIXS, the people you've bitten, what's so great about being a vampire that makes you turn your back on Yorha so easily? The venom in 9SS outburst took 2B by surprise. What makes you turn your back on humanity, our creators? 6E stood up, her spine as straight as a rail and head held high. 2B felt a pit form in her stomach. The harsh, cold light in the vampire's crimson eyes boded nothing but ill will. The Type E division had been formed early in Yorha's history, only shortly after its first public military operation. 2B had been brought online less than 3 weeks afterward, yet even an early model such as her found herself among seasoned executioners. 6E was one of those senior units and took to her role with a zeal no one else could match. She was the only Yorha unit who treated her own kind with the same exact sense of disdain and disposability a typical android would reserve only for machines. 2B hated her. Do you know what vampires are? 6E asked, stepping closer to Nines. 2B tensed up, clenched her fist, and strained against her captors in vain. They are the next stage in the evolution of humanity's superior organisms to our pathetic, cowardly human masters. Looming over Nines, she bent her back just slightly and tweaked his nose. In the face of true superiority, why shouldn't we cast our weak old gods aside? But humans created us. We have a debt to them. 2B bit her tongue and wished that Nines would do the same. He had no idea who was holding him captive. 6E reached out and scratched under his chin. And Mistress Carmilla recreated me, so I have a debt to her. Anyway, if you knew what it's like to be blessed with vampirism, you'd understand. Her hand slipped down his chest, deftly unclasping the buttons holding his burned frock coat together with quick, smooth twists of her pale fingers. 2B leaned forward, the hands pinning her to the living chair gripped her even tighter and wrenched her backward. 6E, get away from him. For example, if you were a vampire, 9s, 6E said, her voice dripping with honeyed malevolence as a sharp fingernail traced a ring around his navel, you would survive this. The scream that tore its way out of 9S's throat lasted for only a few seconds before his overtaxed vocal systems faltered and the outcry petered out to a hoarse, weak whimper, but to 2B it lasted an eternity. 6E's hand plunged into his stomach, piercing his skin like a pair of scissors cutting through paper, and ripped out a handful of intestinal coolant piping. The plastic tubes flapped and writhed in her clenched fist like hyperactive worms, their ragged severed ends spewing spurts of blood into the air and staining 6E's face and clothes. Oily blood poured in a fountain from the gaping wound in his stomach, soaking into his shorts and dripping in thick rivulets down his legs and forming a sodden pile of stained sand at his feet. As frenzied by the scent and sight of blood as sharks, the vampires forming the living chair that held him captive writhed and squirmed, pathetic and bestial moans and whines squeezing through gritted fangs as their insatiable thirst warred with the ironclad commands 6E had given them. Enraged, 2B let out a wild and angered howl, straining with renewed strength against her captors. One of the three vampires curled its arm around her waist and tightened it like a noose, his overwhelming supernatural strength straining her chassis. Undeterred, she pressed onward, her boots digging into the sand. Though the vampire chair had an unbreakable grip on her, they were far less anchored to the ground. Though the three androids weighed well over 500 kilograms combined, she dragged them behind her like millstones around her neck, their twisted bodies leaving furrows in the sand behind her. 6E. I'll kill you, she bellowed, taking another plodding step as three more of 6E's thralls dogpiled onto her. With the weight doubled, her knees buckled and she collapsed, yet even so, she kept crawling, spewing invective and bile until the weight piled on her back was so great that her legs sank too deeply into the frigid sand to move. So, just out of curiosity for your well-being, Alucard, sir, 4H said, do you, have a plan of attack? Yes, Alucard replied. The rushing wind against his unprotected face pulled on his cheeks and squeezed tears from his eyes. He shivered, passing through the clouds had left him soaked to the bone and the wind did nothing to help. He'd never flown so swiftly, and to say the least, he didn't like it at all. If the distance was not so great and time not of the essence, he'd have loved to make this journey as a bat significantly slower and much closer to the ground so he could at least enjoy himself. What is it? You'll see. Is 6O all right? I'm F fine, 6O sniffled. F focusing on the remote controls. I is, H helping. A rhyme of static clung to her voice, just like the ice crystals forming on Alucard's skin. The flight unit jerked and shuddered, as though it had run into unexpected turbulence, the back of Alucard's head smacked against cold metal. Sorry. I don't know what that was. If you give him a concussion, we'll get in trouble, 2H reminded 6O. The flight unit shuddered again and pitched downward, the faraway dunes below rushing closer. Oops. Sorry again, I just lost the connection again. It won't happen again. 6O insisted as it happened again. Her rapid course correcting proved just as nauseating as the sudden loss of autopilot. 6O, how are you planning on maintaining control once the flight unit passes under whatever in those clouds is blocking 2B and 9SS signals? 2H asked, the static lacing her voice growing louder. Oh, no, said 6O. Oh, no, said 4H. How far away am I? Alucard asked. 6O began to emit a high-pitched whine. Looks like you're only a buicks out, 4H said. If we can connection for Jews or minutes. Oh, God, I sorry, Alec is just so were UT2 at IPU danger and now made things worse. Oh, your arsenal space. 6O's sobs and 2H's protests devolved into a garbled mess of hissing static as the flight unit began to drop like a stone. The uniquely discomforting sensation of one's insides falling faster than their outsides spurred Alucard into action. Relieved, despite the peril he found himself in, to no longer be monitored so closely, he transformed into a cloud of mist and slipped out of the harness, then solidified as soon as he was clear of the aircraft. he dropped like a stone while the flight unit veered wildly off course above him. Turning into mist didn't hurt, but it wasn't exactly pleasant. A cloud did not have eyes or ears, it could not see or hear or smell or feel. To be mist was to be nowhere for an instant, a disembodied consciousness that could only fumble blindly for a second or two before the experience became unbearable. It helped to know where one was going, otherwise, there was no telling where one would end up upon solidifying. Alucard had seen vampires who'd newly learned such skills embed themselves in brick walls and impale themselves on the bars of wrought iron gates in their haste. Better to be a bat, of course, when one needed a keen sense of one's surroundings in flight. In the split second before Alucard took that form, he hoped he'd have 2 wings. If there was any form he wasn't interested in taking, it was that of a splatter of blood on the ground 10,000 feet below him. For the first time in what felt like decades, he prayed. To whom or what, he wasn't sure. The wind tore his mumbled oaths from his mouth, the loud whistling in his ears drowning out his own thoughts. His heart had never pounded so rapidly. And it kept thumping, humming bird-like, as the rushing wind buffeted the taut, thin membranes stretched between his fingers and the cold air ruffled his fur. With a few long, slow, powerful flaps of his wings, he slowed his descent and glided downward, elated to taste this freedom yet again, to use all of the powers at his disposal. Forepaws hit the ground, scrabbling for purchase against the cold, loose sand as his keen nose caught on the breeze an unmistakable rank odor of rot and evil. Alucard knew the stench of a vampire's newly turned thralls well. Vampires were vain above all, and most masked their natural musk of decay and death with all manner of cosmetics, colognes, and perfumes, but the dozens he was detecting by scent had been created far too soon for any of them to freshen themselves up. He sprinted across the desert, over the peaks and valleys of the undulating dunes spread across the ocean of cold, dark sand, pouring his magic into his legs and spurring himself onward with all the speed of a silver bullet. The oddly dressed machines ambling about amid the dunes and crumbled remains of once proud cities must not have known what to make of the ungodly swift wolf speeding across the desert, for none did anything more than stand stock still and gaze after him as he passed them by. With a sickly playful grin stretching from ear to ear, 6E turned to face 2B and crouched down before her, resting her hands on her knees. "How long do you think it'll take for him to overheat in his condition?" she asked, sparing a glance at Nines as he exsanguinated in his seat. As his cooling system slowly failed, his breathing grew shallow, ragged, and rapid, a pale bloom was spreading across his cheeks, the color draining from his lips, a patina of sweat coated his bare skin, glimmering in the light from the captured pod's flashlights. "If you bite him," 2B growled, seething, I'll make sure you bite him." "Me?" 6E wiped flecks of spit and blood off her cheek. "Oh, no, I wouldn't dream of it. He's yours, after all. I want you to do the honors." 2B went limp, the strength draining from her chassis and the knotted tension in her muscles melting away as her strained and hoarse voice caught in her throat. "What?" she choked out, barely even managing to whisper. "Isn't it what you've always wanted? To live forever?" 6E's hand grazed her lips, the metallic, oily, sharp taste of 9S's blood settled heavily in her mouth, the overwhelming odor clogging her nostrils. 2B felt herself shiver uncontrollably, her skin crawling over her beaten and battered chassis, as the recurring nightmare that had plagued her ever since her first encounter with that vampire in Pascal's village played in her mind's eye. Parched lips cracking as they pressed against warm skin, the vivid taste of blood pouring down her throat, skin splitting down invisible seams as grotesque and overgrown metal shapes broke free of her chassis. She looked away, blinking back tears. "No. Are you hoping reinforcements will arrive in time to save the both of you?" 6E glanced over at the horizon. "I think they might, but, of course, they won't last long against us. Or are you thinking you'd rather let Nines die here and revive him from his backup with his soul unsullied? Nines would lose his memories of today if he died here. Even though it was only a couple hours, and even though those hours included this torturous moment, to have those parts of his life torn away from him, for him as he existed at this very moment to be wiped away. It was something 2B couldn't forgive herself for doing. She never could. Even when it was so tiny and inconsequential and stupid. The deathly pale scanner vampire raised his hand. Ma'am. I thought you were going to keep those two alive and let Yorha track their black box signals." 6E blinked. "Oh, That. Right. I changed my mind. Oh. Okay, he mumbled, kicking dejectedly at the sand. Look at him, 6E said to 2B, gesturing to Nines. He's suffering. 2B looked at him. He was suffering. She could see his shoulders quaking, his hands trembling, the vampires growing more and more restless as his blood dripped down and stained their clothes and skin. Death from loss of blood, from failure of coolant systems, from overheating. It wasn't quick, pleasant, or painless. It was not a death of slow warmth muffling all thought until everything faded quietly and peacefully to black. Systems broke down slowly, circuits burned out one by one, broken thoughts ran in circles as the dead patches of neural programming grew larger and fenced them into ever smaller enclosures. Sensory systems reached their operational limits and shut down. If the vampires didn't tear him to pieces from their own thirst soon, that slow and agonizing fate would be his. One of the vampires holding him down reached out and undid his visor, letting it fall into his sodden lap. His eyes were gray and unfocused, gazing dully out into the middle distance, eyelids heavy and tinged blue. He was dying and 2B was powerless to do anything but watch. She didn't know if he could see or hear anymore. But she saw his lips move faintly, weakly, silently spelling out, 2B. There was no way for her to know what he was asking for. Mercy? A quick death? To be bitten? To be left to burn himself out, to have a backup with no memory of today live out the rest of his, inevitably short, life for him? The night is cold, but not cold enough. 6E's eyes gleamed madly. But you can't bear to sit back and watch this run its course, can you? Even if you're sure it's the right thing to do. She pulled 2B out of the clutches of the vampires pinning her down, her fingertips ghosting down the side of her neck. As 6E leaned in closer and let her fangs hover over her exposed neck, 2B felt her frosty breath prickle her skin with thousands of needles. Don't, 2B choked out, her black box fluttering in her chest. 6E's tongue dragged across her neck. Oh, don't worry, I wouldn't. Not unless you ask. I want you to tell me you want it, she whispered in her ear, her hushed voice as seductive as it was conspiratorial. 2B felt another cold, dead hand curl around the side of her hip, a numbing wave of cold sinking through the bare skin under her skirt and into her chassis, deadening the damaged joint and all but liquefying her muscles, forcing her leg to go completely limp and collapse under her weight. You know how powerful we are, 6E told her, her icy hand pressing into her flesh, caressing the curve of her hip and sliding up to her waist, wriggling its way under the hem of her torn and ragged blouse. Clawed fingernails traced light furrows across pockmarked shrapnel wounds, blossoms of numbing cold blooming under her skin and driving away the stinging pain and aching pressure left by those wounds. You've seen with your own eyes what little you can do against the least of us, and how strong you can be if you join us. How free you can be. 2B glanced back at the three vampires who had folded themselves into a chair at 6E's command without the slightest hesitation or indication of discomfort. Free. 6E let out a coy, knowing giggle, as though she'd been caught lying and not only knew, but didn't care. A different kind of freedom, perhaps, but freedom all the same. She leaned in closer, her fangs brushing against the side of 2B's neck, the tips poking her skin just lightly enough not to break it. The blessing of vampires is freedom to be superior, freedom from the curse of humanity. The curse of humanity. Thoughts she had struggled not to think for 3 years boiled in her mind. Resentment. Anger. A festering knot in the back of her mind, buried by terabytes of programming and years of indoctrination, that seethed and raged with every sincere utterance of glory to mankind. The fury that had made her raise her sword of its own accord against a human. Deep beneath the mask, deep beneath her psyche, rattling its chains as it howled against its impotence, at war with her infallible and unwavering sense of duty and devotion hatred. Sparing another glance at Nines, 2B clenched her jaw and ground her teeth. 6E's fingers burrowed into her hair, gently scratching her scalp. You're thinking about how much you want to bite Nines right now, aren't you? Excuse me, ma'am, the pale scanner butted in, the shock of his mealy-mouthed croak of a voice splitting 2B and 6E apart. 2B was relieved to be free, although she didn't have the energy or willpower she needed to pick herself up, let alone grab Nines and escape. Yes? What is it? 6E asked in terse, clipped tones, her eyes wide, her jaw clenched with impatience and irritation. Someone's coming this way. Just one. Just one. Ah, funny. 6E spared a glance at 2B. I'd have thought these two were worth more than that. Didn't you, 2B? She snapped her fingers again and gestured to her thralls. Well, take care of them. I hope you don't mind sharing. The vampires, those not preoccupied with detaining Nines or the pods, grumbled a bit, but did as they were told without fail, and 6E laid a cold hand on 2B's shoulder. Take a good look, my dear. This is what I have to offer you. The ragtag gaggle of vampires ventured out of the rough circle of light cast by the pod's floodlights, save for the scanner. Well? 6E asked him. The scanner scratched his forehead. It doesn't smell like food. An angry red blossom of fire lit up the darkness, the flickering flashes of light left in its wake briefly rendering the vampire army as silhouettes. A scattered collection of shouts and cries filled the air. 2B felt her spirits lift and strength return to her leaden limbs. Had Yorha sent down someone with weaponry that was actually effective against these monsters? One of the vampire androids who'd rushed headlong into the endless night stumbled backward into the dim ring of light, reeling dizzily and clutching at a growing hole in its chest. A red glow flickered at the edges of the wound like the edges of a burning sheet of paper as the void ate away at the vampire's body. He let out a faint, anguished gasp and slumped over, sinking into the cold, dark sand. Shaken, 6E gestured at the two trios of vampires pinning the pods to the ground. You. Get in there. The 6 vampires obliged and leaped to their feet, swords and fangs bared as they rushed toward their mysterious enemy. A streak of red shot past them, a glittering flash of silver caught in the pod's lights. One vampire reeled back, screaming and clutching at the smoldering stump of his arm. One gurgled and collapsed, legs crumpling like thin metal foil, as blood and red sparks sprayed from a gash in his throat. One's scream was abruptly cut short as he fell over in 2 neat pieces, bisected right down the middle. The other 3 beat a hasty retreat, nursing shallow but still painful wounds. What? 6E clenched her fists. Don't run away. You're vampires. Another streak of red, a flash of a black coat and billowing white gold hair, weaved through the 3 vampires, elegant silver arcs cutting through them as easily as sunlight through glass, and the 3 of them collapsed. The man standing in the midst of the half-dozen felled vampires brandished in his left hand a curved saber streaked with blood and oil, channels of silver running in elegant patterns across the steel blade. Could it really be him? Was Alucard, a simple human, more capable of dispatching over 24 vampires than a top-of-the-line combat android? Was he really destroying these monsters that 2B and Nines had been utterly powerless against single-handedly, in every sense of the word? There was no way it could really be him, but 6E let go of 2B and took a halting step backward. But, she sputtered, normal weapons can't. She turned to the scanner. 3S. Hack him or something. She turned the other way, the lavender curls framing her face bouncing like springs. The rest of you. Fight harder, damn you. The vampires forming 9S's chair slithered away from him, their joints snapping loudly and wetly back into their proper positions. 6E's living throne and the cluster of vampires who'd held 2B down joined them in their assault. I can't hack him, ma'am. 3's shouted out, his voice high-pitched and squeaky with panic. He's not an android. With a flurry of his blade, Alucard cut through the 13 remaining vampires, weaving through their frantic attacks with the grace of a dancer. 2B was awestruck by his speed and swiftness. He was on an even playing field with combat androids, perhaps even Type E units such as herself. Pod. Wire. 2B shouted out. Pod 042, freed from its captors, shot an electrical wire into the air and latched onto her chest. As soon as the wire had dug into her skin, hot lightning coursing painfully through it and into her chassis, it retracted and yanked her away from 6E and her scanner cohort. Oh, no you don't. 6E snarled, drawing her long blade and charging after her, her boots kicking up plumes of sand in her wake. 2B dug in her heels as best she could, planting herself between 6E and Nines, and raised the virtuous treaty over her chest. As the long, slender blade of 6E's Otaki clashed with her sword and sent tremors down her remaining arm, 2B felt a sharp, stabbing pain behind her eye and squinted, stinging tears welling up and spilling down her cheek. Through the haze, she saw Nines darting past her in spite of his wounds, severed coolant cables streaming out from the bloody hole in his stomach like the ends of a crimson scarf. 9S, no, stop, she screamed, her voice hoarse, breaking off from 6E to run after him. 6E's blade swung down, uninhibited, and cut a livid diagonal gash across her back from shoulder to hip. As 2B stumbled and fell, her head turned in out of the corner of her eye. She saw Nines again, lying down where he'd fallen. How could there be two 9SES? 6E split into 6, 5 of her leering, sneering doppelgangers flanking 2B on either side. Barely able to remain standing, 2B struggled to parry all of their attacks. 5 were illusions, just like the ones that had fainted her earlier, only one was real. But they weaved between each other faster than 2B's weary eye could catch up, rendering her incapable of telling which lashing blade would cut her and which would harmlessly pass through her. It was the scanner vampire, 3S. He was projecting false information into her visual processor. 2B tried to break 6E's ranks and pursue him as he stood back to admire his handiwork, but 6E was her equal in strength and speed, superior in her ruthlessness, and filled with growing manic energy, while 2B's broken chassis weighed heavier and heavier. Pod 042 fired a spray of bullets in a wide arc, forcing 6E and her doubles to scatter. In order to keep the illusion, all 5 doppelgangers struggled as much to avoid the gunfire as the real one. However, some bullets hit their marks, and out of the 6 of them, only one of them bled. With a hoarse roar tearing at her throat, 2B charged forward, ducked under 6E's swinging blade, slid across the sand, and stabbed upward, her blade sliding under 6E's breast, piercing her chassis just underneath her sternum. The blade tore itself free at the nape of her neck. 2B knew her anatomy well. As an executioner, she knew she'd sliced 6E's black box cleanly in two. It didn't matter to an undead monster, of course, but it was no less satisfying to her. This, 2B gasped, pushing herself to her feet and forcing 6E to the ground, is for 9S. 6E grinned. And once again, you chose to let him die. Her heel slammed into 2B's knee, snapping the joint. Metal whined and squealed against metal as 2B hit the ground. 6E pulled herself up, slid the sword out of her chest, and snapped it over her knee as if it were a twig. Are you done? 6E turned to the other vampires. I hope you've taken care of. The 13th of the 13 vampires to fall howled in agony as Alucard's saber sunk up to its ornate silver hilt in his chest. Alucard ripped the blade out and with a flick of his elbow brought the blade's glittering edge down on his head. The blade slid out as the vampire crumpled to the ground, red sparks playing around the edges of his wounds. They have not, Alucard said, his deep, low voice dripping with smug confidence. How dare you? 6E snarled, leaping at him. Those were mine. Alucard parried and darted around her furious strikes, evading her attacks with a flexibility and fluidity that was almost unnerving, but he could not escape 6E's enraged barrage unscathed. Her blade tore into his side, blood spurted from the wound and splattered on the sand. Statement: YoRHa units have a unique obligation to defend human life, Pod 042 stated as 2B grabbed onto its arms for support and pulled herself to her feet, gingerly cradling her throbbing knee. Proposal: Unit 2B should intervene. 2B shook her head. Even in her current state, damaged and brutalized, barely able to fend for herself, she still had to fight? Not even for someone like Nines, not for someone she cared about, someone she loved, but for him. Self-sacrifice was expected from all YoRHa units. All were expendable, all could be replaced, all lives equally worthless next to the cause of humanity. She had no excuse not to leap into the fray, and she knew it, and yet she had never felt so resistant to the very idea. At this moment, racked with anguish, she wanted nothing more than to sink into the sand and fall into a blissful, safe oblivion. She wanted to run away. For the first time in 3 years of operation, she wanted to so much that it hurt. 2B. Her weak, ragged breathing came to a halt. N. She turned around to see Nines crawling across the sand toward her. Pod 153 hovered at his side, medical tools clutched in its claws. He pulled himself up to his knees. His eyes were still dull and glassy, almost gray. 9S, you're alive, 2B gasped. Or was it just another illusion? She looked around for another Nines, but saw no one else. Threes was running off into the distance, his form dwindling and vanishing into the darkness of the eternal night blanketing the desert. Pod's right, he croaked. We have to protect humanity. We have to help him. He reached over to his shoulder, disconnected his arm, and slid the pale, slender limb out of his sleeve, setting it on the ground in front of 2B. Take it, please. Pod 153 swooped down to pick up and handed it to 2B. She gingerly held it up to her shoulder, closed her eyes, gritted her teeth, and pressed the severed halves of the shoulder joint together. Hot, hissing steam roiled around her shoulder as the circuits lined up and linked themselves together, sparks of white-hot pain lighting up 9S's arm as her programming adjusted to the unfamiliar design of the foreign limb. She sucked air through her teeth and expelled it in a ragged gasp, collapsing on all fours. Alucard continued to struggle fending off 6E's assault. Her blade left another gash on his leg, another just above his hip, forcing him to stumble and breaking his defensive stance. He narrowly avoided another diagonal stroke of 6E's Otaki, barely managing to stay clear of the long blade. 6E pressed onward, only to reel back in shock as her blade glanced off a metal forearm emerging from under Alucard's heavy black coat. You should know, he spat, the alabaster fingers of his prosthetic right hand taking hold of his saber's hilt as he switched hands, that I am not left-handed. 2B conjured the virtuous contract and gripped it tightly with both hands, her knuckles widening under her gloves as her fingers curled around the cloth-wrapped hilt. 6E. Alerted by the sound of her voice, 6E whirled around as 2B charged at her and thrust her sword forward. 6E dodged the strike, but at the last moment, 2B let go of the sword, grabbed 6E by the throat, and drove her fist into her stomach, targeting the spot where her armored chassis was least protected. 6E wheezed and coughed, doubling over, as Alucard's blade pierced her shoulder. Red-hot sparks began to fly from the wound as it grew wider, as though the saber's glittering blade were acid. 6E pulled herself away and beat a hasty retreat, clutching at her wounded shoulder as the red sparks ate away at her chassis. WH. How is this? How can this be? I was blessed with luck to be given this saber, Alucard explained. The merchant had no idea the silver detailing on the blade would prove more than simple ornamentation. Silver, 6E's eyes widened. How dare you? I suspect it must hurt. Alucard slipped back into a combat stance, hatred etched into his face. Worry not. I will relieve you of that pain soon enough. 6E snatched up one of her fallen minions off the ground and dug her fingers into the back of its neck. The limp vampire dissolved into a flurry of sparks that sank into her arm. The crimson glow in her eyes grew brighter and stronger. Don't think you can kill me with a toy like that. 2B felt a pit in her stomach open up. She'd nearly forgotten that vampires could absorb their own kind to become stronger. Images of ADSIXS greedily draining his minions to dust ran through her mind. And this one had already been so much more powerful. Alucard charged at 6E, vanished, and reappeared behind her. She spun around, her leg catching him in the ribs and digging into the wound she'd given him earlier. He flew back and hit the sand, his saber flying from his hand. 2B ran after it, Pod 042 firing a salvo of bullets to cover her. 6E was undeterred, though, and soaked up the bullets like a sponge as she closed in on 2B. 9S's fingers were weaker than a combat unit's. As she scooped up the saber and clasped its hilt, 2B could feel that she had a much less secure grip than normal with his arm. She fell to her knees, whirled around, and thrust out the saber as 6E caught up with her. With a wild, furious glare and grin, 6E grabbed the blade with both hands, smoke curling up from her hands as the silver-gilded edge of the blade burned her skin. The blade shattered into glittering fragments. So much for silver, 6E sneered as 2B scrambled backward and struggled to keep her distance. Behind her, some of the fallen vampires, those who had only lost limbs and suffered glancing wounds from the silver blade, began to stir, rising to their feet, clutching at their wounds, all in great pain but all still very much alive as they staggered, limped, stumbled, and crawled over to their master's side. Alucard tore into the cluster of injured vampires with nothing but his bare hands, brilliant red flames wreathing his arms. Had he set himself on fire to combat these monsters? Was he insane? A ball of roiling flame appeared in his hand. As a vampire opened its mouth wide and lunged at him, he shoved the ball down its mouth, tongues of flame ripping through the oozing wounds in its torso. Alucard vanished, reappearing over the vampire's head. The vampire had no time to look up before Alucard's boot shattered his skull, chips of metal and integrated circuits tearing through his skin. The more Alucard fought, the more 2B was confused by him. Humans couldn't conjure flames on command. Humans couldn't move so quickly, they were all but invisible save for eerily glowing after images. Humans couldn't go toe-to-toe with the pinnacle of combat androids and last for more than a few seconds. Humans couldn't. As 6E swung her blade at him, Alucard vanished, a giant bat as large as a housecat appearing in his stead. The bat fluttered around 6E and her cohorts and transformed back into Alucard at 2B's side. That. Humans most certainly couldn't do that. Alucard threw another ball of flame at the vampires, hitting a mangled machine in the face and reducing its spherical head to molten slag. He waved his hand and snapped his fingers. Streams of blood poured from the injured vampires and coated his forearm, the unctuous oily fluid crawling up the armored plating and sinking into his skin. The ragged wound on his side and bloody scrapes marring his cheek shrank and vanished. "Do you have a spare sword?" he asked 2B. "What? Do you have a spare sword?" he repeated as the vampires charged at them, a wall of slavering, blood-stained flesh and metal. 2B's eye fell to the coiled leather whip hanging from his belt. "What about your whip?" It's broken." "You can't break a whip." She reached out and ripped it from his belt. 2B, no, don't. She'd never wielded a whip in combat before. The closest she'd ever even came to seeing a whip had been the riding crop Commander White always carried at her side. But its smooth, sleek, polished leather handle fit in her hand as though she were meant to hold it. She supposed her combat programming had included whips, despite having so much less utility compared to other weapons, for sake of completeness. The whip's sharp leather length sailed through the air like an extension of 2B's arm, leaving a deafening crack like thunder echoing through the air as its tip scored the vampires' bodies. The weaker vampires reeled back, screaming and howling, where the whip's supersonic tip had cut into their bodies. Their flesh and clothes burst into flames. Horrified and agonized, clutching at her side as her clothes burned and the blackening flesh sloughed off her skeletal chassis to reveal singed and charred metal ribs, 6E turned tail and ran. 2B lashed out with the whip again and again and again. Each strike lit up the vampires' bodies, their flesh melting and running down their chassis like melting wax running down candlesticks. Machines exploded in hunks of shrapnel as volatile chemicals inside their bodies ignited. Before 2B could strike one final blow against 6E, the vampire crossed her arms in an X over her chest and vanished in a column of light. The polished leather whip passed through the empty space where she had been and hit the ground, kicking up a long, snaking plume of sand. 2B jerked the whip back. It let out one last ear-splitting crack and snapped backward, pooling at her feet. She let it fall to the ground and headed straight for 9 seconds, rushing to his side and turning him onto his back. Pod 153 had already begun to patch up the gaping wound in his stomach, but he'd lost far too much blood. His eyes, dull and gray, looked past her. "Two," he gasped, lifting his hand to weakly grasp hers. 2B batted it aside. "Don't move. Don't talk. Conserve your strength." "Is he okay?" Alucard asked, kneeling at his side and laying a hand on the sticky, gritty mass of adhesive patches, staunching gel, and wet sand that had adhered to the wound. "Shut up," she told him. "Have either of you been bitten?" he asked, eyeing 9S's missing leg and 2B's replaced arm. "I said, shut up," she snapped, shoving him aside. She slipped one hand under 9S's neck and another under his knee. If she could carry him to the resistance outpost at the edge of the desert, she could bring him to an access terminal and rebuild his body. It wasn't far even in her condition, it wouldn't be a hard journey to make. 2B lifted him up, struggling to keep her legs from crumpling under his weight, the damaged joint of her knee screaming in pain and protest. "Don't talk to me." "Those vampires, their leader was 6E, right?" She nodded. "Type E? I've never heard of it before. What is it?" "You've never?" I don't know," 2B lied, looking away. It made sense there was type E-shaped gap in his memory. If that knowledge wasn't suppressed from his model, it would be too easy for him to put 2 and 2 together. Damn nines. Inquisitive to his last breath. "If their existence is secret," she added, "it's probably meant to be one." Don't pry. Where are you taking him? Alucard asked. I told you to shut. Proposal, Unit 2B should take Unit 9s to the nearest access terminal and upload his data to a new chassis, Pod 042 said. I know, 2B snapped. Let me take him, Alucard offered. You're injured. 2B's legs gave out and she collapsed, the cold sand too gritty to offer any comfort to her aching muscles and straining servos. 9s was her responsibility, not his. No. He's my partner, and she grabbed at his ankles. I need to. You have nothing to fear, Alucard said, pulling 9s out from under her. I made a promise to keep him safe. I made a promise. Her black heart sank in her chest, her arms went limp and her grip on 9s slackened, allowing Alucard to pull him away from her. The only promise she'd ever made to 9s had been to make sure that no one else but her ever carried out his execution. She'd never promised to protect him, to look after him, to keep him safe and happy, only to make sure that at every bitter end, it was her at his side and not someone else. Not someone who didn't appreciate him, didn't love him, didn't treat him as just another notch in their list of Yorha-sanctioned murders. His life would never be snuffed out by someone who was indifferent to or relished his suffering, like other Type E units might have. But here Alucard was, a human, strange abilities notwithstanding, according to Pod 042, he was wholly genetically human, human like the humans she tore herself apart to serve time and time again, human like the humans at whose whims 9s perished over and over in a cycle without end, flaunting in her face the privilege he had to make the promise she had never been allowed to make. Disgusting. Once Alucard had left with 9s slung over his shoulder and Pod 153 hovering at his side, 2B buried her face in the sand to hide her tears. 9s shouldn't have been here. He shouldn't have seen that. He shouldn't have seen her like that, he shouldn't have suffered through that, he shouldn't have found out that. Observation, based on recently acquired data, Unit 9s has an approximately 85.6% chance, Pod 042 told her, of successfully discerning the true nature of Unit 2B's mission within the next 8 days. A hollow formed in 2B's chest. He won't, she insisted, but she knew that 9s was long overdue to put 2 and 2 together. He won't, as though wishing could make it so. She loved 9s, but sometimes she hated his curiosity. As she silently cursed Alucard's name, her fists dug into the ground and clutched at fistfuls of sand that, no matter how hard she squeezed, still slipped through her fingers. Alucard was grateful to have 9SS tactical support pod at his side to point him toward the access terminal, otherwise, he'd have easily gotten lost in this pitch-black desert wasteland. Thanks to Pod 153, he made his way to the resistance outpost on the border between the city and the desert with little incident. 9s hung from his shoulder, his dense and heavy chassis nearly 300 pounds of limp, all but inert dead weight pressing down on him like the albatross around the ancient mariner's neck. If the poor boy were human, he'd have passed away from his injuries a long time ago. However, Pod 153 still detected mental activity within 9SS logic circuits. Androids were remarkably resilient creatures, but even so, he was fading fast. Sweat dripped from Alucard's brow, running down his nose, trickling into his eyes and down his cheeks like tears. The soft sand gave way under his heavy boots, his feet straining to break free with every step. As Alucard stepped into the sparse outpost, scarcely more than a few tents and a few crates of supplies clustered against the sides of a narrow ravine. Pod 153 informed him that total failure of 9SS coolant system was expected within 2 minutes. Irreversible neural circuitry damage that even transferring his mind to a new body wouldn't heal was already beginning to set in. Where's the access point? Alucard asked the lone soldier manning the outpost, his eyes roving across the area, hunting for any sign of the same boxy black machines installed in the bunker and in Anemone's camp. If you're looking to use that thing, the clouds are blocking out its connection with the bunker, he told Alucard, gesturing at the rusty vending machine in the back of his sun-bleached canvas tent. Couple thousand years ago, either us or the machines tried to seed the atmosphere with chaff to prevent contact between earthbound and spacebound forces. Don't remember who. He scratched his head, the bright green lenses of his night vision goggles flickering like light bulbs on their last legs. Anyway, it didn't work out, but it's been biting us in the ass ever since. That's a vending machine, Alucard pointed out. He heft 9SS weight. Please, there's not much time. Yeah, no, outside the camp, we disguise our access points to keep machines from attacking them. Anyway, the soldier reminded him, the terminal's not working right now. Wind's picking up, so the cloud coverage should pass soon. Give it, 10, 15 minutes. That's immaterial, Alucard told him. I only need to download him to a new body. I shouldn't need a connection to the bunker. Upload, Nines corrected, his voice a weak whisper. Pardon me. I always confuse the two. Alucard placed his hand on the black machine, feeling for any sort of button or switch that would activate it. How do you work this thing? Put in the code for, new Coke, or something like that. The soldier scratched at his scruffy chin. E621, I think. Many thanks. Alucard tapped the buttons as instructed and stepped back as the vending machine's facade hissed and slid to the left, revealing a dark cavity lined with spindly mechanical arms. Just stick your buddy inside and let the terminal do its work. It can do all the Yorha models, B, D, E, H, S. Alucard nodded, gently slid Nines off his shoulder, and placed him inside the terminal, propping him up against the back wall. The boy's eyes were open, even though he didn't seem to be cognizant of anything he was seeing. Alucard was grateful for that those pale blue eyes, even though the color had been drained from them, were what banished Soma's ghost from that face. Alucard. Nines mumbled, fumbling blindly, his fingertips grazing the cuff of Alucard's sleeve. Don't strain yourself. We've made it. You're not really human, are you? Alucard focused his gaze on the ground, letting the fingers of his new prosthetic hand ghost across the control panel on the side of the terminal. No, he admitted. I figured. With the fangs and your pulse and everything. What are you? Soma never asked so many questions. I'm like you, he answered, keeping his voice low enough that the soldier manning the outpost couldn't overhear. Not human, but a friend to humanity. An angel. If only. Alucard took a step back, ready to close the terminal. He imagined being in one of those things must have been much like taking to slumber in his coffin. I'll collect 2B next. Stay here. As if I could go anywhere else, Nines replied, a faint smile gracing his wan, corpse-like face. Alucard laid a hand on his cheek. Though he looked dead already, his skin was hot and clammy, almost feverish. Take care. As soon as he drew his hand back, the terminal's false front slid back to cover Nines. The machine began to vibrate and were not unlike a washing machine as it set to work dismantling and reconstructing its occupant's body. His stomach growled at the sight of the vending machine's front. In the window were bags and cans, their labels long past faded away by the passage of time. Is there any real food in this? He asked the soldier standing guard. The soldier shrugged. Never checked to see if those things were legit, to be honest. I'd kinda assume no. Alucard curled his mechanical fingers into a fist, drew back his arm, and punched the glass, shattering it. He snatched a bag of what might have been chips and opened it. Empty. Of course. He cracked open a lukewarm can of soda. Flat as paper, and for good reason the liquid inside was water. Just as he'd suspected, the access terminal's facade was merely a Potemkin village of junk food. Alucard prepared to venture back into the desert to collect 2B, but before he could put much more than a few steps between himself and the terminal, it opened up and belched a cloud of hot, moist steam. Nines, pristine and hale and hearty, with healthy color to his skin and not a speck of blood in his hair or on his face, with not so much as a single thread of his uniform out of place, stumbled uneasily out of the terminal, a cloud of steam following in his wake. He gingerly rubbed his shoulder and stretched his legs. Phew, that was a close one. A few more minutes. How do you feel? Alucard asked. He considered telling Nines to remove his visor again. The blank black strip covering his eyes hid so much of what made him unique, what defined him to Alucard as a new individual and not a replica of the boy he'd failed to save. Fine-ish. Nines craned his neck and looked around the outpost. Where are we? The border stop. Pod 153 floated over to his side. Analysis: minor memory degradation has occurred as a result of extreme operating temperatures. Self-diagnostic measures are advised. Proposal: Unit 9s should initiate self-maintenance mode. I'm fine, Nines insisted. It's all just kinda hazy and jumbled. Where's 2B? I couldn't carry the two of you together. Nines gasped, his intake of breath a sharp and shocked hiss. Why, she's still out there? We have to go get her. 2B's voice, as weak and frail as her battered and beaten body, still managed to cut through the quiet air, as sharp as her blade. That won't be necessary. She limped into the outpost, one arm curled around her pod's clawed arm, the other hanging at her side with the vampire killer coiled and clutched in her hand. Her uniform was torn, her skirt and blouse both eaten away on one side to reveal ragged and torn flesh that itself showed glimpses of her bullet-pocked endoskeleton. Blood glistened and metal gleamed under the outpost's dim and yellowed lights. The same side of her face had been torn away, revealing underneath bullet-chewed strips of synthetic flesh and artificial muscle a death's head visage. Her exposed eye socket was cracked, the eye within shattered to pieces and the light behind it faint and dull. Singed and ragged bangs of her snowy white hair hung lank over her forehead. 2B, you look, Nines hurried to her side. You walked all this way yourself? Alucard was just about to go back for you. That's fine. I made it on my own, 2B replied, an iron bite to her voice. The closer 2B came, the harder and faster Alucard's pulse beat, nerves tightening the muscles in his chest and forming a vice around his heart. What enabled her to wield the vampire killer so easily? As human as these androids were despite their unnatural construction, to admit that 2B was a descendant of the Belmont clan was to admit to something patently impossible and frankly absurd. How could she be part of that bloodline if she didn't even have real blood? 2B ignored him and trudged over to the terminal, keyed in the access code, and stepped in. I don't think she likes you, Nines said to Alucard as the terminal began to reconstruct 2B's chassis behind its deceptive facade. He sat down on a lump of sandstone at Alucard's side, resting his head in his hand. Weird, huh? Figured we were all just programmed to like humans. Kind of a no-brainer. Well, then again. Right. You're an angel or something. Alucard let out a self-effacing chuckle. I'm flattered, but no. Thanks for helping, by the way. I feel like 2B won't say it, so I'll say it for the both of us. We'd have been goners without you. Although he'd been rejuvenated, Nines still had a weary, worn smile as he undid his visor and pulled it away from his eyes. I'm just glad I made it in time. Or at all. Right. Nines lifted his head and looked up at him. Your old friend, the one I sound like, it'd have hurt if I'd ended up like that, huh? Alucard didn't bother to ask how Nines had made that inference, but the boy's insight left him taken aback. 9S's voice dropped to a whisper. If 2B or I had been turned, either one of us, nothing we'd ever thought or felt or believed would have mattered anymore. For whichever of us turned, the other one would be nothing but a meal, and vampires call that freedom. I can't imagine a worse fate. I'm sorry your friend had to suffer that. Alucard found his hand resting on the boy's shoulder. Thank you. You're too kind, so. His grip tightened on 9S's shoulder. You're too kind. 9S. 2B stepped out of the terminal, restored just as Nines had been to perfect health. Alucard hurriedly pulled his hand away from 9S's shoulder as her eyes, hidden beneath her visor, met his. Even through the black cloth masking her face, Alucard could feel her glaring at her, but when his eyes connected with her invisible stare, she turned her head and broke eye contact. Even A2 didn't carry such hatred for him in her heart. What had happened to her to make her so unique among every other soldier under Yorha's banner, he wondered, in her cold animosity toward humanity. 60's job, career, and life, was there any difference between the three, were all over. Her first time supervising 3 people on Earth, one of whom was a real, live, honest-to-goodness human being, and she had failed. All of them were probably dead by now. 2B and Nines devoured by the vampires they had no weapons to fight against, Alucard buried in the smoldering shrapnel of a flight unit he had no means or expertise to control. She'd killed 2B. She'd let 21O down. She'd murdered one of her gods. Words failed to describe how awful she was, how disgusting, how unworthy she was to exist. She was a horrible person. Incompetent. Useless. She wasn't fit to serve humanity. She wasn't even fit to take out humanity's garbage. Stupid. Worthless. Useless. She'd flung her arms around 2H's waist and buried her face in her chest, her endless streams of tears dampening her uniform, despite 2H's protests about personal space and decorum. She was doomed. Why not seek comfort during what little time she had left before the commander caught wind of this and had her melted down for raw materials? I don't want to die, she sobbed, resting her cheek against 2H's breast. The healer unit looked just like 2B. She wanted to pretend she could beg her in 2B's stead for forgiveness, beg her to tell her it was okay, even though she'd sent her to certain death. I'm so sorry, I'm so sorry. She was so busy wallowing in her misery that she barely felt 4H pat her on the back. It could have happened to anyone. Don't beat yourself up over it. But it happened to me. I let a human die. I'm the lowest of the low. 6-0, ID please, DU. 2H squirmed helplessly in 6-0's grip and pushed her away as firmly as she could. Healer units were about as strong as operators, albeit much more durable. She struggled to free herself. 6-0, look at your monitor. 6-0 clutched her tighter. What's the point? They're dead and it's all my fault. I'm a useless, stupid, lazy. 6-0, 4H said, urgently grabbing her by the arms and trying to peel her off of 2H, you should really look at your monitor right now. Battler Unit 2B to Operator 6-0. Come in, 6-0. Come in. 6-0 lifted her head, hardly able to believe her ears. 2B was 2B's alive, she gasped. Her spirits lifted so quickly that if she were on Earth, she could have reached escape velocity and flown all the way to the bunker. 2B's alive, she squealed, wrapping her arms around 4H and pecking her on the cheek. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. She hurried to her makeshift operations desk, nearly knocking over a shelf of flower photos in her haste and excitement. 2B, this is 6-0. I'm here. Are you okay? N9s. An Alucard. 4H rubbed at her cheek, a pinkish hue growing under her skin. Hey, 2H. Looks like we've got Alucard's vital signs back online. We're all fine, 2B responded. 9ER, 9s and I have replaced our bodies at the nearest access point. We're fine. Neither of you were bitten. I was bitten on the arm, 2B said, shuddering. 9S on the leg. We managed to sever the limbs before the infection could spread. 6-0 sighed. Ah, that's good. I'm so glad to hear you're alright. We've got Alucard to thank for that, 9s chimed in, his headshot popping up on 6-0's monitor. His weapons were the only things that could kill those monsters. Right. 6-0 nodded. I heard, before we lost your signals, that the ultraviolet didn't work. That must have been so scary. 9s shrugged. Between vampires and machines, I'd rather fight machines, yeah. I'll send a note to R&D and ask them to get better weapons into circulation as soon as possible, 6-0 told them. You guys. I don't want to ever throw you into something like that again. No matter, 2B said, her tone flat and brusque. We survived. Thank goodness. 6-0 leaned closer. So, about the distress signal. It was a trap, 9s said. There weren't any survivors. The whole area was full of vampires. We'll have to be more careful next time. Did any vampires get away? A few, 2B admitted. We'll have to be on high alert for them. Tell command to decommission 3s, 6E, and 31B. Roger that. Shame we can't track them, it's horrible being blind like this. 6-0 rifled through her list of tasks for 2B and 9s. So, if you're ready to get back to work, we've gotten some requests from the camp. Actually, there's something I'd like to tackle first, 2B said. We can't expect ultraviolet light to have any effect on vampires from here on out. Places like Pascal's village need to be warned so they can adjust their defenses. Oh, right, Pascal. He supplies a lot of rare materials and components to the camp, right? 2B nodded. We need to keep that supply chain open. Right. Take care of yourselves out there. The connection terminated and 6-0 fell back onto her bed, exhausted. Is today over yet? She mumbled. 3 slipped on the slick sand and stumbled, nearly falling over as he crested the peak of the dune and fled deeper into darkness, plumes of cold sand nipping at his bare calves. The soles of his boots struggled to find traction against the ground, threatening to upend him with every fumbling step. This couldn't be happening. It couldn't have all gone like this. Vampires were the ultimate life form beyond death, never tiring, never growing weaker. Stronger than android or machine, immune to all conventional weaponry, perfect in every way. That was what 6E, his liberator, his mistress, the woman who had granted him freedom from the chains of flesh and circuitry, had told him. The images she had filled his mind with, the new life she had passed on to him from the great vampire Countess Carmilla. And then for that man to show up and start wreaking so much havoc, cutting through flesh as though it were mortal, tearing through their ranks and showing them the weaknesses they were supposed to have transcended. It wasn't possible. Vampires were unassailable. Unstoppable. They couldn't be. He tumbled head over heels down the side of the dune, sand filling his mouth and mingling with blood as he landed face first in the shallow valley below. It couldn't have gone like this. No vampire could be put in such an undignified situation. They were superior to this. They were supposed to be superior. Damn it. Damn her. Executioner number 2. 3's pulled his gaunt face out of the sand. Grit clung to his cheeks, adhered to his skin with sticky, half-dried blood. 6E knelt in the sand only a few meters away from him, hunched over and clutching at her charred and blackened side. Her pale whitish lavender hair had come undone from its elegant pigtails and hung from her head like a wild, untamed mane. I can't go back to mistress, not with nothing. 2E, how dare you? Ma'am. 6E looked up, her scarlet eyes flashing. 3S. 3's crawled closer. Ma'am, are you okay? You ran away. A vice closed around his mind. Didn't mean. She laid a bloody finger on his lips. His voice died in his throat, fog clouding his thoughts, impulses slowing to a sluggish crawl through his neural circuitry as her eyes met his. I'm sorry, he squeaked. I won't do it again, ma'am. Her hand slipped to the side of his neck. You won't. A flood of ice ran through his body, colder than his own dead flesh. He let out a shocked yelp and stumbled backward. A sickly wet tearing sound rang in his ears as a wave of numbness ran through him. He fell on his back, shivering, as 6E clasped her frigid fingers around his throat and sank her talons into his flesh. You won't ever leave me again. Chapter 14, Rondo of Respite. As was typical with Yorha's Spartan accommodations, 2Es caught the thin mattress beneath her side barely any softer than bare metal would be. The rough sheets cocooning her and tangling around her legs brought her no comfort. Nothing in the bunker was designed to provide comfort. Units like her weren't supposed to need it. She wished she could sink into this bed and vanish, but there was nothing for her to sink into. The door slid open, allowing an unbidden shaft of light from the hallway to pierce the gloom enveloping her quarters. Only a portion of the light leaked into the little alcove that held her bed, yet it lay across her eye and burned like holy sunlight, her visor offering no protection. She squeezed her eyelids tighter and rolled onto her other side. A shadow fell across the shaft of light, mercifully blocking it and allowing gloom to flood the room yet again. Well, how was it? Your first time. Her fingers curled around the blue hairband resting in her palm and clenched into a fist as the hand clasping her shoulder shook her and roused her from her fitful false slumber. Come on, Tui. Tell me everything. I want to know all the gory details. 2E relented and allowed 6E to drag her upright and mold her into a sitting position as one would mold soft clay. There was no point in resisting or protesting. I looked over the records for the past week. Not bad at all, 6E chirped, curling an arm across 2E's back. Her fingers brushed against her shoulders like the tips of spiders' legs. You played your part so well it was almost as if you liked your target. 2E's fingers curled and tightened around her hairband. Yes. Her voice came out quiet, meek, barely even a whisper. Any louder and 6E would have heard her voice crack, heard her emotions, those forbidden things nestled in her mind that stung her for every thought bleed through. Almost, as if he couldn't have suspected a thing with how chummy you two were. I'd never realized what a knack you had for duplicity. That's right. He never suspected a thing. But what I'm curious about are his final moments. 6E loosened her visor and let it fall to her neck. A hungry gleam lit her pale eyes as she leaned in. Tell me, was he surprised? Shocked? Can you describe the pain and betrayal on his face when you ran him through? One hand curled around 2E's shoulder, the other on her knee, fingertips digging into her skin. What were his last words? Did he cry? Did he beg? Each question brought her closer until the tip of her nose nearly grazed 2Es. Did he scream? 2E looked away. No. I stabbed him in the back. He died instantly. 6E pulled back, disappointed. Ugh. I'll let you off easy this time, but here's my advice. You'll be killing people for a long, long time, so I suggest you start enjoying it. Relishing it. Savoring it. You've got to draw these things out so you can have fun with them. 2E held her tongue, but wanted nothing more than to tell 6E that she wasn't a sadist like her. 6E stood up. Still, I'm proud of you, 2E. Make sure you've got a story for me next time, though. Glory to mankind. With a smile and a wink, she left the room and strode down the hall, the door sliding shut behind her. Right. Glory to mankind, 2E responded, long after 6E had left her alone. With an ache in her chest, 2E looked back at the hairband clasped in her hand. This hand was not the one that had taken his life. That old chassis had already been recycled, but it still stank of the oily, sharp, metallic scent of blood. In truth, she hadn't stabbed him in the back. She'd tried, but he'd turned around at the last moment. He really hadn't suspected a thing, even seeing her sword in her hand. He had still had an innocent smile on his face and a bright, expectant look that penetrated his opaque visor. That look had morphed slowly, agonizingly slowly, into confusion and despair as the blade penetrated his chest. It hadn't been a clean cut, the blade had failed to completely pierce his black box. Beneath his visor, the invisible light in his invisible eyes had taken its time to fade away. Until the end, his limbs had twitched sporadically, convulsions and spasms keeping his blank gaze from focusing squarely on her. It had been a story 6E would have liked to hear. The last thing he'd said had been the name that wasn't hers. He'd died with it on his lips. 2B. The name that hadn't been hers, but had still rung pleasantly in her ears. The name that let her forget who she was and the company she kept. The name, she realized, she wanted to hear again. Her grip on the blue hairband clasped in her hand tightened until the frail plastic under the colored fabric that gave the band its shape broke in two. When her fingers unfurled around it, it slipped from her hand and fell to the floor, folded in on itself. The ache in her chest grew stronger, so strong that she could hardly breathe. It was as though her black box, too, had been pierced, leaving her to die just as slowly and painfully as Nine's had. Although as punishment for what she had done, she was being forced to feel what he had felt. She bent over and picked up the hairband, both hands holding each end gingerly with the tips of her forefingers and thumbs. It could no longer keep its shape. The fabric tore easily where the thin plastic frame had snapped. Both halves of the hairband hit the wall. 2E pulled herself out of bed, the sheets pooling around her feet. The bunker spun in its slow rotation, the moon inched past her window, its pale and pockmarked face gazing back at her. Somewhere on that lonely satellite was the lunar colony, and within that colony was the Council of Humanity which commanded Yoarha from afar. Was the Council pleased with her work? Had the death of one person been so vital to their cause? Were they looking down at her and smiling? Should she be happy to have done the bidding of her creators? Her fist collided with the window. The thick, reinforced glass sheeting stretched across the window to hold back the yawning vacuum beyond did not so much as budge as it bore the brunt of her frustration, and the moon continued to watch her with cold, silent indifference. 2B's fist slammed into the rock wall with enough force to spread a spiderweb of cracks from top to bottom. Jolts of pain lanced through her knuckles and ran down her arm, straining the synthetic muscle fibers and servos under her skin. She didn't hate humanity. She didn't. She couldn't. It was wrong to hate her creators. It was wrong to hate the ones who gave her existence meaning. It was wrong to hate Commander White. It was wrong to hate Yo-Arha. It was wrong to inwardly seethe with every utterance of glory to mankind. Emotions were prohibited. If she had to indulge in hate, it could only be turned toward mankind's enemies. Her fist hit the wall over and over again, shards of rock cutting ragged slits in her leather glove. When she drew her arm back again, a few telltale, smeared speckles of blood dotted shattered stone that formed the basin of the deepening crater. If she felt hatred, it was only 6Es poison worming its way through her mind, the enchantment of her words, the hollow promise of freedom from the curse of humanity. The will of mankind was not a curse but a purpose. Without it, Yo-Arha was nothing. Without it, 2B was nothing. She didn't hate humankind. She'd never hated humankind. Because to do so would make her lower than any other android, lower than the lowest machine. Even machines didn't hate humanity. Their programming, their network, lacked such capacity, their minds were too simple. To hate humanity made her just as bad as. She forced the anger out of her mind, shoved it aside, only for it to evaporate and envelop her like steam. She didn't hate mankind. If she did hold such hatred in her heart for her own creators and masters, then why did she obey their every command without complaint, without hesitation? If she hated humans, then she would be insubordinate and disrespectful to them and to those who relayed to her their orders. She would talk back to Commander White, thumb her nose at Army High Command, and show disdain for the Council of Humanity. That was what animosity toward humans would look like. But she didn't do any of those things. So why did she feel so repulsed around Alucard? Why had 6Es words burrowed so deeply under her skin? The scrapes on her knuckles became gashes, her skin split open and let blood run in rivulets down her fingers. The gleaming metal joints of her knuckles peeked out from underneath mashed and lacerated muscle. Observation: minor damage to Unit 2B's right hand has occurred. Proposal: Unit 2B should perform minor repairs to prevent further degradation of internal mechanisms. 2B pulled out her hand and let it fall to her side. She'd punched a hole in the wall so deep that the rock had swallowed almost half her forearm. Droplets of blood rolled off her fingertips and dripped onto the ground. She suddenly noticed that Pod 042 had been asking her to stop this whole time. She hadn't heard it even once. Drowned in her own frustration, she'd entered a fugue state where no outside stimuli had registered save for the pain signals running from her hand to her brain. She gingerly cradled her injured hand, cupping her palm around her bloodied knuckles as her fingers curled back into a loose fist. It hurt. Thank you for the suggestion, Pod. Repairs will not be necessary. Pod 042 hovered just a little closer, its claws opening and arms stretching just a little, as though it were indicating that it wanted to take her hand and do the repair work itself. Response acknowledged. However, this support unit's proposal still stands. I'm fine, 2B insisted. Statement: this support unit has also received a Priority 1 message from Commander White. Proposal: due to the urgency of the message, Unit 2B should immediately ask this support unit to open Unit 2B's connection to the bunker. 2B took a deep breath, desperately hoping that it wasn't the message she thought it was. Now was the worst time she could be told to do that. A holographic panel only she could see popped up in front of her. Commander White's voice rang in her ears, and hers alone, piped into her sensory processors directly through her visor. Unit 2E. You will continue to accompany Alucard on the surface until he makes contact with A2. Yes, ma'am. 2B suppressed a sigh of relief, knowing full well what White would say if she were to show any outward sign of emotion. Once you confirm A2's location, you will execute her. Yes, ma'am. But what about Alucard, she added, recalling what had happened the last time she and A2 had fought. You are still forbidden to take the life of a human. Pod 042 will restrain you if an attempt is made. White narrowed her eyes. However, in this case, I am issuing a temporary executive override for Pod 042's human safety protocols. You are now free to use whatever non-lethal force proves necessary for meeting your objectives. Hopefully, such measures will be unnecessary. 2B nodded. Are the parameters of your mission clear, 2E? The sound of her hated real name stung her ears. Yes, ma'am. Very well. Glory to mankind, White said, placing her left hand over her chest. 2B did the same. Glory to mankind, she repeated in a flat monotone, forcing whatever emotion tried to bubble up deeper down inside herself. White disappeared and the connection terminated, leaving 2B alone to ponder her good fortune that she was being permitted, even encouraged, to treat Alucard as she saw fit. He would never get in her way again. 2B, are you all right? Nines called out, his voice echoing in the cold air as he zeroed in on her. 2B let out a heavy, resigned sigh. She hadn't gotten far enough away from him, after all. I heard some loud noises over here, so, Nines scampered over to her, his boots kicking up plumes of sand. His visor was tied loosely around his neck like a very short scarf. Once he'd drawn near, he instantly noticed how 2B was favoring her right hand, his brows furrowed and his lips puckered into a concerned frown. It's nothing. Want me to take a look at it? No, I'm fine. Her hands fell to her sides. Why aren't you wearing your visor? Nines blinked. His bright blue eyes were wide and soft, but to her they carried an accusing venom. Oh, it's just to make Alucard more comfortable. He really doesn't like us hiding our eyes, and since he's sort of our guest, I figured I'd oblige him. You should take yours off, too. No. All right. Oh, and, he pulled out his satchel and rummaged through it. You, dropped this, he said, pulling out the tightly coiled whip she'd used against the vampires and handing it to her. Figured you should keep it, since it seems to be the only thing we have that can, kill vampires. 2B nodded and took the whip from him. It unspooled into a loose coil in her grip. Pod 042 scanned the weapon. Analysis: this weapon lacks an NFCS control circuit, limiting its utility. Proposal: Unit 2B should take this weapon to the Resistance camp and ask its weapons merchant to install the circuit. Alucard calls it the Vampire Killer. Not the most creative name, but it definitely performs as advertised, doesn't it? A cheeky grin lit up 9SS face. He said that only somebody special can use it. There must be some kind of tricky technique to it, because he said it'd probably kill him if he tried to use it. Guess that means you're special, huh? I suppose, 2B said. If she was special, it was a sick, cruel, painful kind of special, not something worth smiling like that about. I mean, I always knew you were special, Nines added, his smile turning a bit more coy, almost flirtatious. Despite the earnest look on his face, though, 2B felt a strange foreboding in his words. Fancy whip or not. Weird thing is, there aren't any exotic materials in that thing. At least, nothing we know to be effective against vampires. I'd expected some sort of silver composite interweaved throughout the thong, but... 2B trailed behind Nines for once as he rambled, her steps still leaden. If he was still filled with lingering distress over this morning's events, he hid it well. Then again, he usually hid those things well. Whatever secrets his past selves had learned to warrant his repeated executions, his behavior had never betrayed his knowledge. She'd never had the luxury of seeing a change in his mood predict the arrival of the order for his termination. Alucard was waiting for the two of them at the Resistance outpost nestled on the outskirts of the city ruins, where crumbling roads gave way to sand-blasted and windswept rock formations. The mutilated corpse of a deer lay on the ground about a meter away from him, blood pouring from a deep gash in its neck and pooling around its splayed and tangled legs. A chunk of the beast's flank had been cut out, the hunk of crimson flesh and striated bands of glistening muscle lay on a metal grate propped up with scraps of a machine life-form's chassis, skewered by a metal rod. With a snap of his fingers, a ball of flame flared to life underneath the plate of scrap metal. He looked up as 2B and Nines approached. "Oh, hello there," he said. His voice was polite, yet curt. "I hope you don't mind, I'm very hungry." The alabaster casing of his prosthetic arm was stained red, speckles of blood dotted his pale cheeks. He turned back to his setup and watched the cut of meat sizzle and smoke, a savory aroma wafting through the air. "We have to head to the camp," 2B told him, only for Alucard to hold up his hand in a dismissive gesture. "It is possible," he said, "for one to be so hungry that their back starts to hurt. I can hardly stand up right now. And so I shall prepare a light brunch for myself." "How long will it take?" 2B asked, crossing her arms. "We shouldn't waste 4 to 5 minutes, he said. "Each side." Nines dropped to his knees at Alucard's side. "You're cooking," he gasped. His eyes lit up. "I am attempting to do so," Alucard said. "I don't suppose anybody here has any salt or pepper." "Is that necessary?" Nines asked. "If you want your food to be palatable. Roasted meat by itself tends to be rather bland. When it's done, can I try some?" Alucard stood up, strode over to the corpse, hacked off another chunk of its flesh, skewered it on a metal rod, and set it down on the grate. "Time that for 5 minutes, then turn it over." Nines grinned. Thank you, sir." He glanced back at 2B. "2B, do you want to cook some, too?" "No." His smile shrank. "Are you sure?" "Yes." For the next 10 minutes, Nines peppered Alucard with questions as the meat they'd set over the fire browned. As she watched, 2B felt the ache in her chest grow stronger. She began to wish that she were in Alucard's place. If she were in his position, a human returned to the earth, Nines would be asking her questions like that, and she would respond, could respond, to him freely and openly, freed from the baggage of her secret mission. And she was envious, too, of Nines, that he felt so comfortable speaking to Alucard, that he, unlike her, treated humanity with the proper awe and reverence. That he felt and acted the way he should, while the best 2B could manage was a hollow facsimile. All she could do was stand at a distance and feel empty. Once the meat had turned a gleaming dark brown and a black lattice pattern from the metal grate had seared itself onto both sides, Alucard picked up his portion and took a bite. His face scrunched up. Obviously, the taste was not up to his standards. Nines handled his portion gingerly and cautiously, taking the smallest bite he could manage. His face lit up before he could even finish chewing. "It's good," he exclaimed, nearly dropping his food into the fire in his excitement. The next bite he took was larger, the next larger still. "And it's better if you season it?" he asked Alucard, his voice slurred by the food still in his mouth. "Swallow before speaking," Alucard told him. "It's proper manners." Nines nodded and swallowed. "Sorry, sir. I didn't mean any disrespect. So, if you had all the ingredients you could ask for, what would you do with this instead?" "First," Alucard said, pausing to thoroughly chew and swallow another morsel as a demonstration of good manners, "I would marinate the venison in olive oil, lemon juice, salt, pepper, and oregano and leave it for several hours. Then, I would grill it until medium rare." "Venison? What's that?" "This," Alucard said, gesturing with the remains of the steak he'd cooked to the dead deer lying in the center of the outpost. He took another bite, chewed, stopped, and spat out a hunk of gristle. "I'd also use a different cut of meat and make sure to trim the connective tissue." "Oh. Also, what's medium rare?" "When the meat is lightly cooked, mostly pink inside, with a faint red hue near the center. Personally, I enjoy rare meat, seared on the outside and bloody on the inside, although it's an acquired taste. Most people prefer meat that is between rare and well done. Cretans and boors prefer their meat well done." Nines nodded. "I would also dice a few small potatoes, toss them in oil and fresh rosemary, and roast them," Alucard went on, pausing a few times to take a few last bites and finish his meal. "Or perhaps mash them and prepare a gravy from the meat's drippings." "Are we ready to go?" 2B asked, interrupting Alucard's wistful fantasy. "We can't afford to waste time, we have work to do." Nines held the last bit of his meal out in 2B's direction. Black flecks from the seared outer surface of the meat peppered his lips. "Try this, 2B. It's really good." "I don't need it." "You're missing out," Nines goaded her, a mischievous sing-song lilt coming to his voice as his smile broadened. "Take a bite." "You can have the rest," 2B insisted. Nines shrugged and popped the last bite into his mouth. "Your loss," he slurred, mush-mouthed, as he closed his eyes to better savor the taste. He was so happy it almost hurt to look at him. "Maybe next time," she added, glancing down at the ground. "Let's go. It's a little out of our way, but I want to stop at the camp before we head over to Pascal." "Right." Nines stood up and wiped his mouth on his sleeve. "Thanks, Alucard. I've never eaten anything before." "Yes," Alucard said, "I could tell. I'll keep my eyes peeled for any of those other ingredients you mentioned. I'd love to try a proper meal someday. As would I. Once again, 2B found herself trailing behind Nines as the two of them set out with Alucard in tow for the resistance camp on the other side of the city ruins. As they traversed the labyrinthine ruins, Nines slowed his gait to keep up with 2B. "Oh, 2B, there's something I want to talk to you about," he said to her, as though the thought had only just crossed his mind. "Is it relevant to the task at hand?" she asked, not at all in the mood to talk. Anxiety crawled through the back of her mind, icy claws scraping against her skull. He knew about the Type E division now. He'd seen how familiar 6E had been with her. Did he suspect her? If he found out and confronted her, would she have to kill him again? Not really, I guess. But I wanted to say, back there, I mean, it hurt, it was scary, but I'm glad that I saw that side of you. Before today, I wasn't sure if you really cared, or liked having me around, or if you. I guess what I mean to say is." He slowed his gait and cast an expectant, anxious glance back over his shoulder at 2B. "No, never mind," he concluded, shaking his head. "It's selfish of me. Besides, it's not proper," he added, his voice suddenly stiff and formal as though he were stealing the words from 2B's mouth exactly how she would say them before she could speak, let alone think them. She knew the words he'd stopped himself from saying, though. She'd heard them too many times before. He was glad to have learned, despite how painful the lesson had been, that 2B did care about him. That would make it that much harder to terminate him when the time came, not that it was ever easy. She made a fist with her injured hand and squeezed until tears, mercifully hidden by her visor, welled up in her eyes. The ground was still slightly damp from yesterday's rainstorm during these dark and sunless months. Nothing dried quickly, but that did not make it much softer than if it were dry. Popola fell over hard enough to knock the wind out of her, the muddy soil cold against her cheek. A heavy boot sank into her back and pinned her down before she could even think about trying to get back up. "Mind sharing your reading material with the rest of the camp?" one of Laurel's soldiers quipped, crouching down and collecting the tattered old spellbook where it had fallen. Popola reached out, her hand slipping across the boundary between the light engulfing the camp and the shadows surrounding it for only a moment before the soldier pinning her down dragged her past the partition of light and shadow and into the outskirts of the camp. "Careful with her," the thief said. "She might not look it, but out of the two of them, she's the one who goes apeshit the easiest." In response, Popola's captor dug his heel in deeper, pressing it painfully into the small of her back. Popola lifted her head, her hair fell over her eyes. Through her mud-stained bangs, she caught sight of the thief and one of Anemone's men picking curiously at the book's worn cover like magpies picking at discarded jewelry. "It's nothing," she told them. "There isn't even anything in there. It's blank. Gotta be pretty riveting if you've had your nose stuck in it all morning." The thief fanned it open. "Let's see." "It's blank," the other one said. "I told you." Her captor pressed down harder, the edge of his heel driving a sharp spike into her spine. Her fingers dug into the cold, damp dirt as her jaw clenched and her teeth cut into her tongue. "All right, what's the deal?" he asked her. "Invisible ink." Popola swallowed a mouthful of blood mixed with dirt and spit. She shouldn't have left her sister's side. She shouldn't have ventured so close to the edge of the camp. Was the universe punishing her for shirking her duties and sneaking away to study that spell book? Ultraviolet? Infrared? No, she insisted, her words coming out slurred as she favored her tongue. "It's just a blank book." The soldier holding the spell book took a fistful of pages and tugged on them. The weak glue binding the pages offered little resistance and the frail paper easily tore away from the book's spine. The torn pages, frail and yellowed, fluttered to the ground like fallen leaves. "No." Popola reached out and grabbed them, crumpling them in her fist. She couldn't let them do this to the book. It was a relic of the old world, a relic of humanity, a connection to the world she and Devola had long since lost, a connection to the world everyone had lost. Even if they didn't know about magic spells or arcane lore, how could they not understand how precious it was? "Told you these models are defective, Hydrangea," one of the soldiers spat, stomping on her hand hard enough to crack two of her fingers. "All this over a blank book." "Blank, my ass. The soldier pinning Popola to the ground crouched down and wrapped a fistful of her hair around his fingers, tugging painfully on her scalp. What's in the book? Gossip? Getting dirt on everyone in the camp. Maybe she's writing stories about those two Yorha units she's chummy with, the thief, Hydrangea, said. You know, stories, he added, punctuating it with a wink. Or maybe she's writing down all the camp's data to sell to the machines, her captor spat. Hold on, Hyacinth. That doesn't make any sense. Doesn't have to. You never know with these models. There's a reason the rest of them are all lying in a landfill somewhere. Her captor, Hyacinth, yanked on her hair again so hard she nearly cried, forcing her to lift her head. The cold, hard barrel of a pistol pressed against the nape of her neck, chilling her skin. What's in the book? He snarled. Tell us how to read it, or else I'll. Magic spells, Popola answered. You can only read it if you're spiritually attuned. The gun dug itself into the back of her neck, pressing against her spine so forcefully that for an instant she thought she'd been shot. Instead, though, the painful pressure lingered in her spine, throbbing, burning. Static flickered through her vision and white noise fluttered around her ears as the growing pressure began to disrupt the wires and circuits running up her neck. Magic spells, the third soldier repeated in a mocking lilt. The steel toe cap of his boot slammed into her cheek, cracking her jaw. Horseshit. What the fuck is so goddamn important about this thing? Popola. Devola's voice cut through the three soldiers' invective. What the hell are you doing to her? Get away from her or I'll. Hyacinth pulled the gun away and stood back up, turning to face Devola while keeping his heel firmly in place on Popola's back. You'll what? Hydrangea laughed and hefted the pilfered spellbook. Itching to get your leg snapped like a twig again, are you? Popola craned her neck to get a better look at Hydrangea's face and noticed that not only was he one of the ones Devola had operated on yesterday, he was the same soldier from years ago, the one who'd nearly severed her leg in a fit of cruelty. Popola had forgotten his name and his face. All the crude, bigoted soldiers she'd had to deal with over the centuries blurred together in her mind, but even out of a lineup of 100 identical models, this one's face had to be seared into Devola's memory for what he'd done to her. That was why Devola fell silent, faltered, and replied in an uncharacteristically timid voice, I'll inform your superior officers. Oh, no. That would be terrible. The three soldiers shared a knowing glance and chuckled to each other. Please don't do that. Anything but that. As if summoned by Devola's quote-unquote threat, Jackass inserted herself between the three soldiers and the twins. Hey. Don't you clowns have a schedule to stick to or something? Don't you? Hyacinth asked. Hydrangea shrugged. Wasn't our fault, officer. We were out here minding our own business when this one here. They tripped me and stole my book, Popola blurted out, only for a sharp jab from her captor's boot to crack her spine. We were out here minding our own business when this one here just up and punched Hickory over here right in the face. Jackass crossed her arms. Huh. Really? Doesn't look like it. Hydrangea tucked the book under his armpit, turned to his compatriot, and slugged him in the nose. Hickory crumpled to his knees, cupping his hands around his nose, blood seeped between his fingers. Looks like it now. See? She punched poor Hickory here right in the nose. Do you think I'm stupid? Jackass wrinkled her nose. I literally just saw you punch your pal in the face. No, it was the girl. I saw it. Yeah, and I saw it, too, Hyacinth said. Me, too, Hickory whined. Besides, look at how suspicious she's being over a book with nothing in it. Hydrangea added, fanning out the book's pages to her. There's got to be a secret, coded message in here. I think this girl and the other one are traitors. Devola tried to rush forward again, stopping in her tracks yet again when Hyacinth brought his pistol to bear on her chest. You can't just accuse us like that, she shouted, fists clenched, eyes narrowed to hateful slits. You think? That's a good one, Jackass retorted with a mirthless smirk. Just let her go and give her the damn book back. You three are talking so much shit, I can smell it. As Hyacinth's boot kept its pressure on her back, Popola dug her fingers deeper into the dirt, choking down her frustration along with the blood pooling in her mouth. Why had this happened now? Why now, and why here? Why couldn't anywhere they'd gone have just remained safe? Powerless as she was, bruises on her skin and cracks in her chassis throbbing and aching, she longed for the chance to rip these monsters apart. Devola, for all her talk, was an appeaser deep down. But when she was cornered, Popola wanted to fight. A fragment of writing faded in on one of the crumpled pages in Popola's hand, a magic ring for casting a spell burning itself onto the page with an invisible flame. The letters and symbols traced around the circle glowed orange hot before fading to a strong, bold black that she alone could see. And ignore these security risks. Hydrangea scoffed. They punched me in the nose. Hickory whined. There's witnesses. I'm a witness and I didn't see that, Jackass said. Well, we outnumber you. Yeah, and when I take this to Laurel, Jackass said, he's gonna believe you chuckle fucks and not me. Probably, Hydrangea said. Yeah, probably, Hyacinth chimed in. I mean, why the fuck would he believe you? Irked, Jackass rolled up her sleeves. You guys want me to invert your waste processing units or what? By the way, officer, I've been wondering, Hyacinth asked, loosening his hold on Popola. Is it true that you take broken androids to your workshop and fuck their corpses? His cohorts punctuated his crude taunt with laughter. He'd hardly even gotten the words out before Jackass had drawn a black baton from her hip and clubbed him in the side of the head. The polished metal split his skin and cracked loudly against his skull. He stumbled and staggered backward, relinquishing his grasp on Popola. This was her chance. She rolled onto her back, flung out her hand, envisioned the magic circle etched into her memory as only an android's perfect sense of recall could, and let the incantation tear itself from her lips. For an instant, the magic circle traced itself in the air over her palm, just as she'd imagined. The spellbook had taught her that she had to draw the circle to use it, but it hadn't taken long for her to find a shortcut. She projected the runes directly into her visual processor and let the magic flow through it. A jagged crystalline spearhead flickering with bolts of blue light shot out of the circle, pierced Hyacinth's shoulder, and burst out of his back in a shower of blood and metal. With a scream of pain ripping itself from his throat, he went completely limp and crumpled to the ground, jerking and spasming as flickers of lightning arced along his body and sank into the churned dirt. The wound tunneling through his chassis was charred black, wisps of steam curled up from the singed edges of his clothes around the wound. Popola, what the hell? Devola hissed, clutching at her cheek, her jaw clenched and teeth gritted. Blood seeped through her fingers. The ragged edges of a scorch mark poked out from under her fingertips. Adrenaline coursing through her circuitry, Popola stood up, ripped the spellbook out of Hydrangea's hands, and called forth another spell, the same spell she'd used to speed up the distillation process of her liquor the other day. But this time, she pulled all of her hitherto impotent rage, all her frustration and hatred at these ungrateful androids she and her sister had spent thousands of years serving to assuage their compulsive guilt, only to be treated like this, into the spell. She felt the magic she called upon course through her chassis less like a rushing river and more like a roaring waterfall as she envisioned a sphere ringing the interior of the thief's skull. She wasn't simply trying to speed up a 12-day distillation process into 12 hours. She wanted to amplify that spell 1,000-fold, 10,000-fold, 100,000-fold. She wanted the single instant in which this man saw the fury in her eyes to draw itself out into years. Instead of looking at her and having her face etched indelibly into his memory, he blinked. And then, after years trapped in the darkness of that single instant, he let out a blood-curdling scream and all but threw himself backward as if a wire had attached itself to his back and yanked him away. His eyes were wide, wild, and unfocused, gazing out 1,000 yards without catching sight of anything. Hickory pulled his hands from his face, his palms, and his chin drenched in blood, and scurried after him, dirtying Hydrangea's white cloak with bloody handprints. Hydrangea? What the fuck was that? Hydrangea did nothing but mumble gibberish under his breath, still staring blindly as though he'd forgotten how to see. His entire body was trembling like the last leaf on a dying tree. How many years had he spent alone in complete darkness? The slight movement of a single instant slowed to an almost geologic timescale, an instant's worth of sounds stretched and deepened to a bone-rattling, omnipresent subsonic roar. Popola didn't know. But with venom surging through her chassis, she hoped it had been centuries. Hickory collected his friend and beat a hasty retreat, sparing one look back at Popola before running with his tail between his legs. What did you do to him? What the fuck are you? He spat. Devola whisked Popola up as the strength drained from her body, catching her before she could collapse. Oh, God, sis, I'm so sorry, I could have done. I didn't mean to. Just are you okay? With a leaden weariness pressing down on her, Popola slumped over in her sister's arms and rested her sore, throbbing, mud-stained cheek on Devola's shoulder. Every part of her felt heavy save for her head, even the slightest motion made her feel as though it was about to fly off her neck. The strength that had flooded her chassis was gone now, what little she'd had that was her own had fled with it, leaving her with nothing. I need to lie down, don't think I was ready for that. Devola squeezed her tight, her fingernails digging crescents into her back. Popola could feel in the subtle vibrations rising through her sister's skin how stressed her hardware was. The normally gentle whirring of her processor had risen in pitch and volume to a strained whine. All right. Back to the tent with you, sis. Just don't pass out for another 4 days, okay? Please. I'll do my best, Popola murmured. The lights strung across the camp swirled and danced around her like a garden full of fairies as static rolled across her line of sight and her leaden eyelids glued themselves shut. The torn and crumpled pages fell from her slackening grip as she passed out. When she opened her eyes again, it was as if no time had passed at all. But she was back in the tent, lying atop the soft blanket Alucard had left behind the other night. A rolled-up canvas bag had been slipped under her head as a makeshift pillow. Devola knelt at her side, her face grim. A shallow gash cut across her cheek, its edges surrounded by scorched and blackened skin. Popola hadn't noticed at the time that the spell she'd cast to take care of her captor had grazed her as well. The sight of the wound she had inflicted made her sick. There was a flicker of a glad smile that played on the edge of Devola's lips as she saw Popola awaken, but it was quickly quashed. I scoured the camp looking for you, she spat, her voice fragile and quiet. Her hands were trembling as she laid them on Popola's arm, fingers clenching at her sleeve. I was scared. I'm sorry, Popola told her. I just wanted to practice some spells without burning down the tent. Well, Devola replied, glancing away, you sure got your practice in, all right. Her voice was bitter. Popola could tell that so soon after her misadventure with the vampire killer, this incident cut too close to home. As if to confirm Popola's inference, she snapped, is everything Alucard gives you going to hurt you? I used the spell book to. You realize we're not going to get out of this one, right? Devola asked, cutting her off. Her fingernails bit into Popola's forearm. We caught Jackass on her way out. She's gone now. There's no one else in the camp we can turn to. If Anemone was here, she might look the other way, but she's we're. Her face crumpled, her eyes brimming with tears as she choked down a heaving sob. We have to leave again. You get that, alright? We have to find another. Popola reached over with her other arm and took Devola's wrist in her hand, a hard lump forming in her throat. The sadistic pleasure she'd felt meting out justice to those two soldiers faded away, and now shame came rushing in to fill the void it left behind. She and Devola were duty-bound, compelled by the alterations to their programming that had been made after the failure of Project Gestalt, to serve androids in all things beyond reason. It had been what kept drawing them to settlement after settlement, resistance cell after resistance cell, for thousands of years when they could have otherwise chosen to live out their days as lone hermits in the Earth's vast wastelands. But she had put her obsession with the book before all that and harmed the very people whom she was bound to help. She had rebelled against her programming yet again, and yet again, the universe itself had struck her down for her hubris. I'm sorry, she told Devola again, her words catching in her throat. I didn't mean to. Of course you didn't. Devola wiped at her eyes. Can you get up? Popola lifted her head. The effort made her dizzy. Clutching at her forehead, she sat up, then slowly, carefully rose to her knees, the top of her head brushing against the tent's peaked canopy. Her neck and back both ached, throbbing waves ebbing and flowing like the tides up and down her spine. The 2 fingers one of the soldiers had stepped on stung and burned, bent at odd angles and stamped with the grimy pattern of the soldier's boot print. I think so. Good. Get your stuff. We're leaving. Devola tugged the blanket out from under her and stuffed it in her meager belongings, a few changes of clothes and set of tools bundled in small canvas bags into a rucksack. Get your sack and help me take down the tent. Are you sure? I'd rather leave on my own terms. Devola sniffled and dried her eyes again on her sleeve. Leave on my own terms than wait for them to kick us out, or worse. Popola sighed. Right, she said, grabbing her own rucksack and giving it a cursory look through to make sure her stuff was there. What about A2's body? We're probably never going to see her again, Devola said, so I let Jackass have it. But we promised Anemone. Yeah. But we'll never see her again, either. What about Alucard's clothes? That's been taken care of. What, did you give those to Jackass, too? Popola asked as she buried her hand in her pack. She counted her underwear after that incident with the showers 2 weeks ago. She couldn't be too paranoid and rifled through her repair kit. She was out of staunching gel and thermal paste and dangerously low on solder, which wasn't good, but what worried her more was. Where's the book? She asked Devola. Devola looked away. Dev, the book. You and that fucking book, she muttered, just quietly that Popola could barely hear her. What? Just let it go. It's gotten you in enough trouble. Devola slung her rucksack over her shoulder and started to crawl out of the tent. Popola grabbed the hem of her blouse before she could leave. Where is it? I told you, forget about it. Popola yanked on her blouse and pulled her back. Devola. Why do you care so much about it? Devola snapped at her, brushing her hand aside and circling around to face her. Does it make you feel special, a book only you can read? Do you feel like hot shit making flowers out of thin air and turning water into wine? Does it make you feel closer to Alucard? Are you jealous? Jealous? Devola's face flushed crimson. I wish I was jealous. Popola, that book is going to get you killed. But Dev. Just forget about it and go back to being a normal android. We aren't normal androids. Devola's words died on her tongue and her jaw hung slack, her mouth agape as Popola's outburst gave way to silence. In the aftermath of her shout, only the muffled sound of distant conversations filled the air. We're the last of our kind, 2 10,000-year-old failures. There's no one else like us in the world, not anymore. We aren't normal and will never be, Popola said. So why can't I be abnormal in a way that brings me closer to humanity? Devola's stern glare softened, her brow furrowing. Sis, what do you mean? A human wrote that book. A woman named Charlotte Allen. Popola kneaded her hands, her chest tightening, her throat going dry. She chewed anxiously at her lip. She put her heart and soul into it. She filled it with everything she'd ever learned about magic. 70 years of devotion. For us, 70 years is nothing, but for her, it was the culmination of her entire existence. That's what that book is. It's an entire human life. Devola sighed. I guess I hadn't thought of it like that, she admitted, humbled. Don't worry about it. The book's safe. But I meant what I said. I don't want you messing with it. Can I at least look up something I can use to fix your face? Popola asked, reaching out and letting her fingertips ghost across the edge of the cut running across Devola's cheek. Okay. Devola took off her rucksack, shoved her hand deep into it, and pulled the battered tome out from its hiding place. But just this once, she said, handing the book to Popola. One spell. Then please, no more. Popola took the book from her. Thanks, Dev. Does it hurt? Devola prodded the burned edges of the wound. No, the nerve circuits are dead. That's good. Hold on, I know I passed by a good healing spell yesterday. Popola flipped to the first table of contents, hoping to jog her memory. But to her shock, all of the pages she'd had no problem reading before were completely blank. Noticing the look on her face, Devola leaned in, her frustrated glare melting away. Sis, she asked, furrowing her brows in concern, her voice softening. What's wrong? The book fell onto Popola's lap, laying open but refusing to divulge its secrets. She flipped to another page, and another, and finally went all the way back to the title page. It was all the same. The familiar words that should have been emblazoned in perfect, elegant handwriting on the first page: Grimoire Ecclesia, the complete compiled spellbook of Charlotte Allen, 1999 were nowhere to be found. Had she used too much power? Had she burned herself out? Or had the spellbook rejected her, stripped her of her second sight, for the crime of using magic in anger and marring her sister's face? I can't read it anymore. Popola felt 2 streaks of tears roll down her cheeks. The words won't show up. Crestfallen, Devola lowered her head and let her gaze drift down to the ground. Oh, sis. Popola squeezed her eyes shut, her hand falling on top of the open book, fingertips running across its hundreds of frail, ragged pages, the rough and uneven edges scraping against her skin. All this pain, all this sacrifice, everything she'd put herself through to protect this book, and yet even so. Devola's hand slid across Popola's hand, pulling it away from the spellbook. She cradled her hand gently in her palms. Sis, I'm so sorry. It really did make me feel special, Popola whimpered. There. You don't need magic to feel special, Devola said, giving her a gentle, encouraging pat on the cheek. You're the last Popola in the world and my favorite sister in the world. That's what makes you special. But I wanted to have magic, too. Devola wrapped her arms around her and cooed softly, stroking her hair. You probably just overexerted yourself when you broke that guy's brain. It'll be okay. It'll, come back. Probably. She didn't sound convinced. I'm sorry I hurt him. What if the book is punishing me? Popola asked. Her cheek sank into Devola's wavy, disheveled hair. The stench of ash and machine oil clung to each scarlet lock, but underneath the pungent odor was the faint and comforting aroma of family. SHH. That guy had it coming, Devola said. I was scared out of my mind when I saw him yesterday. But you protected me. I trapped him in a void for 100 years. You were looking out for your big sister. It's okay. I was going to force him to look at my face for a century, but instead, when I slowed down time inside his head, he blinked. Popola hiccuped. So it was just darkness for 100 years. I'm a monster. Devola started to laugh. A monster? Pfft, that's the most badass fucking shit I've ever heard. But you're still mad at me for costing us our home here. Aren't you? Well, yeah, of course. But I gotta give credit where it's due. You're hardcore, Popola. Devola planted a kiss on her cheek. I love you. Come on, let's pack up. Then we can talk to your boyfriend about what happened. Popola's eyes flew open. What? Alucard. Devola flashed a bittersweet smile. Don't you try to tell me he's not. He's here. Popola scampered out of the tent, cast her glance across the camp, her core whirring madly, her cheeks burning. There he was, dressed to the nines with his freshly laundered cravat and waistcoat, his ornate black coat draped over his shoulders, standing near the weapons merchant's kiosk and admiring the way what looked like yet another new sword glittered in the light. One sleeve was rolled up to his elbow, revealing a gleaming ivory-white mechanical arm replacing the one he had lost. Alucard noticed her immediately and sheathed the new sword at his hip, rushing over to her with an ethereal grace so otherworldly he almost seemed to glide above the ground like a phantom, his pale hair trailing behind him like a cloak of moonbeams. Alucard. Popola squeaked. She glanced back over her shoulder at Devola. You didn't tell me he came back. You didn't ask. Popola punched her in the shoulder. Fancy running into you two here. Alucard politely bent his knee and bowed, reaching out to take Popola's hand in such a gentlemanly way that she nearly laughed. The cold, yet soft fingers of his left hand wrapped gently around her hand. While he was not much for emoting or, at least, not much for showing positive emotions, there was a warm, happy half-smile, though laced with worry, lighting up his pale, thin face. What's wrong? He asked. It would have taken less time if Alucard had asked the twins what was right. Anemone had been spirited away by A2 and was now considered a traitor to the resistance, pending further investigation. Jackass, who for all her faults was more or less Anemone's right-hand woman, had ran off to find her. The camp's new leader was a micromanaging buffoon, and his men were all quite severely prejudiced against Popola and Devola. Devola was injured and Popola had all but blinded her second sight. Alucard wondered if somehow fate had waited to make a mess of everything until as soon as he'd left. Now he was headed off to meet a man named Pascal, to whom Anemone and A2 had supposedly gone for shelter and sanctuary, flanked by a pair of pariahs fleeing their home after maiming one man and driving another Metin led by 2 soldiers who would most certainly be less than pleased if they were to run into A2 again. On top of that, he was being surveilled, although the girl keeping an eye on him was mercifully bad at her job. Sixo had kept asking him why he'd been turning off the receiver in his ear before every sensitive conversation until he'd explained to her that while androids did not seem to value the concept, humans preferred to have their privacy respected. Sixo hadn't tried to chat with him since. He wondered if he'd frightened her into silence or merely shamed her into being quiet. Alucard was well aware of how imposing he could be. "She'll be okay, right?" Devola asked, laying a hand on Popola's forehead. The younger, by several milliseconds, according to Devola, sister was unconscious, cradled in Alucard's arms. "Oh, yes, of course. This is nothing a day or 2 of bed rest in a stress-free environment cannot fix," Alucard told her. "Even her second sight will return to her." Devola looked happy to hear the first part and less than happy to hear the second part. Alucard eyed 2B and 9s as they forged a path through the darkness about a dozen meters ahead of them, the lights from their pods bobbing in the air. He wondered how good their hearing was and how free he would be to discuss matters with Devola he didn't want them to overhear. Her fatal flaw was attempting to perform magic without using the book itself as a power source, he told her, lowering his voice to a half-whisper. "It holds the residual energy of the 20th century's most powerful witch, after all, one could say it is a battery of sorts. By casting spells by memory, without using the book. So it's what happened to her when she used the whip." Alucard nodded. "Not quite the same, but close enough." Devola frowned. Speaking of the whip, she gestured to the empty clip on his belt where he'd once kept it. "Where is it? Did you get tired of carrying around your own noose?" "Well," Alucard sighed and looked over at 2B. "She has it now. But she's not a Belmont." "Yes. I know. I was going to say, not unconscious, but yeah, that too. Why isn't she in a coma right now?" "Your guess is as good as mine," Alucard said. "Do you have any, by the way?" "I do not, and it's very irritating." Devola bored a hole into the back of 2B's head with her eyes. "Julius Belmont had a replicant, right?" "I believe so. I pulled a few strings to get him on the list. Some replicants were used in part or in whole as templates for later models of combat androids," Devola proposed. "Maybe part of her combat programming comes from the replicant." Alucard nodded. "A plausible scenario. 2B certainly didn't have a personality informed by Julius Belmont, but her innate skill with that whip. But still," he said, "having programming derived from his copy does not a descendant make." Devola shrugged. "How do you know?" "You're asking about what the whip thinks, not you. You adapted to the 21st century and learned to understand technology, the vampire killer didn't. You know what androids and replicants and software are. You know that an android can't literally be descended from a human. But I don't think the whip does. It just senses someone who feels like a Belmont and acts accordingly. You think it's that simple? Genes are just data, after all. Who's to say we can't be part of a human's bloodline? Or maybe the whip's just given up. It knows that the human race is." Devola jabbed him in the side and held a finger to her lips, then gestured to the 2 Yorha androids leading the way to Pascal. Alucard realized that the volume of his voice had been slowly, but steadily rising. "It knows," Alucard whispered, choosing his words carefully, "that the Belmont bloodline has long since died out. Perhaps it has become resigned to the fact that it will never have a proper owner again. Perhaps it is lonely and has decided to resign itself to the first able-bodied wielder it can find." His fingers curled around Popola's shoulder as she lay draped over his arms in peaceful repose. Loneliness did make strange bedfellows. It was enough to drive an ageless half-vampire into the arms of the first android he saw. Who was he to say that a lonely magical whip, bereft of any other option, wouldn't likewise take solace in the grip of another mechanical person? Coolant channels for arteries and veins, circuits for nerves and neurons, metal and ceramic for bones, carbon fiber for muscles in the absence of real flesh and blood, Could even a magical weapon forged in and bound by blood simply throw up its metaphorical hands and say, "Good enough"? No wonder the whip hated him, Alucard mused as the burn scars on what remained of his right arm ached anew. They were too alike, far too alike, both weapons made to kill the unholy creatures of darkness who'd both failed when they were needed most and now wandered a wasteland partially of their own design. Well, if it's happy with her, Devola decided, and it still kills vampires dead, then I guess it doesn't matter how it's letting her wield it. Alucard nodded. She was right. Accept the reality for now, worry about the reasoning behind it later. Can't say I like all this supernatural shit, though, Devola muttered. Spellbooks and magic whips and monsters hiding in the shadows. Me, Alucard added. No, you're not so bad. It's all the craziness you bring with you. I believe Dracula had already returned by the time I'd awoken, Alucard said in his defense. I don't know what we're going to do now. Anemone's camp was the last safe place we knew of here. We can't risk crossing the sea, and Pascal seems welcoming enough, if Anemone and A2 have both taken up shelter with him. That won't work. Devola shook her head. Complicated. What kind of a man is Pascal, by the way? For starters, he's a machine. Ah. Alucard gazed out at the shadowy ruins, spying the telltale amber glints of machine optical sensors in the dark. And does that bother you? It's nothing like that. Given what I've seen from your android peers, it seems perfectly understandable you'd want nothing more to do with them. Why put yourself through all those ordeals when you could just live on your own? Do you think the machines won't trust you, either? Devola sighed. You know what a geese is, don't you? Alucard nodded. Of course. A compulsion or prohibition, magically imposed on a person. I suppose we have one, Popola and I. Devola raised a hand to brush against the burn scar on her cheek. When the rest of our models were terminated, the two of us, all of us that were left, underwent reprogramming. It was the only way they'd let us live. Our oath to devote ourselves to helping our fellow androids, no matter how much they loathe us, is hardwired into every circuit, every semiconductor, every microprocessor. If we don't act on it, our guilt will crush us. Androids can be as cruel as humans, I see. We have to surround ourselves with people who hate and mock and abuse us. It hurts worse to avoid them. A village full of machines hidden in the forest has, Devola said, shaking her head sadly, nothing to offer us. I'm sorry. And we lost Anemone's camp because of that book. Because you taught Popola how to read it, she became obsessed, drew the ire of the others. All our actions have unforeseen consequences. She won't listen to me, Devola said, stroking Popola's hair and letting it flow like a stream through her blackened, grease-stained fingers. I think the geese is weaker on her, somehow. She's more rebellious, more willing to fight it. But I want her to take all this magic shit and put it behind her. It's a chapter of her life she never should have started writing. Tell her that for me. Excuse me. Tell her, Devola said, turning her pale seafoam-colored eyes on Alucard and glaring at him, no more magic. No more spellbooks. You know how she feels about you. If you tell her, she'll listen. Alucard thought back to how quickly Popola had mastered so much of that book. Granted, her exploration of its contents had come with a terrible price for her and her sister, but she had a natural gift for it. He couldn't take that away from her. It would be like robbing Mozart of his piano. I can't agree to that, he decided. I can teach her to use magic responsibly, but I cannot force her to cast aside genuine talent. Devola scowled and looked away, breaking eye contact. If she gets hurt again, Alucard, I'll make sure you die painfully and slowly. No matter how much of you is human. To Alucard, it was an empty threat, but he decided it wouldn't hurt to heed it. You can expect me, he told Devola, to defend your sister's life with my own. I owe you two that much, at least. As the five of them continued onward toward Pascal's village, Alucard reflected on the promises he had made. 2B and Nines, Devola and Popola, and A2 and Anemone were all on different sides of an inter-android quarrel, and he had dedicated himself to protect at least one member of each party. He had promised A2's life to Anemone, Popola's life to Devola, and 9's life to 210. He had to be prepared that things would get much messy. Pascal's bulbous green optical sensors were the first sight to greet Anemone as she woke up. Returning to consciousness, returning to life, in her case was a struggle. For the first few seconds, it felt from the stiffness of her limbs and the pressure in her chest as though she were drowning in tar. She couldn't remember the last time she'd been deactivated for so long. Anemone? All systems are registering within your model's safety thresholds. Are you feeling well? Anemone lifted her head and took as deep a breath as she could. Her chest ached, her head spun. Pascal. Her breath hitched as she sat up. There was a sharp, stabbing pain through her chassis just above her breast. Not to impugn your skills, but I don't feel fixed, she admitted as Pascal laid a claw against the back of her neck and helped her up. The air was cold against her skin. She was naked from the waist up, she realized, save for a thick spiral of medical adhesive patches wrapped around her torso and chest. Her skin beneath the medical patches throbbed and ached, she could feel drying staunching gel settling into her wounds. I'm sorry. Most of your repairs have been completed, Pascal told her, save for a few unique components in your air cooling systems I must fabricate. Unfortunately, I needed to reactivate you prematurely. Anemone knew the regretful tone in his soft voice. What's wrong? You have a visitor. Judging by what she told me, it is a rather urgent matter. What did she tell you? Pascal bashfully looked away, his optical sensors dimming a bit. If he were an android, he might have blushed. Well, to tell you the truth, my friend, I cannot bring myself to utter most of the words she used. So our unexpected guest is Jackass, huh? Anemone tried to pivot and swing her legs over the side of the operating table, only for Pascal to take her by the shoulders and restrain her. Yes, miss. Jackass. Polite as he was, it sounded as though forcing himself to utter such an uncouth word was physically painful. Please do not exert yourself, your coolant system is still only at 86% capacity. I will bring her in to see you. Anemone nodded and laid back down as Pascal hurried off to summon her visitor. If Jackass had come all this way to talk to her, then she either had very good news or very bad news. Nothing else would be urgent. It all depended, she supposed, on how well Alucard's meeting with Commander White had gone. With the knowledge that a human was vouching for her and for A2, she should have felt at ease. However, this whole mess may have been catastrophic enough that one man alone, regardless of whatever godlike stature he possessed, couldn't set things right so easily. Jackass strode into the room, lowering the hood of her ragged red cloak. Her lank and greasy hair, snarled and peppered with twigs and leaves from her venture into the forest, hung over her eyes. Holy shit, she said, brushing aside her unruly bangs and setting her eye on Anemone, you're actually here. I just made a lucky guess. I didn't expect to see you here. Anemone took another ragged breath, pushing past the stabbing pain wrenching into her chest, as she forced herself to sit up. But what a sight for sore eyes you are. I've never been so glad to see such a dirty face. Blushing, Jackass shrugged and grinned rakishly. Imagine how screwed we'd be if I'd been wrong. So, what brings you here? Anemone leaned forward, resting her elbows on her knees. Good news, I hope. Jackass scratched anxiously at the back of her neck. Well. Anemone's face fell. That one word said it all. Things are bad, aren't they? I mean, the Resistance is prepared to drop all the charges against you and reinstate your command. That's good. Yeah, it's good. Jackass nodded so vigorously that it seemed her head would go flying off any second now. Really good. No punishment for harboring a fugitive, no punishment for getting 6 men severely wounded, everything just goes back to normal, pretty sweet deal. If. Jackass wrinkled her brow. What? If. There's always an if. Anemone could tell that Jackass was trying to avoid getting to that part out of sheer discomfort, so it must have been one hell of an if. Okay, so, the if here is, Jackass took a deep breath. You gotta say A2 violently coerced you into helping her by holding you and your camp hostage. She forced the words out so quickly that it was as if she was trying to make sure Anemone couldn't hear any of them. If that was her plan, it didn't work. So, Anemone said, let me get this straight. I get everything back and everything goes back to normal for me, for us, and for the camp, if I commit perjury and tell my superiors that every kind thing I did for A2 was under extreme duress. Jackass's shoulders slumped. Anemone could see the confidence draining from her body like air from a balloon. Well, when you put it like that, it sounds like a dick move. I can't do that, Anemone snapped. The answer came to her so immediately that she didn't even have to think about speaking. Come on, Anemone. You're not ruining anyone's life by taking this deal. I'd be lying to High Command. Big deal. I lie to High Command all the time. I lied to them this morning. And A2. She's used to being a fugitive. She's been hunted and hounded her whole life. Which is why I can't betray her like that. Anemone's hands curled into fists. Look, think about it. She's got a brand new chassis and that whole werewolf thing going on now, Jackass said, bristling in reaction to Anemone's outburst. She's more well equipped to defend herself than ever. She'll be fine. That can't be her life forever. We're all stuck spending the rest of our lives fighting. But not against her own kind, she deserves better. She should be fighting with us, against the machines, not against us. Anemone forced herself to her feet, the room spun around her, the light overhead swirling and dancing like a mischievous will-o'-the-wisp. I won't throw her to the wolves for my own sake. Come on. Things have to go back to normal, Jackass insisted. At least something has to go back to normal. Laurel's a piece of shit and so are his men, the camp fucking sucks now. I'm sorry, but sometimes you have bad leaders, Anemone told her, fumbling for something she could grab onto to keep herself upright. Her fingers curled around the back of a wooden chair. Pascal hadn't been kidding about her not being fully repaired, just a few steps and she already felt dizzy, lightheaded, and feverish. Usually they die in a few months, and hopefully, then you get a better one. After 200 years of service, you should know that by now. Not everyone can be a Rose or a White. Jackass' face scrunched up at the sound of White's name. Please, Anemone, she said, oddly subdued. I need you back. You're the only friend I have left. What about White? Jackass crossed her arms and looked away. Dunno. Maybe she still feels something for me, but I just can't. Not anymore. Not after what she did. Oh, Jack. Anemone put a hand on her shoulder. I'm sorry. Please come back. Jackass hung her head and laid her hand on top of Anemone's. I need someone to tolerate me. The two of them were silent for a while, Anemone just didn't know what else to say. I'll tell A2 about this, Anemone decided. Honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if she agrees with you. But I can't have this decision weighing on my conscience unless she's a part of it. I get it, Jackass croaked. Yeah, that makes sense. Help me over to her, Anemone said, putting her arm over Jackass' shoulder. Pascal told me I shouldn't exert myself, and, damn it, I think he's right. Yeah, Jackass said, propping her up, you've been through one hell of a ringer. Who did this to you? Not who, what, Anemone said. Some kind of spider thing. One of those monsters that have been popping up. I'd been meaning to ask Alucard. By the way, how'd his meeting with White go? Dunno. Hasn't gotten back, as far as I know. I'll tell you this, though I really don't think he softened White up at all. Well, it was worth a shot. The two of them made their way through Pascal's village. A2 wasn't hard to find, aside from 64B and 22B, she and A4 were the only other androids in the area. To both Anemone's and Jackass' surprise, A2 was in a partially transformed state, sparse white fur, thin and light as peach fuzz, dusted her cheeks and shoulders, the pointed tips of her ears protruded from her long mane of silver-white hair, the tip of her nose had a slightly dark, slightly damp texture to it. Most notably, she still had a tail. Anemone recalled how Alucard had explained lycanthropy to her that the changes would be more or less pronounced depending on the phase of the moon. Judging from A2's appearance, that would make it only a few days away from the new moon. How long have I been asleep? She wondered aloud. She didn't get an answer to that question because as soon as A2 saw her, she bounded toward her and knocked her off her feet. Anemone hit the ground hard enough to feel her chassis rattle. A2's claws dug into her shoulders, her icy blue eyes glimmering. She'd never seen A2 smile so widely. Down, girl. Heel. A4 barked, grabbing A2 by the scruff of her neck and hauling her away. Look, Anemone's still hurt. Nice to see you, too, A2, Anemone gasped as Jackass helped her back up to her feet. Digging the new look, Jackass told A2. It suits you. Thanks. A2 sheepishly mumbled, her cheeks flushed crimson as she cowered in A4's arms, clearly mortified and embarrassed by her behavior. I'm kinda stuck like this. A4 scratched behind her ear. It's okay, too. There's nothing wrong with being a little too enthusiastic sometimes. God, I wish that were me, Jackass whispered. 7 He crept through the machine village with all of the stealthy grace afforded to her by her executioner programming, clinging to the deep shadows left by the lights ringing the village's perimeter. Shadowing Jackass had been child's play and Commander Laurel had been correct in his assessment that she'd lead her right to Anemone and A2. There they were, in the clearing between two splayed roots of the gargantuan tree. The village's wooden scaffolding sprouted from not just Anemone and Jackass, not just A2, but 3 other Yoarha fugitives to boot. 64B, the bullishly built combat unit, and her lithe and scarlet-haired compatriot 22B, both of whom had defected along with their de facto leader 8B just the other day, along with a third unit 7 he didn't recognize. As she took her position in the shadowed grove, bearing her knives, she reflected on her great luck. 6E, her perennial cohort, would be avenged. She didn't know exactly what had happened to her. A2 had knocked her out before she and 6E could have fought, but given how abruptly she'd vanished off the map, it was easy to assume that A2 had destroyed her chassis. Before 7E returned to the bunker and reloaded 6E from her backup, she'd get her revenge on A2. It was only fair. 7E peered over the top of the gnarled root she was using for cover. Why, she wondered, was A2 so hairy? Some kind of disguise? A piss-poor attempt at one, if that. At this distance, even here where the foliage overhead prevented most black box signals from reaching the bunker, she could pick up A2's signal clear as crystal. So much for the legendary great fugitive of Yoarha, the shame of the entire Type E division. In a few seconds, that shame would no longer exist. 7E crouched down, her synthetic muscles coiling like springs, and readied her knives. Glory to Mankey. A thick, heavy hand fell on her shoulder. No fighting, a man whispered in her ear, in Pascal's village. 7E whirled around. Wah! Everything vanished in a flash of golden light. One blink later, she found herself standing on the roof of one of the leaning skyscrapers dotting the skyline of the city ruins. The lights from the nearby factory and Laurel's camp fluttered and flickered in the mist. She whirled around, eyes darting left and right, trying to understand how she could have changed locations so quickly. Some sort of teleportation device? Pascal doesn't want people to fight in his village. So we won't. 7E found herself looking up into the red eyes of a tall, muscular male android with short silver hair and a strange black tattoo spreading across his skin. No, not an android. This was one of those 2 humanoid machines, Adam and Eve. She leaped back, readied her blades, and with the heady high of combat rushing through her chassis, she attacked. The humanoid machines were high-end models, but they were not executioners. 7E outmatched this one in speed and swiftness. It was easy to get the drop on him. She took aim at his unprotected left flank and plunged her dagger deep into his thigh. Except the blade simply bounced off his skin. The black tattoo had spread, somehow, and now covered the exact part of his body she'd tried to attack. She struck again and again, dodging and weaving around the humanoid machine's slow, weighty, easily telegraphed attacks as she slipped her daggers through his defenses. Each time she landed a blow, the tattoo splashed itself against his skin, staining it pitch black. Hip, waist, solar plexus, sternum, thigh, neck, cheek, left or right, she couldn't even draw a drop of blood. The machine disappeared. 7E skidded to a halt, panting for breath, her black box screeching in her chest. A sharp, overwhelming bolt of pain shot through her chest from back to front. Static and dead pixels crowded her line of sight as everything went gray. A crimson-streaked hand cradling a black box rested in front of her. Whose black box was that? Whose arm? She looked down and saw that the arm was, in fact, protruding from her chest. And that meant the crimson liquid coating its shiny black skin was hers. And that meant the black box clutched in its fingers was. And don't come back. The blood-soaked fingers curled around the black box and crushed it into jagged shards of shrapnel. Everything went black. 7E knew no more. Carmilla stood in the castle's underground ballroom, tapping her toe with impatience. She'd given 6E all night. Plenty of time for a strong vampire to turn dozens of people. How long would she have to wait until she had an army of her own again? At long last, the double doors in front of her flew open, with a confident stride, and, Carmilla noticed, a heavy limp, 6E, the first lieutenant of the new vampire army, walked across the checkered white on off-white floor. 6E was a mess. Her clothes shredded, her elegantly curled pigtails frayed and loosened into a cascading mane of blood-stained, lavender-tinged ringlets, blood spattering her skin. She smiled and bowed, her curls bouncing jovially. "Hello, Mistress Carmilla. I have returned." "Ah, yes 6E. You have returned indeed," Carmilla noted, noting as well the absence of any cohorts. She walked over to her, the clack of her heels on the marble tiles echoing through the cavernous ballroom. "You, and whose army?" 6E smiled disarmingly and let out a nervous giggle. "Well, you see," she said, "I." Carmilla struck her across the face with such force that her fingernails tore long, deep wounds in her cheek sharper and straighter than any sword. 6E spun on her heel not once but 3 times before collapsing to the floor, dazed. "You will not," Carmilla spat as 6E tried to pick herself up off the floor, "respond to any question from me with well, you see. Do you understand?" 6E swallowed hard. Carmilla could feel the thoughts in her head. How could she hurt me like this? I'm so much stronger. A machine can't even throw me off my feet with a single punch, yet all she has to do is slap me across the face. Little did the poor girl know, she was only as strong as Carmilla willed her to be. If Carmilla wished to floor her with a single blow, then floored she would be. "Mistress, I know this looks bad, but..." Carmilla's heel dug into 6E's back deep enough to puncture the skin, to penetrate the chassis, to crush the spine. 6E lay spread eagle on the floor, limbs splayed and twitching, fingers scrabbling against the polished white marble floor. "What do you have to say for yourself?" Carmilla spat, grinding the stiletto point deeper into the small of her back. "I told you to raise an army. And you dare return alone? When your mistress gives you an order." At that moment, 6E's bravado finally cracked and she let out a pathetic wail. "Mistress." Carmilla lifted her foot, granting her thrall a momentary reprieve, and then stomped down harder. "You will speak when spoken to." "Yes, ma'am." 6E howled. "When your mistress gives you an order," she said, raising her voice so 6E could hear it above her whimpering, "you are to obey it. I figured obedience would be simple for automatons like you. But you said I wasn't. You are a toy until I say you are not." "Where is my army?" Carmilla asked. "I don't." "Where is my handsome, silver-haired man?" "I didn't. I poured my soul into you. I made you second only to me in strength." Carmilla pulled her blood-soaked heel out of 6E's back and aimed a swift kick at her side. 6E clutched at her side with twitching, jerking fingers and curled into a ball, a muffled scream seeping through her clenched jaw and gritted teeth. Her pale, curly lavender-white hair splayed out in a halo on the floor. "So why, pray tell, are you such a disappointment? Why could you not turn one of your stupid metal cohorts?" I did," 6E sniffed. "I turned 30 of them. But what happened to them? Why aren't they with you?" "There was a man, in a black coat, and he was strong." "You didn't make them right," Carmilla seethed, aiming another savage kick into 6E's stomach. "If a strong man in a coat could kill them, you should be invulnerable to everything except silver and holy weapons. And there are no holy weapons in this godless world." He gave 2E a whip and the next thing I knew, it'd hurt so bad, I couldn't stay and fight. I had to run away. Carmilla froze in mid-kick, her leg swept back. She lowered it. "Did you say, a whip?" 6E lifted her head off the floor and nodded, sniffling. Visions of fire and memories of pain flitted through Carmilla's head. "The whip. Memories of the sneering face of the Belmont clan brat who'd stormed her beautiful estate and laid waste to it, who'd razed her manor to the ground, slaughtered her thralls and lieutenants, freed her slaves, and flayed the flesh from her bones. Her frigid breath caught in her lungs. She could feel herself shaking. It hurt so much, like I was burning, crumbling to ashes. Carmilla dropped to her knees beside Sixie and swept her up, cradling her in her lap. There, she cooed, running her fingers through her blood-stained lavender locks. I'm sorry. Poor girl, you should have said that sooner. Sixie buried her face in her shoulder and sobbed. Oh, I know. Even superior beings such as us fear the sting of the vampire killer. It's all right, dear, it's all right. I forgive you. Mistress. There, dear. You're safe here from that odious vampire hunter. Now, tell me, who was wielding the whip? Sixie shuddered. My old friend. Tui. We were supposed to be vampires together, but she. And did it hurt her to wield the whip? Carmilla asked. She was no fool, she knew how the vampire killer worked. To be not of Belmont blood and wield it exacted a heavy toll, and of course, there was simply no way an android could carry within it the blood of that hated clan. Was she weary? Did it burn her? I don't know. That's okay. Carmilla smiled and wiped the blood and tears from Sixie's cheek. She had to suppress the urge to lick it off. She knew full well how awful android blood tasted, but it looked just like the real thing. I will call upon Alrox and Adam. The four of us, we'll hunt that whip wielder together. With our strength combined, she'll be our next plaything in no time. Sixie smiled, the dimples in her cheeks deepening. Thank you, mistress. Carmilla stood up and pulled her lieutenant up with her, watching the strength and vitality return to her bloody face as the will to fight returned to her. Soon, the lingering ghost of the Belmont clan would be destroyed and the last gasp of that wretched bloodline would be driven from this world for good. Chapter 15, Sonata of Subterfuge. Alucard was coming. The succubus could sense it. Could smell it in the air. There was nothing quite like the scent of a Dhampir, a man born of carnal relations between living and undead flesh, blessed and damned souls, holy and unholy blood, prey and predator, and there was only one Dhampir left in the world. It flew on the wind with leathery wings. And he would be able to sniff her out in an instant. As soon as he set foot in this village, her cover would be blown. She'd never be able to take A2 back to Lord Alrox. On the bright side, she would need not fear any punishment for her failure from Lord Alrox because Alucard would most likely burn her to ashes first. She, A2, the other two fugitive androids, Anemone and Jackass, were all gathered around a wobbly wooden table in a rickety wooden hut, discussing what the others all believed to be a dire situation, but which bored the succubus to tears. All this nonsense about fugitives and betrayal. None of them realized that the pandemonium Alucard could unleash upon this village was infinitely more dangerous than whatever trouble A2's stupid friend was in. A2, the werewolf branded to serve in Dracula's army of darkness, cursed by that same brand to languish in the space between beast and woman. Her still all too human physique, minus the dusting of fur and peach fuzz clinging to her artificial skin and the bushy silver tail curled around her waist and resting in her lap, filled out the dusty old clothes of an ancient vampire hunter in what was, unbeknownst to her, a masterful stroke of irony. She was a sentimental fool with not even two brain cells to rub together, in spite of her outer pretensions of gruff, world-weary cynicism. An idiot, in other words, who thought she was street smart. She had no idea just how deeply she'd been ensnared and probably never would. 64B, a fugitive android built like a tank and just as slow, muscles like an ox. Bandages plastered to her cheek and swaddling her arm hid deep and no doubt incredibly painful acid burns. Her compatriot, the red-headed 22B, was everything. She wasn't small, lithe, definitely quick and nimble, but she too was nursing a deep and debilitating wound. There was no doubt that 64B and 22B, or as the succubus preferred to think of them, the cow and the fox, would get in the succubus way, and her wiles would be much less effective on them compared to A2. She'd been tailor-made to wrap A2 around her finger like a piece of string, but these two were wild cards. For all she knew, they were straight as rails. She'd have to find some way to dispose of them before bringing A2 to Lord Alrox. Jackass, an android who could be called a living grease stain if the issue of whether or not an android could be considered alive wasn't so thorny. Her dirty red cloak hid even dirtier skin, her cowl hid hair so slicked with grease and oil that it would never dry. She carried a large bundle almost as big as herself wrapped in a ratty, tattered tarp. A sharp gleam of animalistic intelligence, shrewd and wily like that of a prey animal who'd spent years outwitting its hunters, lit up her eyes. She was trouble, too. She observed everything, her keen and attentive stare laid bare the clockwork moving within her mind, iterating plan upon plan with every passing second. Out of all the androids in this room, she was the smartest and thus likely the most dangerous. Anemone, the most important person in the room, apparently, if the deference everybody seemed to be showing her meant anything. At the very least, she dressed like someone important, an ornate, though dusty and dirty, green cloak hung over her shoulders like the cloak of a barbarian king. Short pleats of glossy raven hair framed a handsome face with a sharp jawline, strong nose, noble brow, and bronzed olive skin. She was quite pretty, or would be if these androids weren't also ignorant of such things as bathing and laundry. The greatest threat she seemed to pose to the succubus plans was that A2 was quite obviously deeply in love with her almost as much as she was in love with dear dead A4. Love triangles. Normally, the succubus loved love triangles, especially when they ended in blood and fire. Here, though, it was just another complication she hoped wouldn't doom her to oblivion. All of these people, save for A2, who'd fallen under her spell quite easily, were dangerous to the succubus, though none as dangerous as Alucard. A2 crossed her arms. So that's the deal they want you to make, huh, Anemone? Anemone nodded. It's... Yes, that's right. My life for yours, I suppose. I'm sorry. Okay. They'll go back to hunting you. Anemone rested her forehead in her hand. I'm used to that. The succubus laid her hand on A2's shoulder and slowly ran it down her back, her fingertips grazing the fine dusting of fur speckling her skin. You're doing the right thing, too. And don't worry, Anemone. A2 will have the three of us with her. We'll all survive just fine out there. She'd get rid of those two idiots the instant they were all out of the village, but poor Anemone didn't need to know that. Anemone sighed. I know, but, she tapped her fingers on the table's loose joints squeaked and creaked. I'll never see you again if... A2 looked down. Well, it was fun while it lasted, getting to see you again. I'm actually, kinda glad that Alucard bastard dragged me into your camp. Anemone, too, turned her gaze downward. Me too. Don't worry about me. Take your life back. You deserve it. The cow, the fox, and Jackass sat silently between the two of them with the mournful air of pallbearers about them. The succubus chewed on her lip and curled her fingers tightly around the hem of her skirt as A2 and Anemone continued to drag out their morose, wistful goodbyes. Would these two just fuck already? Either shit or get off the pot. She wanted to scream at them. You deserve better than this, Anemone said. Yeah. But we don't always get what we deserve. The succubus sniffed, the scent of that accursed half-breed was stronger now. Stronger with every second, with every step Alucard took closer to the village. Why was he headed here? Had he detected her? A chill went up her spine. She was running out of time. She had to get A2 far away from this place now. She gently dragged her fingertip along the curve of A2's spine, tracing the bumps of each metal vertebral column beneath her oh-so-smooth synthetic skin. I know this is hard, but you're doing the right thing, too. Let's go. Goodbyes are like ripping off a bandage, you have to get them over with quickly, dear. A2 shivered, the ghost of a smile fighting against her dour demeanor. The succubus knew her touch was irresistible, and poor A2 just wanted it so badly. The things she could do with just a few fingers to this girl's body and mind given the opportunity. The succubus fought the urge to lick her lips as fantasies filled her mind's eye. While A2 was definitely aware of the concept of cuddling, she didn't seem to have a clue what sex was, which made her just that much worthier of a prize, like cutting through the rind of a spiny pineapple to get to the delicious fruit within. The innocent ones, the virgins, were always the most rewarding conquests. A 4S ghost hovered between the two of them, her spectral image faint, light bled through her as if she were made of sheer silk. She glared at the succubus, a scowl marring her pretty face, her blue eyes behind her wispy silver-white bangs burning with fury and loathing. The succubus winked at her as if to say, "Oh, you want this, don't you?" and massaged A2's shoulder blades with the heel of her palm. A4 reached out and curled her spectral fingers around the succubus' wrist. Her grip was cold enough to burn. Struggling to not allow the pain to show on her face, the succubus relented and pulled away her hand. She'd find some way to dispose of that bothersome ghost eventually. And when she did, she would fuck A2's brains out, well, what little she had to begin with. After all, Alrox had marked her with his seal by virtue of her brawn and nothing else. He wouldn't mind if A2 came to him drooling and scarcely able to string two words together as long as she still had fangs and claws and the instincts to use them, would he? "Why do we have to leave now?" 64B piped up, scratching at the itchy bandages covering the acid burns on her face and chest. "This is a neutral place. Shouldn't we stay here until we've gotten further along in our repairs?" "No," the succubus said, irked. "There's no telling how the situation might change. We should leave. Now. Damn these two hangers-on. Is something wrong, 4? A2 asked. "You seem tense." "Of course I'm tense, too." The succubus smiled bitterly, letting her growing dread seep into her expression. "We fugitives are all in grave danger, after all, aren't we?" "I think 64B has a point," Anemone chimed in, her voice still heavy with weariness and woe. "You four should take advantage of Pascal's hospitality before you consign yourself to the wilderness. Jackass and I will return to the camp now. That way, we won't be caught associating with each other." She stood up, hunched over as though the heavy green cloak draped over her shoulders was made of lead. "But A4 has a point, too," 22B said, crossing her arms. "We don't know how the situation might change. If by some chance we're discovered here, this place might not be neutral for much longer. And Pascal is a pacifist," the succubus said, "so, of course, this village would be utterly defenseless if Yorha wanted to attack us. Let's go." "Ah, that's a good point, too," Anemone conceded. "I suppose it's for the best if we all part ways now." A2 stood up. "Guess that's it, then. I'll miss you." A wave of relief washed over the succubus. Things were getting back on track. Now if A2 and Anemone just kept their goodbyes short and sweet, they could all be on their way and she could be one step ahead of Alucard all the way back to Lord Alrox. Anemone nodded. "I've never stopped missing you." She wiped at her eyes. "I." She wrapped her arms around A2 and buried her face in her shoulder. "Take care of yourself, too." A2 hugged her back. "Okay. Be careful out there. Don't go too long without maintenance. Ask your friends for help when you need it." She patted A2 on the back. A2's tail started to wag. "Oh, for hell's sake." The succubus crossed her arms. "While we're young," she muttered. "What's the hurry?" A4's ghost asked her, drifting as far as she could from A2 bound to her by an invisible tether. She could not travel more than a meter from her side. The succubus stepped back, remaining just outside of arm's length as A4 clenched her fists. "Oh, I'm just an eager beaver," the succubus whispered back, winking again. This was a wink that said, "I'm going to show your girlfriend such a good time that she'll forget you even existed at all." A4 seemed to get the message. Her face crumpled as a hopeless malaise fought against her impotent anger. "That's right. I'd shuffle off to the great beyond now if I were you so you don't have to watch." "Why, you're a monster!" A4 shouted out, tears welling up in her eyes. "Tell me something I don't know." A2 broke away from Anemone at last. "Goodbye, Anemone." Anemone swallowed the lump in her throat. "Right. Goodbye, too," she croaked. "If the war ever ends. Maybe. Who knows?" A2 took her place at the succubus' side. "Until then." The succubus took her arm. "It's time." With a silent and barely stoic nod, A2 collected the other fugitives and left the hut. As she crossed the threshold of the hut with A2 in tow, the succubus once more caught the scent of Alucard's presence, growing stronger with each second. It assaulted her nostrils like too much cheap cologne, sickening and cloying. "Wait." Jackass' harsh voice cut through the still air, her exclamation hanging like a storm cloud. The succubus whirled around. "Oh, what now?" she snapped. "It's not like we have places to be or anything." Jackass laid the giant canvas bundle she'd been carrying over her arm on the table. The table's wooden legs began to buckle. "For the last time, I'm not going to bite you," Atu told her. "Find some other werewolf to maul you." "What?" No, I just figured it all out." Jackass began to undo the cables tying the bundle together. "I just figured out how you and A4 can stay here, Atu." The succubus felt the blood drain from her face. "What?" she hissed. "They aren't even bothering to look for you, A4, Jackass said, "since you were a confirmed kill at Pearl Harbor. You haven't been on anyone's radar. Because you're, dead." "Yes," the succubus felt her stomach drop into her intestines. Where was this greasy bitch going with this? "So all we have to do to get Yorha off A2's back," Jackass pulled the canvas cloth away with a theatrical flourish and tossed it into the corner of the hut. "Is give them a corpse." The succubus gasped. Atu gasped. A4's ghost clapped her hands over her mouth, but there was a strange look in her eyes that didn't match the horror she was exhibiting. A2's old body, a mangled hunk of junk with a vague humanoid shape, ragged patches of skin with visible seam lines plastered to a black chassis that had seen and forgotten better days, laid on the table, sprawled across it with arms and legs akimbo. Its head was mutilated, its scalp and face completely removed, and the interior of its skull scooped out, leaving behind nothing but a hollow metal bowl dotted with computer things the succubus couldn't even begin to find the words for. "You're a genius, Jackass!" 64B shouted, pumping her fist. Anemone's face lit up, her eyes twinkling, a smile crossing her face, a rosy hue bled across her olive cheeks. "You and A4 could stay here, Atu." No. They were going to ruin it." That's a stupid plan," the succubus shouted. "They'd see through it in an instant. It doesn't even look like 2 anymore." "A4 is right," 22B said in a rare display of wit. "This'd fool a good scanner for about a minute, tops." "Well, it's still got a 2's RFID tag," Jackass said. "And the hardware is obviously an attacker model, and there's metadata associated with the Type 2 personality matrix in the firmware. Just beat the shit out of it and make it look like its black box was destroyed and no one will be the wiser." She shrugged. "And you didn't want me getting my grubby hands all over this body." "Come on, 2, the succubus said, reaching out for A2's arm. "This is getting ridiculous too." A2 walked up to the table, a frosty look in her eyes, her fur bristling. A4's ghost trailed behind her like a shadow. She looked down at the body, then at Jackass, then back to the body, then back to Jackass. "I told you not to touch it," she growled. Jackass shrank away. "Well, I didn't do anything weird or creepy with it." "If you're lying." The succubus felt dread anew trickle down her spine and turned her attention to A4's ghost. The specter grinned wickedly at her, winked, then threw herself at A2's old body. "No," the succubus cried out, throwing out her hand and rushing at her in the vain hope she could contain the ghost before. The headless body, now filled with an animated by A4's spirit, leaped off the table and drove its fist into the succubus' jaw. The succubus was thrown backward, stumbling over the threshold. A sharp, knife-like jolt of pain shot through her neck as her vertebrae twisted and snapped, her jaw and cheekbone shattering under the force of the impact. Blood spurted from her mouth as teeth sprayed from her mouth like bullets. She flew backward, out the hut, across the catwalk that lined the village's great tree trunk, and hit the trunk so hard that she swore she could feel her skull split cleanly in half down the middle. To say she saw stars was an understatement. She saw entire galaxies. Androids were hardy things, with metal bones and armor plating capable of withstanding punishment the likes of which would reduce any other living creature on the planet to a bag of jelly. Succubi, though fairly durable themselves compared to the average humans, were not. True, succubi had magic powers at their disposal for offense and defense, but she couldn't use hers without blowing her cover. True, succubi could heal rapidly from even the most mortal wounds if not staked in the heart, but she couldn't rely on her healing factor without blowing her cover. A4 clamped her cold, skinless hand around the succubus neck and let out a rage-filled, wordless bellow, the exposed motors in her knuckles grinding and whining as her fingers dug into her neck and crushed her trachea. Hands shaking, the succubus clasped A4's wrist in a vain attempt to loosen the ironclad grip on her neck. The world spun around her, lights dancing to and fro like fairies as the pressure grew stronger and stronger, flashes of color swimming in front of her eyes. She could see black claws sprouting from her fingertips and could feel her horns threatening to burst from her forehead. Her glamour was starting to fail. She gritted her teeth and clenched her fist, conjuring blue-violet flames that seeped between her fingers. If her glamour was lost, she might as well go all the way. Glittering metal flashed through the air, A4 staggered backward, blood flying from the severed stump of her arm as 22B lashed out with her blade once more and tore through the living corpse's midsection. A4 let out a mournful, anguished howl through the remains of her throat. A2 leaped into the fray with the savagery expected of a werewolf, her claws tearing deep furrows in A4's chassis as she split her apart from stem to stern. In spite of the agony from her wounds, the succubus relished the sight of A4's own ally, her own lover, unaware of her identity, tearing her to pieces. Blood gushing from the gaping wound running all the way up her torso from neck to crotch, A4 toppled over and fell off the wooden catwalk into the darkness below. Her aching head throbbing and pounding, the succubus struggled to collect herself and reapply her glamour before any of the androids noticed. "What the fuck was that?" A2 shouted at Jackass. "How should I know? Do I look like someone with experience bringing androids back from the dead?" "Yes." The succubus struggled to lift her head. 64B rushed to her aid and helped her out. "Geez, pal. You got clobbered." "Thank you," the succubus said, spitting out a bloody wad of teeth. "I hadn't noticed. Doesn't look like you can take much punishment." "Ah, well, when one goes without maintenance for a while." 64B frowned. "You know, maybe we should stay here a bit longer." "You're not up to scratch." The succubus shook her head. No, I'm fine. We really should." Her breath caught in her throat, frozen solid into a rock-hard lump. Slowly, achingly slowly, the slowly realigning vertebrae in her spine screaming and wailing in anguish, she turned her head. Walking across the catwalk that wound across the tree, flanked by 2 white-haired androids and a red-haired android and cradling another red-haired android in his arms, was a man with long, flowing white gold hair and a thin, pale, elfin face. His long black coat swirled around him like a living shadow with every step he took, the golden finery lacing his clothes glittering in the light. A long, curved saber with a silvery edge and an elegant stained glass pattern adorning the flat of the blade hung at his hip. His eyes were golden coals burning in ash-gray pits. His nostrils flared as he caught the succubus scent. It was too late to escape. Alucard was already here. He handed the unconscious woman cradled in his arms to her twin. "Devola, take your sister somewhere she can rest. Nines, go warn Pascal about his village's defenses." The red-haired sisters and the white-haired boy broke away from him and went off on their own. "Now, what in God's name," the man asked, narrowing his golden eyes, "is going on here?" What Alucard was looking at was so wrong that he was all but dumbfounded. So many questions had piled up in his mind that he simply couldn't figure out which one to ask first. First off, A2. Where to begin with A2? Why was she dressed like the ancient vampire hunter, the Blade of Ecclesia? And why, with the moon still on the opposite side of the planet, was she still transformed? How? And who were those other 3 androids with her? Why did at least one of them reek so strongly of ashes and musk? Why, if this was supposed to be a peaceful place, was one of them so grievously and freshly injured, and why was that one so maddeningly familiar in her appearance? He could swear he'd seen her before, past the synthetic blood covering her caved-in face. "Alucard?" Anemone asked, shock slackening her jaw. "2B." A2's lip curled, baring her fangs. "You," she hissed. Alucard preemptively threw his arm out across 2B's chest. Now, he said, "we have not come to fight." He glanced at 2B. She wore a non-committal frown, her visor hid her eyes. Just in case she was hiding some latent bloodlust toward A2 behind that strip of black cloth, he repeated himself. "We have not come to fight." "We hope it won't come to that," 2B said, lowering Alucard's arm. "Anemone, Jackass, step away from the fugitives." Anemone and Jackass distanced themselves from the others. A2 and her ragtag posse all tensed up. "Boy, are we glad to see you," Jackass said, wiping her brow. "A2 and her maniacs here had us cornered." Alucard cleared his throat. "2B, why don't you look after Anemone and Jackass? I would like to have a word with A2 and her maniacs." Hopefully, everything would work out if he could just manage to keep 2B and A2 apart. It was like dealing with unruly siblings. Or cats. To his relief, 2B collected Anemone and Jackass and led them both away, leaving Alucard alone with A2 and the three other androids gathered around her. "A2, aren't you going to introduce me to your friends?" he asked. A2 helped the injured android to her feet. "Introduce your own damn self, Alucard. This guy isn't with Yoarha, is he?" one of the androids, the one with bright scarlet hair, asked. She eyed him skeptically. "Good heavens, no, I'm not with them." Alucard removed his coat and draped it over one arm, then bowed deeply. "I apologize if my attire has given you the wrong impression. My name, as A2 mentioned, is Alucard. I'm a good friend of hers." A2 scowled. "A friend," Alucard corrected himself. A2's scowl deepened. "An acquaintance." The larger of the three other androids waved. "Hiya, Alucard. I'm 64B. My friend is 22B. A2's friend is A4. Nice to meet you." Alucard sniffed and caught the scent of a demon yet again. It was the scent of sin, of pride, and wrath and lust, of ash and noxious incense and musk. One of these three 64B, 22B, and A4 reeked of it, but at such close proximity, he couldn't tell whom. One of these androids was not who they claimed to be. A4, was it? Alucard turned his attention to the injured android. "You're the same model as A2, I take it." A4 nodded. "Funny. I'd thought the rest of A2's team had been wiped out." A4's reaction was telling. She seemed to shrink just a little, hunching her shoulders and bowing her head as though she could hide herself. A2 stepped in front of A4. "What are you implying?" "Nothing. I'm just amazed that another survivor has turned up after 3 years, was it?" "So was I," A2 replied testily. "You two must have been very good friends." Alucard crossed his arms. "Well, A2, I'm glad you found." Then he noticed it. He cursed himself. He must have been blind not to see it right away. Alucard grabbed A2 by the arm and inspected the seal on her shoulder. "Where," he asked, "did you get this?" A2 wrenched her arm free of his grip. "Shithead named All Rocks. What's it to you?" "Not who, you fool, where. I know who All Rocks is." Alucard hid his surprise at the discovery that Dracula had brought his lieutenants back with him. "Met him underground yesterday in some weird castle place." A2 wrinkled her nose. "Again, why do you care?" So Dracula's castle was underground. Alucard wondered if those strange crystal structures that had begun to protrude from the ground in the area were a part of it. He glanced at the other three androids. "You three. I must speak with A2 in private." "Leave us." 22B looked conflicted. Evidently, she didn't trust Alucard much. Was she the demon? 4, go with them to the repair facility, A2 said, nudging her counterpart along. But 2, A4 grabbed A2 by the arm. "I'm fine. I'd much rather stay here with you." Besides, she glared suspiciously at Alucard. "Oh, him? Don't worry about me. I've kicked his ass before." "It was more of a tie, actually," Alucard interjected. "It was a tie and I won." A2 patted A4 on the back. "Go on. Get your face looked at." The other three androids hurried away, A4 with some reservations, very suspicious, if one were to ask Alucard, granting him the opportunity to speak with A2 in private. A2 crossed her arms, her pointed ears flicking. Alucard wasn't surprised that she wasn't happy to see him. Especially considering he'd brought her archenemy along with him. "So, the meeting with White didn't go so well, huh?" she asked. "Well, she tried to kill me right off the bat," he admitted, "and things didn't improve much from there on out." "She's quite a loathsome person, isn't she?" A2's tail swished back and forth behind her. The corner of her mouth twitched slightly upward into a bitter half-smile. Dunno what you expected. The whole idea was stupid in the first place. I did get a new arm out of it, so it wasn't a total loss. Alucard flexed the alabaster fingers of his prosthetic hand. They still felt oddly ghostly, detached from the real world. The mental exertion it took to move them had faded from a noticeable headache to a dull background throb, fortunately, and Alucard surmised that within a few days, using the prosthetic would be as natural as breathing. The speaker nestled in his ear turned back on. Hello? Alucard. 60 asked. I've just debriefed 2B and 9s, so I figured I'd ask for an update from you. Remember, I'm your assigned operator, so... Oh, yeah, congrats on the new arm. A2 rolled her eyes. Totally worth it. Who's that? Doesn't sound like... Alucard held up a hand. SHH. Sorry, 60, he said, turning his back on A2, but I'm afraid our regularly scheduled contact will have to wait. UCKSSSHHHHH interference KSHHHH breaking up KSSSHHHH try AG KSSSHHHH later KSSSSSSHHHHH. He yanked the earpiece out, pinched it between his forefinger and thumb, and crushed it. What a relief. He'd all but forgotten that he'd been connected to the bunker. Sorry about that, he told A2. Now. A2 grabbed him by the collar, crushing his cravat in her clawed grip, and nearly yanked him off his feet, dragging him toward her until the tips of their noses were nearly touching. Hers was damp and discolored, her nostrils flaring. Careful with the cravat. It's silk and freshly washed, Alucard warned her. You came here, she hissed, with a wire in your ear. Her breath was hot and stank of raw meat. Did they put a camera in your eyes, too? Is White watching me right now? Just the earpiece, and... A2 started sniffing him. Do you know what surveillance devices smell like, he asked. She let go of him and pulled away. No, she answered sheepishly. Well, it was just the one, Alucard said as he tried to unrumple his cravat, I can assure you. A2 growled and scratched at one of her ears. Now, about that seal of yours. Alucard reached out and gently prodded one of the 3 scorch marks that made up the seal. Mind if I? Don't poke me, you. This seal is the brand of Orlox, lieutenant of Lord Dracula, and it's the reason you're stuck like this. A2's demeanor instantly changed. She cocked her head curiously. What? Orlox is the master of Dracula's army. Of course, a werewolf isn't any good to him, Alucard explained, if it's only a werewolf during the night, so he brands his subordinates with magic seals such as this one to ensure that their powers are always at their height. In your case. Hey, whoa, I'm not his subordinate. I punched him in the face. Ah, well, it's good that you did it when you could. Implying I can't do it again the next time I see him. No. As a matter of fact, you can't. A2 made a fist, a steely glint in her icy blue eyes. Point me in his direction and I'll show you. Alucard shook his head. No. Now that the seal has triggered, you shall not raise neither voice nor hand against him. You're joking. Vampires are masters of control. At the core of their very being is the desire to dominate utterly body, mind, heart, and soul. If you find yourself in the same room as him, you will be beholden, not only physically but mentally, to him. Essentially, from the moment you transformed last night and the seal activated, you became his slave. You simply haven't realized it yet. A2 looked surprisingly shaken and clapped her hand over the brand. So how do I get rid of it? Since you seem to know everything about this magic bullshit. Ah, well, that's the hard part. To erase the brand, you'd have to kill him. A2 squinted at him. Alucard could all but see rusty, seldom used gears turning in her mind. But I can't kill him, she said, teasing out her answer slowly and deliberately, as long as I have the brand, because he could just tell me to stop and I would. Correct. Shit. Now, Alucard reflected on A2's 3 new friends. Whichever one was the demon would surely bear Orlox's seal somewhere on her body, like the birthmark of a witch, the mark of the Devil's Covenant. Have you seen that symbol on anything else? A2 scratched absent-mindedly at her cheek. There was this fucking spider, scorpion, centipede thing. And A2 wrinkled her nose and knitted her eyebrows. What do you mean, and? Is that it? A2's eyes darted to the side. I don't think so, she answered, her non-committal response punctuated by an anxious flick of her tail. She was clearly, obviously lying. She'd seen it on someone else. But who? The succubus had avoided oblivion by such a narrow margin that even she couldn't believe her incredible luck. Whatever suspicions Alucard had, he obviously wasn't confident enough in them to peg her as the demon running amok in this village. It was such a relief. For now, she was safe. She could gather her wits about her and figure out what to do to further deflect his suspicions. And on top of that, A2 would be an effective shield. If Alucard did try to kill her, A2 would surely leap to her defense no matter how he tried to explain his actions. Love was, after all, such an irrational and stupid thing, and A2 was nothing if not a terminally lovesick puppy. But that would be a last resort. For now, the succubus needed a way to keep Alucard's eyes off her. These other two androids, 64B and 22B, could prove useful. Obviously, enough of her scent had rubbed off on them that Alucard couldn't tell which of the three was the demon. How else could she deflect suspicion onto them? The three of them reached one of the repair facilities and slipped inside. The cow and the fox immediately set to work changing out their bandages and packing their wounds with staunching slime or whatever it was called. The succubus slipped into a back room for some privacy, took a seat on the workbench, leaned back, and turned her healing factor on. As her face uncaved in, her vertebrae popped back into alignment, her jaw and cheekbones uncracked, her blood sucked itself back into her veins, and her missing teeth sprouted anew from her gums. The succubus reached down, slipped her hand through the slit in her skirt, and absent-mindedly scratched at the brand emblazoned on her hip. What to do, what to do? Of course. That was it. Witch hunters always looked for the witch's birthmark, and Alucard was no different. She knew exactly what the next stage in her plan was. The cow and the fox were shocked when she emerged from the back room. Wow, 64B said. You look good as new. How'd you do that? Oh, I'm very good at repairing things, the succubus answered, coyly winking. Can you help us out, then? 64B asked, gesturing to 22B as she redressed the gaping wound running through her abdomen. No, sorry. I'm only good at repairing myself. Oh, too bad. The succubus took a seat next to 64B and slyly hiked up her skirt to show off the brand burnt into her thigh. Say, you've seen this tattoo on A2, right? Yeah, she's got one on her shoulder. You have one, too. Yup. It's a thing all of us attacker models did before the Pearl Harbor descent operation. Marks us as a family of sorts. The succubus sighed and cupped her cheeks in her hands. Oh, it's such a shame only the two of us remain, but, she added, glancing at 64B with a coy smile, if the four of us are going to travel together. For a stupid cow, 64B caught on quick. You mean, you want 22B and me to get our own tattoos? The succubus snapped her fingers and grinned. Exactly. Raise a new family from the ashes of the old one. I love it. 64B's eyes lit up. The succubus picked up a shallow tray filled with black grease paint from one of the workbenches and pretended to dip 2 fingers and her thumb into it. She didn't actually need the grease paint, she could secrete ink from her fingertips, but the cow didn't have to know that. Okay, 64B, where do you want the brand ER tattoo? You're gonna do it now. Well, this is just paint. A temporary measure until we can burn it on. 64B furrowed her brow. Burn? What's the matter? Not tough enough? I thought you were Yoarha. 64B glared at her for a second, then burst out laughing. No worries, you just caught me off guard, that's all. A little burn is nothing. She pulled off the shoulder pad from her armor. Right on the shoulder here, just like A2. The succubus planted her fingers there the same way Alrox did to his beasts. One decoy down, one to go. 64B grinned at the sight of the so-called tattoo as the succubus pulled her fingers away. Wow. Thanks, A4. Please, please, 64B. My friends call me 4. The succubus winked. You know, you're not so bad. To be honest, 64B said, leaning back and sighing, I kinda resented you a little. I mean, Cap's corpse was still warm and A2 had just given me a speech about how you had to move on and let the dead stay dead when you showed up. Like you came back just to make her whole point sound like a bunch of bullshit. Oh, you lost a friend on the way here. Yeah. 64B closed her eyes. Cap was everything to me in 22B. We deserted because she did, we headed here to Pascal's because she wanted to. It was her vision of setting aside this stupid war and living in harmony with other peaceful machines. Her voice turned into a squeak as she sniffled and held back tears. That's a shame. I wish I'd gotten to meet her. The succubus reached out and laid a tender hand on 64B's unmarred cheek. Trust me, I know how hard it is to lose friends. You're in good company. And I'd be happy to be your new friend. 64 cracked open her eyes. Why you would? The succubus leaned forward and kissed her. 64B didn't react. In fact, she didn't do anything at all. It was like Frenching a blow-up doll. Were all Yoarha androids such bad kissers? What did they do all day when they weren't busy chopping up robots, twiddle their thumbs and sing Bible hymns? Disappointed, the succubus pulled away, cutting the string of saliva that hung between their lips, and patted 64B on the head. I'm glad you gave me another chance. Okay, 4. 64B turned her attention back to her repairs and put the shoulder pad back on over her new tattoo. Her face was as red as a boiled lobster. Not bad, the succubus thought, considering she'd had to do all the work. And 22B, she asked, turning to the other android. Where do you want your tattoo to go? I appreciate your friendliness, 22B brusquely said, sparks flying from the end of an arc welder as she sealed up one side of the hole in her chassis, but I'm not really interested in tattoos. Ah, come on, 22B. Live a little. 64B needled her. Isn't it what Cap would want? The succubus asked sweetly. 22B groaned and set the welder aside. Okay, fine. She took a handful of her hair and lifted it up, exposing the back of her neck. Here, please. With pleasure. The succubus pretended to dip her fingers into the paint once more and made a matching tattoo on 22B's neck, then gave her a firm, warm hug and ran her fingers through the android's Vulpin red hair. She made sure to slather her with her scent, just as she'd done to 64B. That made 2 decoys, and that would be plenty to throw Alucard off her trail. Now, she wondered, looking around the room and taking stock of its tools, were there any bandages or anything else she could use to hide her own brand? It was the only part of her body resistant to her glamour. That would be perfect. Give up the stupid cow and fox up as sacrificial offerings and get out scot-free while Alucard patted himself on the back for a job well done. The succubus had never before realized how much of a genius she was. But oh, what a genius she was. All rocks would be so proud of her. When he'd just been starting out, Nines would have laughed if anyone had told him that he would someday feel sympathy or even empathy for a machine. But Pascal was different. His whole village was different. Nines couldn't help but tell himself that the machines weren't really self-aware, they didn't really think and feel the way androids did, that it was all just cargo cult play acting, but he couldn't believe it when he told himself that about Pascal and his pacifist friends. When Nines told him the news that his village's defenses against vampires would do nothing to protect his people, Pascal bowed his head sadly, his shoulders shuddering, and Nines was overwhelmed by how forlorn he seemed. It was as though he were racked with preemptive grief. Thank you for informing me, 9S, Pascal said, not sounding the least bit thankful at all. It is so very kind of you to warn us. It's the least we can do, Nines answered. I just wish we could do more. Yoarha's working on upgrading our standard armaments to be more effective, but for now, everyone's just scrambling to get their hands on anything with silver in it. None of us are prepared for this. It's frightening to think about how defenseless we all are, isn't it? Yeah. I guess it is. I still think of Flamel. I think about the conversations we would have if, well. I know how you feel. Nines had never imagined telling a machine he knew how it felt, but, here he was. He still thought about 210. The real 210, the one he'd known, not her replacement. No one could replace her. No one. He was such an eccentric. He would devour anything he could find on ancient pseudosciences. Alchemy, astrology, economics, Pascal sighed. I don't want what happened to him to happen to anybody else, but I'll admit, I'm at a loss. I simply don't know what to do. The machines here are smart. I'm sure you'll think of something. I often wonder now, Pascal mused, if it is foolish to continue committing to pacifist ideals in the face of such a threat. But if there's so little we could do to fight back anyway, does it even matter? Nines shrugged. I dunno. He stood up and made for the door. You do so much for us, I'm sure the commander could be persuaded to station some guards here. Ah. Pascal's eyes lit up. Perhaps we could keep the Fugit. The what? Oh, and nothing. Never you mind. Pascal shook his head. Carry on, Nines. I do hope this ordeal comes to an end soon. I'm not sure the ones we've lost can rest until it does. Nines stepped out of Pascal's home onto the wooden walkway circling the center of the village. The lamps ringing every bridge, every balcony, and every house lit up the village with dazzling splendor, the light they cast warm like sunlight. Until today, Pascal had thought those lamps had formed an impenetrable barrier for any vampire attacker and would keep the village perfectly safe. Nines felt almost guilty for disabusing him of that notion. Pod 153 hovered at his side. Proposal: Unit 9s should discuss plans to provide defensive resources to the village with anemone. Right. She's here. I thought she wasn't in charge of the camp anymore, though. He'd only heard bits and pieces about whatever was going on with anemone, and what he'd gleaned from the hushed whispers throughout the camp was that she'd run away with A2 and had been thus labeled a deserter. Response: this support unit has received updated information. Anemone is currently in good standing with the Resistance pending further investigation into the situation. Ah, that's a relief. I liked her. Nines slid down a ladder onto a lower tier of the village and put his visor back on, bringing up his HUD. Pod, mark 2B's location on the map. She's with Anemone, right? Affirmative. Unit 2B is currently ensuring Anemone's and Jackass safety. A waypoint popped up on the little map in the corner of 9S's HUD identifying 2B's location. She appeared to be on the ground, not on the upper levels of the village, so Nines took a few more ladders down until he touched down on the soft grass sprouting between the central tree's thick and gnarled roots. 9S. Nines stopped in his tracks and looked over his shoulder at where he thought the voice had originated from. Hello? Who's there? Let us parley. I have much I would like to discuss with you. The voice was a cold and deep hiss, oddly resonant. There was a strange bitter bite to it. Its owner seemed to appear out of nowhere, but Nines quickly realized that it had simply stepped out of the shadows. Thanks to its ragged black cloak, it had blended in perfectly with the deep shadows pooling around the ground where the lights dotting the village had been occluded. At first, Nines thought it was an android, then he noticed a glint of ivory bone underneath the stranger's tattered hood. The stranger's hands, too, were devoid of skin, muscle, and even connective tissue. It was a skeleton in a humanoid shape. Nines had seen skeletons before, the bleached remains of long-dead animals, but never one which had a human shape. But how could this be the remains of a dead human, and how could it move? And speak? Some kind of puppetry? There must have been invisible threads binding the bones together, perhaps nanometer-scale servos to move them, a speaker hidden in the cranium. You want to talk to me? Nines took an involuntary step backward as the skeletal puppet drew closer. The closer it came, the more it impressed on Nines its height. He hadn't been able to gauge its size before, but it was well over 2 meters tall. It didn't walk, instead it glided just barely above the ground, its bony feet grazing the wild grass. Its cloak writhed around it like a living entity, and Nines noticed that it wasn't just black, it was the color of the void of space stretching out past the earth and the moon as seen from the bunker's windows. It was not black, but rather the color of absence, of nothing. Someone had made this thing to make an impression. It certainly did impress Nines. I do wish to speak to you, the skeletal specter said. It drifted closer and bowed its head to stare down at Nines. Its hooded, shadowed eye sockets were empty, but Nines still felt as though he was being stared at. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Death. Death. Nines looked up to face him and wrinkled his brow. That's kinda pretentious, isn't it? Oh, I do not indulge in pretension, Nines. I am the genuine article. Nines crossed his arms. Okay, so this guy was going to keep hiding behind his puppet. Fine by him. All right, Death. What do you want? First off, let me say that it's a pleasure to speak with you at last. I don't think there's any other android on this wretched Earth I've grown more acquainted with, yet we've never talked. Huh. With that out of the way, let me get to the point. Death leaned over, bending his spine until his head was directly above 9SS and his gaze pointed straight down. I'm sure you'll agree with me that vampires are simply awful creatures. Nines nervously nodded. How I detest immortals. They are the crop that was sown but can never be reaped. Their very existence mocks me. Vampires are the worst of them, and worst among them is their leader, the Lord of Chaos, the Prince of Darkness. Dracula. Dracula. Nines spoke the name as though he were tasting it. There was something very familiar about it. Had Alucard mentioned it once in passing? I want you, Death said, lifting his hand and slowly, deliberately pressing a bony digit into 9SS chest just under his collarbone, to help me reap his soul. The oblivion that has been denied him for 12,000 years howls to receive what it is owed. Death's finger was so cold that Nines felt the heat sensors in his skin go dead, leaving a spreading numb patch on his chest as electronic nerves overloaded and became inert. Need I mention, he continued when Nines failed to answer, that with Dracula ripped from this mortal realm, his thralls and the restless souls of his victims will at last know peace. Nines slowly nodded. What do you need from me? I need you to take my gift. Death's hand vanished into his cloak and emerged gripping a pendant on a thin metal chain. It was some kind of amulet, a gleaming violet stone set in silver which gleamed and shimmered in the light. When the time comes, he said, lowering it gently into 9SS open palm, this talisman will be the linchpin to my plan. Keep it on your person, but hide it. Keep it secret. Keep it safe. Let no one know about it. Let no one see it. Not even your closest friend. As the talisman dropped into his hand, Nines felt a strange tingling sensation ripple through his palm and run up his forearm. He could feel that it was important, somehow. It was a feeling he couldn't explain. He just knew. As Death had instructed, he stowed it away in his knapsack. He idly wondered, what could be the harm in telling someone about it? Surely Alucard, with his arcane powers and deep knowledge of these strange things, would have a lot to say. Nines felt a cold, sharp blade brush against his neck. His eyes followed the curved, gleaming edge of a long scythe blade, traveled up its shaft, up Death's bony arms to his forehead and then into the cold blue light gleaming at the backs of his empty eye sockets. Just as Death's cloak was impossibly black, the blade of his scythe was polished to an impossible mirror sheen. Nines could see his own reflection in the blade's flat surface and saw every detail of his face, his nose, his lips, the orderly patterns of pores on his skin, in hyper-real clarity. It was as though the reflection in the blade was a window into the real world and everything outside it was its flat, two-dimensional mirror image. The sensory overload tensed every muscle in 9SS body and quieted every thought in his head. Let no one know about it, Death repeated, more sternly this time, as he pulled the scythe away from 9SS neck. Speak not of this talisman, nor of my plan, nor of me. This wasn't somebody's avatar, Nines realized as he came to his senses. It wasn't a puppet animated through technology, but rather a genuine supernatural entity. It really was Death. Dracula is the ultimate enemy of the natural order. His reach is long, his powers and influence vast. Tell a soul about me, and all will be for naught. Nines nervously nodded, raising a hand to the thin, numb line the scythe's edge had pressed into his skin. If Death had used just a little more force, he'd have easily lopped 9SS head off. Got it. Not a word. But, he added, glancing at his pod, what about? Pod 153 wasn't moving. Nines looked up and spied a machine walking across one of the bridges stretching overhead, frozen in mid-stride. It was as if the whole world had been on pause while he and Death met. He blinked, and in that instant Death vanished. When he reopened his eyes, he was alone and the world had begun to move again. Suddenly disoriented, he looked around the clearing. Hadn't he heard someone calling out for him? "Pod," he asked, "was someone calling my name just now?" "Negative," Pod 153 answered. "Proposal: Unit 9s should perform maintenance and assess auditory sensors for any irregularities. Maybe later. Let's go see how Anemone's doing." Nines headed out in the direction of 2B's marker on his map and climbed up the ladder to one of the wooden platforms ringing the giant tree in the center of the village. Wait. Hadn't 2B's marker been down here just a second ago? He shook his head. Maybe he would get that self-assessment done, like Pod 153 had suggested. While the other androids went about their repairs, the succubus slipped back into the repair facility's back room, holding in her hand a patch of artificial skin just large enough to cover up the brand on her hip. She untied the belt around her skirt and let both it and the skirt slough off her and pool around her boots, then held the graft to her hip. Now, this, unfortunately, would hurt. She cast off her glamour, letting out a long and relieved sigh as her body shifted back into its natural state. Freeing her body from the bondage of her disguise was like undoing a corset or taking off her bra at the end of a long day. The feeling of her toes hardening into cloven hooves and horns sprouting from her forehead was pure bliss, even though her hooves dug painfully into the toes of her boots. She ran her fingers through her hair, raking her claws along her scalp. Her whip-like tail swung back and forth like a pendulum, its tip flicking and twitching as it reveled in its freedom. There was little time, though, for her to bask in her freedom. She took her hand and folded inward every finger except one. From that one, she conjured a pale bluish lavender flame that hovered just above the tip of her claw and burned with a hard, gem-like flame like an acetylene torch. She pressed her burning finger against the border between her hip and the skin graft, clenching her jaw and squeezing her eyes shut. Her teeth ground against each other as she fought back a scream and blindly dragged her finger across the patch's edge, discerning by touch where to go, rounding one corner, then another, and finally completing the circuit. It hurt less than being punched in the face and strangled by A4, but only barely, and it lasted much longer. Her legs buckled and she collapsed onto her hands and knees, panting and gasping for air as sweat dripped down her brow and mingled with the tears stinging her eyes. Where her brand had once been was now a square patch of pristine, smooth skin bordered on all sides by an ugly, bumpy burn scar where the two skins had been welded together. Her healing factor kicked in, smoothing out the scars until nothing remained but perfection. The brand throbbed underneath the false skin as though it was angry she'd covered it up. It would burn its way through the layer of fake flesh she'd placed over it in a matter of time, but by then, she'd have gotten Alucard off her back and spirited A2 away, and that would be the end of that. She collected herself and caught her breath, then reapplied her glamour. Her head throbbed and ached as her curled horns unfurled and retracted back into her temples. Likewise, her back ached as her tail retracted into her spine. The only thing that felt remotely good about the transformation was that her feet fit much less painfully into her boots, which was a shame. Sleek black hooves were so much prettier than ugly, stumpy toes, even if no one could see them. Collecting herself and wiping the sweat from her brow, the succubus put her skirt back on and tied it securely around her waist, then went out to greet the world in what was now an utterly perfect disguise. There was still the smell, of course, but that was easily explained away. In her disguise, she'd replicated the scent of A4 as well, as Alrox had pulled that information from A2's mind along with her memories of A4 and given them to her. On top of that, she had some of A2's distinctly dog-like odor clinging to her skin. The faint demonic musk bleeding through those scents was easily explained away as just something that had rubbed off from the real succubus, and of course, the cow and the fox were now lousy with that scent on top of having their very own demonic seals emblazoned on their skin. Everything was working out perfectly. She left the back room to rejoin 64B and 22B, only to find Alucard and A2 waiting for her. She gulped. Oh, hi, 2. What's up? Are we leaving the village? Not yet, Alucard spoke up. His eyes were narrowed into slits as he cast a critical gaze across the room. I need to talk to the three of you, A2 said. You first, 4. Come here. The succubus figured Alucard had told her about the brand and what it meant. Now the two of them were trying to root out the monster in their midst. How fortunate she'd taken the opportunity now to cover up her mark. She certainly had the devil's own luck today. Is something the matter, too? The succubus asked, hurrying over to her ahead of the other two suspects. She had nothing to hide, not anymore, anyway, so she acted the part with gusto, feigning a look of bemused concern. What's wrong? A two's icy blue eyes met hers for an instant before darting away. I need you to. She swallowed hard. The succubus could see the muscles in her throat undulating. I need you to pull up your skirt and show me your left hip. It must have hurt so much for A2 to have to carry such suspicion for her. Imagine carrying such doubt in one's mind, burdened with the sneaking suspicion that their one true love was a demon in disguise, feeling it eat away at one's mind bit by bit until the paranoia reduced them to a nervous wreck. Well, the succubus could certainly alleviate that pain. She gingerly hiked up her skirt to show off the bare, unmarred skin underneath. Under the grafted-on patch, her seal throbbed painfully, but it deigned not to show itself, much to her relief. Like this? She asked, sweetly, innocently. After all, she was sweet, and she was innocent. On the outside, anyway. A2 seemed rooted to the spot, her mouth hanging agape just enough that a little trickle of spit could run out the corner and dribble down her chin. Well, well. Somebody was hungry for thigh meat. Alucard was unfazed by the succubus' perfect body. She expected as much. He had a good track record for not falling under their spells. The succubus wondered if he was asexual. It would explain a lot. Are you sure you'd seen it on the left hip? He asked A2 in a hushed whisper. A4, show us the other side. The succubus demurely acquiesced to his request, turning around to show him that she had nothing to hide. Alucard nodded, satisfied. I must have imagined it, A2 admitted, regaining her composure and hastily wiping the drool from her chin. I'm sorry, 4. I thought I'd. What's going on here? 22B asked as 64B trailed at her side. Alucard cleared his throat. At least one of you three is not who she claims to be. Whoever it may be, we must root out the impostor. Impostor? 64B parried, taking a worried and hasty step back. Not a smart move. She was heaping suspicion upon herself. On top of that, 22B was already under Alucard's suspicions. What do you mean? She glanced at 22B. Hey, you'd tell me if you weren't the real 22B, right? 22B crossed her arms. Of course I wouldn't. But I know for a fact that I'm no imposter. Neither is 64B. She eyed the succubus. But isn't it suspicious that a prototype thought to be Kia for 3 years should suddenly reappear? Rankled by the accusation on the succubus' behalf, A2 grabbed her by the arm and pulled her away from the other two fugitives. 4 has already proven her identity. It's you two we're suspicious of. 64B gasped. B but A2, we're. There's an easy solution to this, Alucard said. His hand went to the gleaming saber sheathed at his side. The impostor has a tattoo somewhere on her body, as definitive as a cattle brand, just like the one A2 has on her shoulder. Naturally, at the sound of the word tattoo, 64B's bandaged hand flew to her shoulder. 22B reached behind her and laid her hand on the back of her neck. The succubus fought the urge to reach down to her hip where the hidden brand still throbbed so as to preserve her own innocence. Instead, she diverted the path of her hand and wrapped it around A2's hand, squeezing it firmly. A2 and Alucard shared a suspicious glance. 64B, show me your right shoulder, Alucard said. 22B, turn around and show me the back of your neck. 64B held up her hands, panic driving the color from her face and widening her eyes. Tattoo? We don't have any tattoos. A4 painted them on us, 22B said, a nervous tremor bleeding through her normally calm voice, to match the one she had. A4 doesn't have a tattoo, Alucard coolly replied. But you too. But she showed it to us. 64B protested. Right on her hip. Her left hip. We checked there. The dark look on Alucard's face grew stronger. To demonstrate, the succubus lifted her skirt yet again and showed off the perfectly blank patch of skin. No. It was right there. 64B cried out. Her eyes met the succubus. The succubus allowed herself to smile, just barely. Enough to let the stupid cow know she'd been betrayed. The sight of 64B's face falling was delicious. The succubus could feast for a week on that alone. It's just grease paint, 22B insisted, pawing at the back of her neck. It comes right off. She pulled her hand away and held it out to demonstrate the black paint smeared all over her fingers. Except, she realized, her eyes widening and jaw dropping, there wasn't any. The grease paint trick had worked perfectly. The black spots forming the two androids' tattoos were inky stains on their skin that had seeped through the succubus' fingertips from the dark well of her twisted soul. They'd fade in a few hours, but in a few hours, these two would be dead. A4 gave us these marks. 64B insisted. Beside, 22B added, conjuring a gleaming katana, A2, you're the only one here with that tattoo. Well. Wasn't this interesting? 4, get back. A2 shouted out, all but tossing the succubus aside as 22B lunged forward. Alucard's saber clashed with 22B's katana, dazzling sparks of rainbow light dancing off the stained glass pattern that ran up the flat of the curved blade, steel ground against silver. A4. How could you? 64B bellowed, conjuring a wicked black gauntlet to her hand and charging at her. The sharp prongs sprouting from the gauntlet sparked with arcs of blue lightning that swept in an arc through the air. You dirty rat. A2 barreled into her, a blur of silver hair and flashing claws, her armored midnight blue dress billowing around her. As 64B reeled back, she summoned a sword of her own. Get away, A2 growled, standing tall between 64B and the succubus, hackles raised and fur bristling, from my 4. The succubus wished she'd brought popcorn. 2B had to admit that she was disappointed in Pascal for harboring not 1, not 2, not 3, but 4 Yoarha fugitives in his village. Granted, this wasn't the first time, and it was well within expectations for his behavior. He'd sheltered runaways from the resistance and exiles here in the past. The fact that A2, 64B, and 22B were ex-Yoarha and that 2B had an obligation to exterminate them meant nothing to him and his staunch pacifist ideals. He didn't see machine or android, Yoarha or resistance, soldier or exile or fugitive, he gave sanctuary to all who sought it, unconditionally. Unfortunately, 2B was loath to violate Pascal's policy of non-violence. Starting a fight right here in the village would no doubt sour the relationship Pascal had to the android forces, and considering how many android production facilities had shut their doors over the past century, the village represented a crucial supply chain for Anemone's camp. On top of that, she had to contend with Alucard, who for some inscrutable reason, seemed to value A2's life. His human genetic signature was no longer a problem for her, thanks to Commander White's override on Pod 042's failsafes, but 2B couldn't deny that he was a formidable opponent in his own right and any fight against A2 would be a fight against him. He'd shown superhuman speed and strength, as well as mastery of strange and arcane powers, in the battle against 6E and her vampire thralls this morning. Next to whatever A2 had become, 2B was at a disadvantage. She would have to separate those two somehow, or else risk fighting both head-on. And if Alucard was involved, 2B would have to fight him alone, as Nines not only liked him, why, 2B wondered, did his faith have to be so earnest and genuine? Couldn't he just have a conflicted sense of reverence and loathing toward humanity bottled up inside him like she did, but also still had Pod 153's failsafes tying his hands? And if he saw her fighting Alucard, he would see it as betrayal. Not just betrayal of humanity, of Yoarha's sacred charge, but betrayal of him. She knew all too well how Nines wore betrayal on his face. It wasn't something she could bear to see, knowing that this time it would linger. No, she couldn't involve him. It was a stroke of luck, actually, that Alucard had separated him and 2B. As long as Pascal kept him busy, there was a brief window of opportunity in which 2B had a shot at killing A2. It would have to be done quickly and cleanly. It was just a matter of separating her from Alucard first. Once 2B had made sure Anemone was safe, she had Pod 042 scan the village for A2's location. Due to the foliage overhead, satellite scans couldn't reliably pick up black box signals, but underneath the canopy and at such close range, A pod's scanning capabilities were more than enough. There she was. 2B steeled herself and moved to intercept. Alucard or no Alucard, she would complete her mission. It wasn't a fair fight. 64B was already injured, all but down an arm due to the acid that had eaten away at her servos, and in such distress that she could barely think straight. She wasn't anything like the brawler who'd nearly pounded A2 to paste just yesterday. A2 knew how to kill Yoarha units. One clean slice through the black box and that was it. Nothing could come back from that. So she couldn't fight against Alrox anymore. His minions would do just as well, then. She weaved through 64B's punches, hooked her leg around her ankle, and swept her feet out from under her, sending 64B crashing to the ground. 64B rolled over and righted herself, crashing into a workbench and dislodging its tools. As A2 bore down on her, she grabbed a welding torch that had fallen to the floor and turned it on, its tip lit up with a searing white-hot flash. The welder and A2's blade clashed, the blinding light at the tip of the welding stick burned her eyes. A2 squeezed her eyes shut to no avail, the light cut through her eyelids. Blotches of darkness flickered around her field of vision as the searing light damaged her sensors. As the two of them grappled, 64B struggled for the upper hand, pushing both the welding torch's long barrel and A2's katana downward until the glowing tip of the torch was just barely. It grazed A2's thigh, showering her with sparks as her clothes caught fire. A2 howled as the torch set clothes, hair, and skin alike, burning down to her chassis. Her nerves screamed in agony, she dropped her sword. 64B pulled away the torch and slammed her boot into the fresh burn wound, knocking A2 to the floor. A2 writhed on the floor, struggling to overcome the pain flooding her body as 64B took off after A4. A2 grabbed her sword off the floor and propped herself up against it. 4. She forced herself to her feet, threw herself at 64B, and tackled her with all her strength. She raised her sword above her head, flipped it to a reversed ice-pick grip with the blade pointing downward, plunged it into 64B's chest, sliding through armor plating and biting into flesh. She knew exactly where to aim, yet something stayed her hand. She missed 64B's black box altogether. 64B looked up at her with pain and fear in her eyes, gasping for breath, rasping as her lungs brushed against the blade of the sword. The anguish and betrayal writ on her face was something A2 had never seen in an enemy before. "If you decide to stick with us," 8B had said to her, "you'll be in charge. We'll all look to you for guidance." Alucard fought back his foe with little trouble, parrying 22B's blade with unparalleled swiftness. Darting around her, he finished her off with a strike to her unprotected back, the silver-edged blade of his saber ripping itself through her chest. He sighed as the chaos settled and let his saber fall from his hand and clatter to the floor. 22B lay sprawled at his feet, wisps of smoke curling up from the fresh hole gouged in her chest as sparks flew from severed wires and shorted circuits. 64B, still conscious but only barely, struggled to raise her hand, her fingers trembling. "T2, she gasped, coughing as she struggled to breathe. "We were set up. It wasn't us. A4 tricked us." "She tricked you. It's her." Alucard's saber swung down in a glittering arc and cleaved her head from her shoulders. But the one wielding the saber was not Alucard but A4, her chest heaving, her ponytail undone and her white tresses falling messily over her brow. "A4. Alucard barked, indignant. He ripped the saber from her grasp. "You killed her. You killed 22B. "True," Alucard said, "but that was in combat. It was fair. You slaughtered that one in cold blood." "Cold blood? They were using us," A4 retorted, sweeping back her hair and struggling to tie it back, "and they were going to frame me for it. Besides, you can't call that fair. The cow only had one arm and the fox had a hole through her gut." Rankled, Alucard turned away and averted his gaze. "Besides, we could have questioned her," he mumbled. A2 was at a loss for words as she stood over 64B's inert body. Two of her friends granted, she'd only met them yesterday, but still lay dead at her feet, both of them at last joining their fallen captain. It was hard, no, impossible to think of them as the minions of that masked man who'd branded her as though she were chattel. They had been good people, kind people, like the rest of her team had been all those years ago. And here they were, dead, yet again. She reeled backward, sniffling and fighting back tears. Why? Why did everyone around her meet their end like this? What had cursed her to see the same fate play out again and again and again? 2. A4 asked, taking her by the shoulder with one hand and clasping her hand with the other, threading their fingers together. 2. Are you all right? I know this must have been hard. A2 pulled her hand away. Shut up. Get away from me. She limped out of the building and took off for the edge of the village, the wooden bridge under her feet groaning and creaking with every labored step as she put more and more distance between herself and the others. The inky black shadows of the trees ringing the village towered over her, distant lights poking through the gaps between tree trunks flickering as they seemed to beckon her onward. That forest was her home. A place where she could live, alone, free of the pain of growing close to people only to have them ripped away. She belonged in there, in those shadowy depths, scrounging and scavenging and fending for herself with no one for her to worry about and no one to worry for her. It was what she deserved. It was all she deserved. She fell to her knees and broke down sobbing. It wasn't fair. It wasn't fair that everyone else had to suffer and die just so that the world could teach her a lesson. What value did their lives have? What value did anyone's life have in the face of such cruelty? A long white blade came to rest against the side of her neck, its edge pressing into her skin just forcefully enough to draw out a single droplet of blood. A2 glanced up and caught sight of 2B's face shimmering through a veil of tears. I'm not in the mood right now, she groaned. I don't care, 2B said. A2. Alucard shouted out, running across the bridge. In the distance, under the shadows of the trees that circled the village, A2 knelt down, the faint edges of the village's hanging lamps lighting up her silver hair and fur. Standing in front of her, sword in hand, was 2B. Alucard gritted his teeth, drew his sword, and lunged forward. Exactly like keeping two cats apart. With a flash of red light trailing in his wake, he sprinted past the two androids and skidded to a halt behind 2B, dropping into a combat stance as his boots dragged across the wooden slats of the bridge. 2B pulled her sword away from A2's neck and whirled around to engage him, the ivory blade glittering in the night air as it clashed with Alucard's saber. Interesting. So her pod wasn't stopping her from fighting back this time. He shouldn't have expected the same trick to work twice, especially considering how much 2B's boss hated him now. As if on cue, 2B's pod split open and opened fire on him, its bursts of gunfire casting flickering strobe lights across the bridge. Alucard held the saber in front of him, the wide flat of the blade facing forward, and spun it in a circle to form a shield. The bullets pinged off the sword and scattered. 2B used the distraction to turn her attention back to A2, who hadn't even tried to fight or run away, let alone stand up. Alucard weaved through the gunfire and charged after her, forcing himself between the two androids, and kicked her off the bridge. She plummeted into the darkness below. A loud crack split the air like a thunderclap as the vampire killer wrapped around the rickety railing and went taut. 2B swung under the bridge and up over the other side, the vampire killer vanishing in a flurry of golden sparks as she reached her apex and drew her sword. Now, Alucard hissed as he grabbed A2 by the waist, would be a good time to stand your ground, A2. 2B brought her blade down on Alucard as soon as she touched down, the force of the blow sending reverberations up his arm. She lashed out with her leg, her boot swinging through the air. Alucard hastily raised his forearm to block the kick and felt the impact rattle his bones. A2 was nothing but dead weight. Frustrated, he jettisoned her and threw her off down the length of the bridge. 2. A4 scrambled to A2's side and helped her up. What's gotten into you? Why aren't you fighting back? Distracted, 2B turned in A2's direction. Alucard used the opportunity to sweep her legs out from under her and knock her down. Have you ever considered talking through your problems instead of jumping straight to killing people? He asked. 2B leaped to her feet, her blade clashed with Alucard's yet again. I have my orders, she snarled. Ah, yes, just following orders. I hear that worked very well, he retorted, grabbing 2B's pod by one of its arms and twisting it just before it could fire a searing laser blast at him, for the last people to use that defense. Pod 042's shot went wide. Its lance of white-hot energy cut through the inky black sky and vanished into a glittering pinprick high up in the atmosphere. You sanctimonious, 2B twisted Alucard's arm and pinned it behind his back, then shoved him to the side of the bridge. Before he slipped off the edge of the bridge, Alucard planted his blade in the wooden slats, anchoring himself. 2B lunged at him, blade gleaming as her sword swung in a deadly arc. Alucard transformed into mist, slipped past her, solidified, and grabbed her from behind by the scruff of her neck. I'll admit I have a self-righteous streak. He tightened his grip. Believe it or not, I got it from my mother. 2B pulled herself free, wrenched Alucard's sword out of the wooden slats, and swung at him. He clapped his hands around the blade, stopping it in mid-swing. I'll be taking that back, thank you. Alucard wrenched it out of her hand, spun it in the air, and caught it by the hilt. He'd rearmed himself in the nick of time. 2B's sword came crashing down on his with enough force to push him backward. She pressed forward, stamping her foot on top of his and digging her sharp stiletto heel into his foot to pin him down. Before Alucard could free himself, 2B drove her elbow into his chest and her knuckles into his trachea. Stunned, Alucard reeled back and slipped off the side of the bridge, gagging and choking as he tried to breathe through his crushed windpipe. He barely managed to curl his fingers around one of the planks of wood lining the bridge, the wood splintering under the force of his grip. With a bestial bellow, A2, finally, charged into battle, a whirling maelstrom of blade and claws engulfing her foe. 2B darted away, calling on her pod to lay down suppressing fire. The bullets spattered the bridge, chewing through the wood. As Alucard hung on and struggled to catch his breath, he pulled up his legs to avoid the errant bullets zipping under him, a few of them just barely grazing his shins. Alucard tried a few experimental swings, built up momentum, and flung himself upward, transforming into mist just in time to pass through the gaps between the bridge's wooden slats, materializing as soon as he was clear and conjuring a ball of fire in his palm. He lobbed it at 2B's pod to distract it and draw its fire. Seizing the opportunity, A2 tackled 2B and pinned her to the ground. What's it going to take, A2 snarled, for you to leave me alone? Pod 042 fired on the bridge's rickety scaffolding, causing the wooden platform underneath the two androids to sag and buckle. A2 retreated to stable ground as the bridge collapsed under 2B. The pod swooped down and caught her, lifting her up and depositing her back on the bridge. She stood on the opposite side of the gap to Alucard and A2, staring them both down. The fatigue from the morning's battle was still grinding down on her psyche. Alucard could tell that as fit as her body was, she was struggling to keep up with her own pace. Welcome back, Alucard muttered to A2. Just because I want to die, A2 growled, doesn't mean I want her to do the honors. For what it's worth, I'm sorry about your friends. It isn't worth anything. Alucard nodded glumly. Well, he'd tried. Shaking off her weariness, 2B summoned the vampire killer, leaped into the air, boosted herself off the top of her pod, and sailed across the gap, her whip unfurling behind her, its polished leather sheen catching the light from the village just as any sword would. Alucard grabbed A2 and yanked her off her feet as he leaped backward. The whip crashed into the bridge, splintering the wood. The two of them were both creatures of darkness, though 2B surely couldn't know it. The vampire killer would tear them both apart. Why, Alucard wondered, did he always end up having to fight the Belmont clan? He narrowly dodged another strike from the whip. The heat of the air in its wake alone was enough to make his skin feel singed. Another strike severed a lock of his hair, and another grazed him across the cheek, the tip of the whip pulling in its wake a thin arc of boiling blood and steam as it continued on its path. A2 howled in pain and tumbled backward as the arc of the whip cracked against her arm. There was what could only be described as an explosion of blood where the whip had struck her. Alucard had the strangest feeling that 2B was enjoying herself. 2B. What's going on? Nines called out from the other end of the bridge. Jarred by the sound of 9's painfully familiar voice, Alucard turned his head. And felt the vampire killer strike him across the chest. He barely felt himself hit the ground. The diagonal gash across his chest, so deep it left his sternum and ribs exposed to the open air, hurt enough to numb every other nerve in his body from head to toe. Curling tendrils of steam rose from the blackened edges of the wound, writhing and dancing in the cool air. Alucard gritted his teeth so hard he felt his jaw crack. The pain was intolerable. He could focus on almost nothing else. The rest of the world seemed to be fading away, his head growing too heavy to lift. He passed out. A2 didn't understand why her arm hurt so goddamn much where the whip had struck her. It was just leather. Yet when she pulled her hand away from the wound, she could see her chassis peeking out from underneath pulverized and charred skin and muscle. At least she'd fared better than Alucard. She could see his. What did humans have under their skin? Bones. Right. She could see his bones. You bitch, she howled at 2B, lunging forward, wild bloodlust filling her head, spit and blood streaming down her muzzle. She ducked under one swing of the whip, leaped over another one, narrowly weaved through its undulating arc. Then everything turned into static. That damn scanner hacking her. When she'd regained her sight, she felt something searing crack against her forearm. The whip all but burned its way through her chassis as though it were made of acid. Damn them. 2B and 9s. She was going to bite the shit out of both of them. Then Jackass would have those test subjects she wanted. She closed the distance between herself and 2B, bared her fangs, snarled. A tall, muscular man with short white hair and a black tattoo spread across the left side of his body stepped between the both of them, grabbed them both, and smashed them into each other. A2 felt everything turn to static again as her skull cracked against 2B's, her head throbbing. The two of them collapsed to the ground in unison, the world spinning around them as they both reeled from the impact. The man stood over them with contempt in his red eyes. I don't even know why Pascal lets you androids in, he spat, his voice oddly petulant and even a little whiny, if all you do is fight. A2 tried to pull herself back up to her feet, but collapsed. Static swallowed the world up. Check the description for the links to the author.